Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku becomes masters of chef. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The kitchen was closed at the moment and occupied only by the duo of grandfather and niece, with the former pacing restlessly back and forth, mumbling under her breath and cursing both Samui for daring to blackmail her and Izuku for actually giving her old friend an actual reason to blackmail her. My life and name are about to get dragged through sheet all because a brat had to shoot for the sky. Can't those FNG kids hold their heads low? New generations are either lazy or plain attention seekers. Everything has to be about them. And Samui had to have such a fragile male ego to immediately get prissy. A kitchen is not the place for men. They do not have the backbone necessary. They are just good for FNG. The woman kept ranting as she walked non-stop. Splat. Hisses. And whenever she stopped, she would gather some black sludge from her eyes in her hand and WP it towards a picture of Izuku and Samui and shot from her fingertips small droplets of the same black sludge dripping from her eyes to add more holes to the pictures and wall behind it thanks to the tar-like liquid's lethal corrosive power, and then resume walking. Control you quirk, little June. Your grandpa has already found a solution. Her grandfather answered, unfazed and not offended by her jabs towards men. God knows the man gave plenty of similar insults towards women whenever he was not talking about his direct family members. You know I am not referring to you, you are one of the few good ones. She answered. Good. What is your solution? Something that will finally work. She asked. My mistake was looking for experts that were far too young. Today's youth don't want to work and put in any effort, but luckily people of your generation are instead better in every way. I just needed to see if I could import some talent from overseas. The old man said with a chilling smirk. Oh, I always loved imported stuff. What have you bought? June said, nodding along. I got a good plan A and a wonderful plan B should the worst happen and the twins fail. The twins? Hee. The man's own quirk briefly activated thanks to his bout of malice, turning his skin into scales and his eyes bloodshot, but before he could actually swell in size and become something scarily close to a real-life giant umibozu, he calmed down and returned human-looking. Grandpa Gookie got in contact with an old friend in China, and thanks to her acting as an intermediary, I got the Lee twins to come to Japan to deal with that brat. The Lee twins. The twin dragons. June asked with her eyebrows shooting up. You asked some Chinese to help me? I understand that any good Japanese person would hate to be indebted to the Chinese, but we need to swallow our pride in this situation. Our enemy is worse than we anticipated. Gookie answered with a grimace. The Lee twins. Li Ming and Li Hong, also known as the twin dragons. In the world ranking of chefs, those two occupied the 10th place in the top 10 leaderboard. Put in perspective, Chef Samui was ranked 5th, Ren Watanabe 6th while June was ranked 7th. Every other member of their friends group was far below even the top. What nobody knew was that the Lee twins also dabbled in mercenary work, since both found equal pleasure in challenging chefs and cooking as in killing their targets. I assume they are your plan B? June asked. Ho ho ho. No. I will use them as plan A. Chen Huishao is my plan B. The old man answered with a cruel smile. June asked in horror. At the same time, Beijing Tianjin Tower, absolute silence filled the corridors of the skyscraper owned by the richest and most influential man in current-day China, a magnate of unfathomable reach and bottomless bank accounts that had 3/4 of China's politicians in his pocket, a man whose hands were said to also strangle the underworld enough to let him lord over every criminal organization as well. And that man was at the moment gasping for breath and foaming at the mouth while his face was rapidly turning into an unsightly shade of blue. Your tea is disgusting. The man sitting in front of the dying magnate was instead a man in his 40s, of impeccable manners and disarming beauty, enough to look like an actor. He was finishing his drink without a care of the agonizing suffering of his victim. You, the old man gasped, grabbing a golden gun and shakily pointing it at the assassin's face. Drop that gaudy toy, Chen said, unfazed, taking the gun from the man's hand with ease. You, the man gasped a last time before dropping on his desk, A few weak shudders still racking his body as the foam coming out of his mouth slowly turned red as blood flowed from his mouth, eyes and nose. Chin merely finished his tea, bowed to the man and left. He locked the office door behind himself and went once again through all the nuisance of the magnate's paranoia, comprised being stripped naked and going through x-rays while every belonging of his once again passed through a fine comb to assure he didn't steal a thing, just like they checked if he had weapons when he got in for his appointment with his victim. Idiots, one doesn't need a gun or a knife only to kill somebody, he thought in disdain, especially when the women in the security detail stole looks of his naked body trained to peak human perfection. Chin ignored them all. He just left the building, threw away the fake ID he used to enter the place, and entered his expensive sports car. He drew away without looking back. Mission completed, he said to the untraceable phone he had in his car. The money has been deposited in your offshore account. Your private jet is already ready to take you to Japan for your next job. His assistant reported dutifully. Good. It's just a simple chef, but the moron paid me double my usual fare just to kill that boy, so I guess I can spare a minute to kill a dirty Japanese kid. Maybe I'll try some local gyoza before returning home, he said with a breathtaking smile cold as ice. Of course, boss. The jet will be ready to depart as soon as you arrive at the airport. The assistant answered. Good. The assassin answered, then he closed the call. It will actually take 2 days for the people taking care of his own security to discover that the boogeyman of China had died. Little Mermaid Restaurant, Kitchen, the world's greatest assassin, only surpassed by living legends of old like the man only known as 47, Sam Fisher from America, or local ones like the Mad Dog of Shimano. Unfortunately, killers like them are diamond rare nowadays. I would have loved to get in contact with Lady Nagant at least, just to ask a Japanese person to fix this. But nobody seems to know where she is. We'll have to deal with a Chinese guy, but at least he is second place in the unofficial world rankings for assassins. Considering that 47 is still ranked first even 200 years after his death, that's saying something, June muttered, sighing, and unaware that the bald guy sweeping the floor right outside her kitchen heard her and gave a faint and almost amused-sounding grunt before walking away towards the VIP section of the ship he technically shouldn't even have no access to. It's fine, have no fear. The Lee twins will take care of the kid for us, and if they fail, Chen will get here and kill him directly. In both cases, we win and Midoriya loses. The old man answered, patting her back. My poor June doesn't need to worry about that kid, he will get a bullet in his head soon anyway. I won't let the fate of my family be decided by a stupid cooking challenge. The twins will just help corroborate the cover of the boy killing himself from the shame of losing instead of a killer taking care of that. It's not the first time I suicided somebody getting in my way. Gookie thought in cruel amusement. The next day, Yavin Street Green Cloud Restaurant. Congratulations to host Izuku for leveling up once again. As a prize, the main room of the restaurant has been enlarged to make space for 3 more tables to be added. A fragment of the God of Cooking set has been added to your tally and the ingredient Poison Scorpion has been added to the restaurant's island storage area. The system congratulated Izuku as soon as the young chef passed the threshold for him to level up again. Lots of nice stuff. More space for more customers. Another fragment to unlock a new piece of equipment and a special preparation ingredient. Very nice. Izuku said with a happy chuckle. He now only needed just another fragment to get a new piece of godly equipment similar to the turtle wok and the sea dragon kitchen knife. As for the poison scorpion ingredient, he was not worried. He had worked with that ingredient plenty of times as Zaus. By now he knew perfectly well how to detoxify it and make it delicious. I am here, boss, Himiko said with a wide smile while leaning on the window connecting his kitchen to the main room. Just in time for the risotto. Here, for table 3 and 5, 10 and 12. The blonde girl chirped while collecting the plates he gave her. Exactly, he answered with a proud voice. I am a good waitress, Himiko said, puffing out her chest. The very best, thank you for being here, Himiko, Izuku answered. And thank you for believing in me, Izuku, she answered, hurrying to deliver the plates so as to hide her cloudy eyes. I got 2 minutes. May as well. Izuku watched her leave, checked every dish still cooking, and nodded to himself. He briefly opened the new door that had been installed right next to the one leading to the pocket dimension, with the giant island acting as a storage room for both his restaurants, and stepped through it to immediately enter the kitchen of his second restaurant at the opposite side of the city. Tato Yuan Avenue, Green Gourmet Garden Restaurant. How are things here? He said, checking the work of the Five Kings. Kaya. And as always scaring the CRP out of Sana and Toshio with his sudden appearance. Who uses a quirk ASF rare AS teleportation to manage 2 restaurants at the same time? Toshio shrieked and asked the same question once again. My sponsor and me. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. That's hardly a proper answer. Please ignore him, boss. Michiko answered, sighing. Lower the fire a bit too high. Izuku answered. Spus. The girl answered by noticing the issue and doing as told, and lowered the fire of a fraction. Perfect, should be ready in a minute, then you can plate it. He said, smiling pleased and patting her shoulder. Yes, chef. I can't believe the line of people that are coming here. The restaurant hasn't been open for that long. Meiko admitted, impressed. Word of mouth makes miracles. Izuku answered. He himself started several dishes at the same time, and used the door to work at both kitchens at the same time by coming and going at random intervals, and yet every dish he made were still as insanely good as expected from a chef from the gourmet world. Can somebody explain to me how he does it? One would think he would focus on one restaurant only, not pop in and out of 2 to manage both. It's a rhythm no sane man can keep up with. Sadao asked, dumbfounded. And yet, if you look at him, he looks like the happiest man alive, Sanai answered. Oh, I assure you that our beloved boss has stamina and endurance to spare. This is nothing yet. Goro the maitre answered with a chuckle. Can we help you, Mr. Goro? Meiko asked. Yes, it seems like 2 gentlemen want to challenge our boss to a cooking duel. As usual, they have put their best knives on the line, but in exchange they want Izuku to promise he will close both restaurants if he fails. Business as usual. Goro answered. Having a collection of knives taken from the defeated displayed in both restaurants was supposed to stop challenges from coming, not increase them. Adelia answered, sighing. She too was peeking inside the kitchen to check how things were going. Green Cloud had the wooden cabinet with the knives hanging from the wall next to the kitchen window. Green Gourmet Garden had a rather elegant glass window with shiny bronze hooks holding the knives in display for everybody to see, and yet challengers kept coming. Ewa. Goro uttered. Bad man has smelly stuff he wanted to throw inside the restaurant, so Sway ate him and smelly stuff? The tiny ball of slime answered with his childlike voice. Well done. Spit him out so I can talk to him. Goro answered as he walked back towards the entrance. Pidiu. Stryip. Slap. So? Toshio asked. He stripped the guy naked and slapped him into SBMson, then he dragged that guy into the elevator. I guess he will kick him out of the building personally. Just an activist against the rich or something. Adelia explained. Meiko grimaced in disgust. Another troublemaker? Izuku asked once he returned inside the kitchen through the teleport door. A guy wearing expensive Nike shoes and a designer jacket that wanted to preach against capitalism and the rich by throwing rotten fruits inside the restaurant. Goro answered once he returned. How hypocritical, anything else? He answered, sighing. 2 guys left a letter for you, an official challenge. Goro answered, showing Izuku the small letter written in elegant calligraphy. Ah, Chinese. It's been a while since I did a theme challenge. Yeah, I can do this. Can you tell them I will meet them here in 2 days for our challenge? The young chef said aloud once read the letter. You can't possibly accept every challenge people come to deliver you. Adelia said, sighing. But I like having cooking challenges, Izuku admitted with a small voice. Okay, you are the boss after all. I'll use a spell to send back the answer faster. Adelia answered, sighing in defeat. Thank you. You are the best. 2 days later, with the Lee twins, the 2 Chinese twins were making their way from the hotel they were staying at to the taxi that will take them to Green Cloud Restaurant to meet Izuku for their challenge. Both were bald, both had very sharp eyes and features, and were so identical to look like literal clones. Each had a big backpack on their back filled to bursting with equipment and small containers. That boy, will he be a worthy challenge? Ming asked. It matters not, we will give our best and defeat the boy all the same, worthiness or not. Hong answered. And what about our special ingredients? The other asked, smirking cruelly. We will use it all the same should he win. I care not about that man's necessities. Should the unthinkable happen and we lose, we will punish the kid for daring to make us look bad. He answered. I love watching them squirm and die whenever we use that. Ming said, chuckling. It has been a while since we used it, yes. The boy will have the honor of being our new pastime. When the taxi arrived, they kept speaking in Chinese the whole trip, making the poor driver wonder what they were talking about, and secretly checking himself in the rear mirror to see if he had anything out of place, just in case they were making fun of him. The one paying us wants us to leave the boy alive, unfortunately. Ming said, tetrodotoxin can take up to 24 hours to kill somebody. We will just poison the kid, collect our payment and leave. It will be their problem then. We will use our usual goodbye soup method. If it happens outside our challenge and we leave the fish there as usual, nobody will connect a chef's death to us. As usual. Hong answered. How long before we arrive? Hong asked in Japanese. Almost there, bit of traffic at this hour of the day. The driver answered. Teach fine. Just do not waste time. Sure. Screw you too, man, the driver muttered under his breath while rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, airport, the personal jet of the killer Chen had just finished the due procedures and had moved to a secluded area where it went parked to let the owner descend in full privacy. The man was dressed in a pristine and expensive suit. As he descended from the jet's metal staircase, he donned a pair of sunglasses and checked his gold watch. Perfectly in time, good, he said, nodding pleased. Here is everything I could find on the boy, sir. The assassin's assistant was waiting for him down the stairs, and handed him a thin folder as soon as he descended. It's not everything, the killer said with a faint sneer. He took just a few seconds to scan every paper inside the thing. For some reason, after he started working in his restaurant, information became scarce, especially since multiple groups are already spying on the boy. 2 of our contacts were even intercepted and killed. The modus operandi suggests Stain himself took care of them. She answered. She sounded extremely ashamed. That talentless butcher that gives a bad name to killers everywhere. Has somebody asked that savage moron to kill the kid before me? We couldn't check that, sir. He either slips away or kills our spies sent after him. She answered. Disappointing. Any reason why our client wants a quirkless kid dead? I will be very disappointed if this is just yet another trap to arrest me and you others fell for that. Chen asked. The client apparently needs the kid dead to appease somebody with blackmail over them. In fact, they asked us to leave an appointment open just in case the blackmailer isn't satisfied and starts asking for other things. The assistant answered. Curious choice to go through with the murder of the kid instead of directly asking for the blackmailer to die, but it's their money. If they want to waste it on pointless targets, so be it. Where is this kid? Chen answered, uncaring. The boy can be found in 2 restaurants at random intervals, one in the rich side of the city and one at the opposite side, the more touristic one. Find me a table in the rich one and make sure he will be there. I don't want the greasy food they usually feed to dirty foreigners. I hope at least he will be a decent enough cook. Chen said. At once, sir. He seems to be considered goods by few trusty sources. Do you want me to demand your lunch to be of Chinese cuisine? I hold no hope for a Japanese person to make proper Chinese food, but he has to die, so I guess I will make it a bit more personal when I kill him if he ruins my beloved homeland's dishes. Chen answered. At once, sir. The assistant answered, and with a gesture of hers a sports car was parked close to them by one of the man's staff members. A Lamborghini, as you asked. We used one of our fake identities to book it. Wrong color. I specifically asked for a black one. I am very sorry, sir. Some time later, Gourmet Garden Restaurant. The door opened again to let Izuku move from Green Cloud to the more luxurious restaurant's kitchen. Somebody asked specifically for me. He asked as soon as he surfaced from the door. I am very sorry, Izuku-san. But Iba-san said the man insisted quite a bit for you personally to meet him and cook for him. Sana answered, sniffling. It's fine, don't worry. This sort of thing happens all the time, Some people don't trust the rest of the staff and prefer the main chef to cook. Sometimes people have pet peeves of all kinds. What's important is that they keep good manners and don't make nuisances of themselves. Izuku answered, smiling. Okay, I'll go talk to him, don't worry. You focus on making that amazing soup. Sure thing, boss. Walking out of the kitchen, and greeting with a smile and few kind words the customers already present he met along the way, Izuku made his way through the two themed rooms and towards the outside garden area, finding the lone man sitting by himself next to the elegant railing around the garden, one of the tables with the best view of the city under the restaurant. Good evening, I was told you wanted me to personally cook for you and meet me in person, he said, presenting his hand. Indeed, my name is Shin. Pleased to meet you. The man answered with a fake name, shaking Izuku's hand and without trying at all to cover his accent when talking. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. You asked for traditional Chinese cuisine. You are lucky since I am waiting for a duo of gentlemen that actually challenged me to a cooking duel centered around Chinese cuisine. If you want, I can make more and have it delivered to you. Should you want, you can be part of the judges too. Izuku said, switching into perfect Chinese. And you trust me to vote fairly. The killer didn't show outward appreciation for Izuku speaking his language that well, though he did appreciate it in the privacy of his head, and asked that with a raised eyebrow. I have no reason to doubt your honesty in front of good food, Izuku answered, smiling. Quite all right. I do have a sense of honor, so while strict, I will vote fairly. If you can trust my words, that is. Chin answered. I do. The other answered. I'll vote fairly, boy, because after all, either you win or lose, you will die all the same. May as well let you die with a last good memory. The killer thought, uncaring. The two exchanged only a few more pleasantries before the Lee twins arrived, emanating an annoying air of arrogance so thick many of the pro-heroes and civilian present immediately started to instinctively dislike them. We are here for the challenge, Ming said. If the chef of this restaurant has any honor, he better have not run. Hong added. I am here, I was just preparing everything. Izuku answered, taking out of the kitchen various containers of marinating ingredients while behind him Goro carted out two fancy-looking movable cooking stations provided by the system for the almost daily challenges Izuku had started receiving, completed with enough space for preparing ingredients and various flames for up to 5 large pots at the same time. Good to see you are taking this seriously, boy. Ming said he and his brother too had brought along containers with ingredients already marinating in them. I always do. Select a station and we will start immediately. Izuku answered, catching with a corner of his eyes Himiko and Eri looking at him from the kitchen and silently cheering for him. I hope the police force won't panic too much since she's here. But I guess Eri insisted. Izuku thought, sighing. As soon as his eyes moved slightly to the side, he saw Tsukachi enter the restaurant accompanied by the officer usually following Himiko around. Both looking annoyed and not in a good mood. This is a test trial, don't get used to this? The detective said. I know. Himiko answered, rolling her eyes. The twins in the meantime had settled behind a workstation and moved it right in front of Izuku's. I am Li Ming. I am Li Hong. We are the Li twins, and we are here to defeat you, both twins said at the same time. I heard a lot of amazing things about you too, so I am eager to face you in a cooking duel. Thank you for actually coming all the way here to challenge me, Izuku answered, giving both a respectful bow. Enjoy the moment then, boy, Ming said. Because after today you will never cook again, Hong added. We'll see. Many have bet they could force me to close, but I am still here. Izuku answered with a challenging smile as his fighting spirit started to flare brightly inside his soul. That lucky streak ends today. For this challenge we will prepare 2 dishes each. What are your 2-4? Izuku interrupted Ming. For, Hong said, surprised. You two are preparing a total of 4 dishes. Unless I too make 4, I'll be at a disadvantage. He explained. I believe you have the concept of disadvantage upside down, boy, Shin said, and for the life of him he could not understand why the other people present started laughing as if he had told the world's silliest joke. Come on, boss Izuku. Don't be mean. Just make 2. Give them a chance. A pro hero yelled in the background, renewing the friendly jeers of the people present. Please don't be mean. It is actually a show of respect for me. Don't make me look like a bully. Izuku begged with actual honesty. The twins and the killer didn't know how to process the strange situation they were in. Are these people mocking us? Ming hissed. They just don't know our talent, let them laugh. Ignorant and fools like them are just frogs living complacently inside their small well, we just need to show them how big the world is in truth. Hong answered. You are right, brother. Please excuse them, they mean well, it's just that sometimes they get overzealous. Izuku told them with an apologetic tone. We will close an eye this time, Ming said. It will make our victory sweeter. Hong added. Let's start cooking, we will crush your dishes with ours. Both twins then said at the same time. I haven't even said which ones I want to make. But okay, Izuku muttered, dejectedly. I will give the start and call the end of the challenge. Are you three ready? Goro said. Yes. Izuku and the twins answered as one. Good. You have 3 hours to make your dishes starting. No. The lizard man yelled, and with a soft ring, Adelia started the timer. Will 3 hours be enough? Himiko asked. Both Izuku and those guys took care of seasoning and initial preparation of the ingredients in the last 2 days so to shorten the needed time to prepare their dishes, and both had apparently decided to go for impressive recipes and use the ingredients can be seasoned in advance before the challenge day, clause the twins added to their letter to its fullest. They either didn't believe Izuku could actually use that well enough to be a threat, or just plainly didn't consider he would use that concession at all. Adelia answered. Why wouldn't he? Because pride is a nice substitute for stupidity. Adelia said, shaking her head. With Izuku and, remember, Izuku is cooking all his dishes at the same time. The people present saw Izuku take out from one of the boxes an entire duck with parchment-like skin and then mix coarse salt, Chinese 5-spice and Sichuan peppercorns, that he had personally roasted, and ground into powder together at a steady and rapid pace to then rub the mixture evenly inside the cavity of the duck. Are you making Peking duck? You dare think you can make this ancient recipe properly? Ming growled. You'll be surprised. Izuku answered automatically, too focused on cooking. Haven't had that in a while. Satisfy my palate, boy, and I'll kill you rapidly and in a way that will preserve your honor. But screw up and your demise will be miserable. Chin thought with narrowed eyes. Killing intent detected. 3 troublemakers wish harm upon the host. Whitey said with red eyes. I feel that too, and so does Lord Shiro. Let's observe for now. Should they try anything, we'll skin them alive before they can even lift a finger against Emperor Izuku. Goro answered. Understood. The robot answered. Back to Izuku, if they try anything, this esteemed Tautai will bestow on them the honor of being eaten alive and be endlessly digested for 1,000 years. Shiro thought in anger while glaring at the Lee twins and Chin. Relax, I'll give you some too. Be patient. Izuku said with a gentle tone. I have already taken care of bathing the duck in a mixture of water and Chinese black rice vinegar until all the skin was completely coated, then I hung the duck in a cool, well-ventilated place to dry overnight. When the duck was dried, I brought the reserved water vinegar liquid to boil and added honey and soy sauce to it and used the mixture again to bathe the duck's skin, then I left it to dry in front of a fan for at least 2 to 3 hours more. Did I do it properly? Izuku asked while nailing both twins with a hard stare. In theory you did, but we'll see once the dish is done. Hong answered. Shaking his head at the twins' annoying attitude, the young chef checked the small oven built into the workstation, and as soon as he saw it was reaching optimal temperature, he placed the duck on a roasting rack in a roasting pan BRST side up, poured some water into the pan to prevent the fat from splattering and put it inside the oven to roast. Roast for 15 minutes. Then lower the oven temperature to 180 degrees Celsius 350 degrees Fahrenheit and continue to roast for 1 hour and 10 minutes. Thanks for the recipe. Izuku thought, grateful while recalling the variation of the recipe his colleague and friend, the world-famous Zao Yuda of the millimeter, taught him. While the duck was roasting, Izuku prepared the spring onion brushes, cutting off and discarding the green part of the spring onion then trimming off the base. The onlookers watched in amazement as the young man managed to make identical lengthway cuts of just a few centimeters on both ends of the spring onions in less than a second. Every cut is exactly the same. That fast and precise with the knife. Why, you are almost impressing me. Chen thought in derision while watching Izuku soak the cut spring onions in iced water to make them curl into brushes and then pat them dry. With the Li twins, he is preparing another duck and some pork. What else is he making? Hong asked. I don't know, but his Peking duck can't win against our Cantonese steamed fish. The ginger and shallots had always been the secret of our victory, and it will keep being so this time too. Ming answered. The ginger is ready for steaming, brother. Ming answered. Swing. Crinkle. They recoiled slightly when they only saw Izuku slash his knife once and yet cut a mound of herbs and other assorted ingredients to strips instantly. Both asked. I am just fast. Izuku answered, adding small rocks to a pan and stir-frying them. With Chen, why is Boss Izuku cooking rocks? Has he gone mad? Somebody asked, confused. You clearly never stuck your nose outside Japan. That's suodiyu. It's a form of Chinese street food where small rocks gathered from the clear waters of a river are stir-fried with spices, chili oil and garlic. You are supposed to SCK the rocks clean when eating suodiyu. The spices and garlic will enrich the taste the river waters gave to the rocks. It's humble and flavorful and symbolizes finding warmth and peace even in the most small and insignificant moments of your daily life. The killer explained with a tone of annoyance. It's street food, yes, but it still has its dignity, so I will add some suodiyu rocks as a side dish to my twice-cooked pork and 8 treasure duck. Izuku added. You are making those too. The twins yelled. For your interest, I did make Buddha jumps over the wall soup too. It has been boiling at a low flame for the past 2 days. If it doesn't count for the challenge, I will use the rest of the shark I used for it to make hand-pulled Land's House shark stir-fried noodles as an alternative dish. Since I had to use shark fins for the main soup, I'll use the rest of the poor animal too. They may come from a specialized breeder that breeds the sharks I use as ingredients, but using only the fins always feels like disrespecting the animal. Izuku answered, shrugging. No, it's okay. That dish takes so long to make, so it makes sense you started before the challenge to make it. While the stir-fried noodles will be the ones judged, we can taste the main soup as well and give you our opinion on it. Hong answered, unsure. Thank you. Izuku answered, smiling in gratitude. For you could? Ming asked after a long silence. Who am I? I'm me, of course. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. Ancient good answer. Hong admitted, shaking his head. With Izuku, the next dish Izuku started working on was the twice-cooked pork, another fairly complex and yet delicious recipe of Chinese cuisine. Twice-cooked pork, or hui guo rou. A Sichuan dish of spicy seared pork belly. Please help me defend my restaurant from the villains that wish to destroy again everything I worked so hard for. Izuku whispered in a prayer-like manner to the assembled ingredients in front of him. A brief luster of pure light and a feeling of gratitude matching his own told Izuku how pork and every other ingredient were ready to give their all and help him. Thank you. Let's start, he said with renewed vigor. In a medium pot, 2 quarts of water were brought to a boil. The whole piece of pork belly was then added to the pot together with some ginger. It's boiling again. Good, right on time. Izuku muttered while lowering the heat to let the pork simmer for 30 minutes, until the meat is tender and cooked through. With the twins, that boy is strange. Ming admitted. And what do you mean, brother? Hong asked. He cooks in strange ways. Remember what Weipo grandmother used to say? Cooking is not just a matter of heating food, it's putting your soul into it. That's why her dishes and Jimu's mother's dishes taste better than what we eat anywhere else. Because they put their love and soul in what they make. Exactly, I fear the boy is doing the same. His eyes are just the same as theirs when they cook. I hope for once it will be only a matter of superstitions then, he admitted, worried. Back to Izuku, when it was finally time, Izuku removed the pork from the pot and ran it under cold running water for about a minute, then set it aside to rest while he prepared all the other ingredients. Swine. Once ready to cook it again, Izuku shocked the twins and killer again by rapidly cutting the pork belly in identical thin slices about 1/8 inch thick in just a few seconds, far too fast for a normal human to manage. Soon, I'll use you soon to cook, promise? Izuku muttered to the tattoo holding inside his precious star-eating turtle wok. Then he grabbed a common wok and moved it over the fire to heat until it started to faintly smoke. He added 1 tablespoon of oil to the wok and immediately started to sear the pork until the meat got a light caramelization. Then he lowered the heat and he scooped out the pork. First step done, now the others, he mumbled while adding another tablespoon of oil to the wok. What brand of canned spicy bean paste did you use? Chen asked with a mocking tone. No brand, I make it myself every time. Izuku silenced the killer with a small smirk, adding said homemade spicy bean paste to the wok to let it fry in the oil for about 30 seconds, to bring out the flavor and color, and turn the oil a vivid red without a single trace of burning. The scent of that was torturing the people present fiercely, and when he added the garlic to the oil to fry it for 30 seconds, many stomachs of the so-called elite, both civilian and pro-heroes, started grumbling in need in a very undignified manner. Almost done, please be patient, Izuku said with a gentle smile, then increased the heat and added the pork, long hot green peppers, and leeks to the wok. Yes, it smells nice, but without dash, Ming tried saying. I have authentic Shaoxing wine, Chef Ming. I am not half-butting it. Izuku interrupted him in fluent, perfect and more importantly, sharp Chinese. After having stir-fried the pork for a minute, the young chef added the Shaoxing wine, some soy sauce and sugar to the wok and started to delicately stir everything together. By the looks of it, the leeks have wilted and the peppers are cooked just right to still have a little crunch. It's ready, Izuku muttered, pleased to see another dish ready to be served. With the twins, both men were sweating while trying to match the pace of Izuku, almost foregoing breathing and blinking out of sheer concentration. He is really making all 4 at the same time alone. Who trained him? Hong asked between clenched teeth. We got bad details. That Japanese moron told us the kid was a nobody. Ming answered, watching with bloodshot eyes how far along Izuku already was in preparing the 8-treasure duck. That's it. We'll make our divine realm puffer fish congee soup with double the amount of poison. That kid must die. Hong hissed in pure hatred. I concur. No Japanese kid still smelling of melon's milk shall defeat us. It's a matter of our pride as chefs. We didn't pour sweat, tears and blood night and day while studying the art of cooking for so many decades, just to be humiliated like this. The other answered. Together, brother. Both men said, clasping the hands in a fierce shake born from their unshakable bond as twin brothers. With Izuku saw the 2 brothers talk in hushed tones between themselves and shake hands with that intense vigor, and unfortunately mistook their longing to kill him for them hyping each other up to cook better. They are all fired up. Better do my best and meet their enthusiasm head-on. It's only fair. The young chef said to himself, lightly slapping his cheeks so as to better focus on the last few passages of the 8-treasure duck dish he was making. Just like with the other duck dish, he had previously washed the duck and removed any innards, then he had blanched in boiling water to tighten the skin, and once dry, he had put the duck on a tray and rubbed the marinade on the skin and inside the body cavity, and left it to rest for a night. Clink. The metal S-hook he had used to spear the skin on the neck of the duck clinked slightly in the wind now that it was free from the weight of the bird. Izuku had used it to hold the duck above a wok with boiling oil inside, and had used a ladle to pour the oil onto the skin to crisp and seal it. For the stuffing he washed, peeled, rinsed, and diced some taro root and some fresh shan yao Chinese yam, chopped chestnuts, boiled white lotus seeds, lily buds, diced red dates, diced shiitake mushrooms Izuku himself had dried, and finally some diced Chinese sausage. He had used all that to fill the duck body cavity with the stuffing mixture until nice and plump. Then he had threaded bamboo skewers along the duck skin to close the opening and secure the stuffing. Look at you. So nice and delicious, ready for the final touches, Izuku said with a proud voice, and arranging sliced bamboo shoots and ginger slices at the bottom of a clay casserole, he then delicately laid the duck above those into the clay casserole and set on the fire to boil. At the end of the challenge, fine. Time's up. Stop cooking and step back from the workstation so that our waiters can deliver them to the judges and other customers. Adelia ordered as soon as the timer ran out and loudly rang. Perfect. I had plenty of time to give the finishing touches to everything. Izuku said with a wide smile, and playfully waved at the stir-fried shark noodles as the plates passed by him in La Brava's hands, making the former vigilante chuckle in amusement at her boss's silly antics. Everybody watched in amazement the dishes Izuku made for his challenge, each one of them a small edible work of art. Even the scent was sublime and mesmerizing. You look very proud, Himiko said, chuckling. What can I say, cooking a dish well fills me with satisfaction, Izuku answered, chuckling, and lifting Eri in his arms to hug her close. You were amazing, Eri said, kissing his cheek. Thank you, Eri. Want to try some of them? He asked. Maybe, she admitted, giggling. But you can try all of them if you want. He answered, spinning her around to make her squeal happily. Stir-fried shark meat noodles. Hand-pulled twice-cooked pork 8 treasure duck Peking duck. Bonus. Buddha jumps over the wall soup. With Chen, the assassin was elegantly eating every dish put in front of him, savoring every morsel thoroughly and with impeccable manners, and looking intently at Izuku and studying his every move while he helped Eri try the food he made. He is frighteningly good with a knife. I'll need to be careful should he manage to translate that into actual self-defense, he muttered to himself while enjoying the duck meat heavenly soft and flavorful meat. That robot follows his every move, and that strange animal never leaves his side either. The pork belly was amazingly crisp outside and tender inside, with the peas tingling his palate just right. He lives in the restaurant, and has a good palate, so poison is out of the question. No way can you make people believe somebody with his skills would make a mistake and poison himself. The killer's train of thought stopped when he saw the strange way the twins were looking at Izuku. He knew that look, since he had the same look in his eyes whenever he was about to kill a target. Ben Dan. Idiot. Those two fools. They will ruin everything. Better take care of them first before killing the boy. I won't let two idiots ruin everything. He hissed under his breath. He needed to keep an eye on the Lee twins, just in case they tried something stupid that would put his job in jeopardy. Let's go, brother. We have a special soup to prepare. Ming said between clenched teeth. Once clear they did lose, they didn't even need the judges saying it aloud, they themselves had tasted. Wait. Izuku called them. What do you want, boy? Bragging is not honorable. Hong said, not even trying to hide his anger. No. I would never do that. Izuku answered, shy. I just prepared a small gift to thank you for taking your time out of your busy schedule to come all the way here, he said. He presented them a box wrapped in pristine red paper, holding it with both hands. Oh, both twins muttered, surprised. We can't accept it, sorry. Ming tried saying. Please, it's a token of appreciation from one chef to another. Izuku said. Thank you then, Chef Izuku. Hong said, accepting the gift. Please come visit me again, not just for a challenge either. We'll see. The twins answered in chorus and exchanged their goodbye with Izuku. They left. Check please? Chen asked soon after. Even if you just ate the food of the challenge? Gentle asked. Fair is fair. I was given a service and I will pay for it. The killer answered rudely. Hey sir, please wait here. Gentle answered. So very rude, he thought while shaking his head. With the twins, back inside their hotel room, later that day, the box of Izuku's gift laid opened on the table, with an extremely acrid smell wafting from it, enough to make inexperienced people think something dead and rotten used to be inside. The best pinyin, cho tofu I had in a long time, Hong admitted, bitterly, while still munching. Stinky tofu, Changsha style, a traditional Chinese snack where tofu was left to ferment until it gains its characteristic eye-watering pungent scent many would misunderstand for it being rotten. Surprisingly, the taste is very good compared to the smell. One only needs to be very brave when trying it for the first time. The boy is very good. Too bad his fate is sealed. Ming answered. He had long since eaten his part of the tofu and was finishing cooking the poisonous congee soup with pufferfish meat and enough tetrodotoxin poison to kill 3 people, and thanks to his own talent as a chef, the poison's taste was perfectly hidden. Tetrodotoxin TTX is a potent neurotoxin. Its name derives from tetrodontiforms, an order that includes pufferfish, porcupine fish, ocean sunfish, and triggerfish, animals carrying it inside their bodies. Symptoms include RL paresthesias may progress to include the arms and legs, 2 cranial nerve DSF and CTN, 3 weakness may progress to paralysis, or 4 nausea or vomiting. If not treated, it will then lead to death in 24 to 48 hours. It is always a pity to put a stop to blossoming new talents, but the boy has to pay with his life the humiliation he brought on us, so even with a thoughtful gift to thank us, he will still need to die. Hong answered, nodding along with his twin brother's assessment. They both turned around immediately when they heard the door to their room open even though they were sure they had locked it. "Who are you? How did you get in here and why?" Ming asked. "I am a man that is not stopped by the cheap lock on a hotel door. As for why I am here, honestly, I would prefer you two leaving the killing to a professional. Especially since your target is a boy I have been tasked to kill. And I don't like amateurs to encroach in my territory," Chen said, fixing the leather gloves on his hands with an elegant flick. "Somebody wants the kid dead. We were asked to leave the kid alive. What if we are blamed?" Hong asked. "At least like this we can make it look like an accident and avoid angering our client." Ming added. "Make it look like an accident?" Chen asked, laughing mockingly. "I tasted his food, you tasted his food. A lot of people, some of which world-famous food critics and members of the police, regularly taste his food. He has 2 cabinets full of knives he took as trophies from other talented chefs. Mistakenly preparing pufferfish the wrong way and poisoning himself won't last a single second in front of the very first round of scrutiny. And it takes only one naysayer to have a decent detective on the case and discover how a chef with amazing skills that never prepared pufferfish wrong suddenly made it badly after you two visited him." The killer explained slowly, as if talking to a kid. "Regularly? Yes, pufferfish is a regular item in his restaurants, you cretins. He is certified in preparing and serving it. I know how to make a death look like an accident, because I do it properly. And I can do it whenever I want," Chen answered with a long stare. "We get it. We never met you and we never talked," Ming said, understanding. "We will leave the boy's death to you," Hong added. "Just make it humiliating, in the name of our honor," both twins said. "Whatever will make you sleep well at night. I wanted to preserve the boy's honor in death, but if it means you won't get in the way, so be it," Chen answered with an uncaring shrug. He grabbed the bowl of soup and gave it a long sip. "Wait, that's what? Your lunch?" "Sorry," Chen answered with a mocking smirk, clearly not sorry at all. "Good taste and nice broth, but it still shows why you lost that badly. Your soup is still not on par with the boy's food, ha." The killer laughed while leaving the hotel room and walking down the stairs. "Oh no," Ming muttered in horror. A groan of pain faintly reached their ears, soon followed by a body heavily falling down the stairs. Ba-dump crack. "Oh no," Hong echoed. "Eawaya. A dead body." Somebody screamed outside, with the voice echoing loudly in the stairs area, and soon followed by similar screams as more and more people went attracted by the scream and discovered Chen's dead body. "OF dash." Both Li twins yelled, immediately dropping everything to gather as much of their belongings as they could to escape the hotel. Chen Huishao, one of the greatest assassins in the world that mastered the art of the perfect assassin, killed by a mere bowl of soup. It was almost ironic for a legendary man like him to die like that, and a curious reminder that even a chef can be a threat to whoever lowers their guard. The next day, cruise ship, with June and Gookie. June was looking at her grandfather with bulged-out eyes, stopping cooking and standing frozen in complete shock. "What?" she asked, dumbfounded. "I had planned for the Li twins to defeat Midoriya, then Chen would have stepped in to kill the boy, making it look like he had chosen suicide out of shame from his defeat. But those morons had to lose." The old man explained with a shriek. Not only those 2 dumb sacks of shit had to lose their cooking challenge against Midoriya, they had also tried to poison him with tetrodotoxin in revenge. After I specifically told them to not kill him. Chen had apparently visited them for some reason. Maybe to remind them Midoriya was his target, and got himself poisoned. He stole the poisoned soup for some sort of show of demps or similar bullshit. And he died when the poison paralyzed him fast enough, he slipped down the stairs and broke his neck and died. Those morons killed my killer. Gookie said, upturning a table nearby in blind fury. Where are the twins now? June asked. They were making a run for it, obviously. They told me all this before destroying the phone and going into hiding. But considering I just saw the news and saw the footage of their arrest, their daring escape amounted to FING nothing. Useless BSRDS to the very end. He answered, huffing still from his bout of anger. Are we in trouble? Not yet. I used several burner phones to keep in touch and a fake name. Even if they talk, the police won't have anything linking them to us. Anshin. Same thing, his secretary. Because apparently a professional assassin has a secretary and a full team of assistants, for some unfathomable reason, contacted me to say that they will keep the money I already gave them and to consider contacting them again once they find a new killer to work under. I am getting to the end of my patience here. Gookie answered. So nobody knows we tried killing Midoriya? June asked. Nobody. And I plan to keep things like that forever. The old man answered. Outside the kitchen, one of Jiren's men posing as a member of the cleaning staff smirked as the hidden microphone he left in the kitchen relayed everything the two said crystal clear to him and the recorder it was connected to. Boss is gonna love this little confession. Thank you, Beach and old fart. The guy muttered and smirked in victory while sending everything to the information broker. The information broker also dabbed in some contraband himself on the side for some extra cash. And having enough dirt on one of his main competitors meant that the man could catch two birds with one stone, make a favor to a friend of his, and remove one of his competitors that could make very unfair prices when delivering contraband thanks to the option of hiding behind a cruise ship empire. Everybody wins. Except June and her family, but Jiren didn't care about them. They had just crossed the line by paying assassins to attack Izuku and his loved ones. And after the information broker relays to Izuku the real reason why the Lee twins and Chin came to visit him, the young chef will move on the offensive and deal with them personally. End of the chapter. Make time. Multidimensional ingredient hunt. To hunt the monsters that hunt the monster hunters that hunt the monsters that hunt the monster hunters that hunter the monster that hunt. Cave. The lava flowing freely all around the big cave made air almost impossible to breathe, but the hunter knew they had more pressing matter, like the giant rampaging gorilla with horns that had just torn off a horse-like monster's horn to eat it, and after that the thing started to savagely shoot streams of lightning from its mouth to destroy everything in sight. Admiral. The hunter's handler yelled in horror as their superior, the Admiral, used a giant slab of rock as an improvised shield to protect himself and them from the monster's lighting laser breath attack. The big boy has a temper. The Admiral said while heaving he was pushing against the rock he was using as a shield with all his strength so as to counter the savage push of the endless stream of lightning that was slamming on it. I'll stop it, you run. The hunter said, ready to shoot the claw on their gauntlet at the monster's face to pull themselves towards the creature and fight it. Be careful, partner. The handler said, clearly worried for her friend. Just hurry. This pebble won't last much longer. The Admiral added as the stone was starting to feel hot under his hands from the unrelenting lightning attack. I'll stop that Raj dash, troublemaker found. A new voice yelled as a blur of motion ran past them at high speed. What the he dash ca? A loud gong-like sound was all they heard before the lightning attack stopped abruptly, and when the Admiral dropped the giant almost molten rock down, the trio saw a chubby white robot standing above the unconscious gorilla monster, and the Rajang, lying on the floor with few teeth missing, a broken horn and the perfect imprint on a closed fist on the right side of its face. Troublemaker dealt with? Whitey said with a monotone voice. The hunter and the others muttered. Dee. Crash. Soon after, a giant dragon-like creature with a body resembling a very muscular pickle came flying into the cave, rolling heavily on the floor, that too had a clear punch-shaped indent on the side of his face. Got it, finally, Izuku said, sighing in relief while nearing the downed pickle dinosaur. He's very slippery for being that big. Ochako added, walking beside him. Yep. What about that monkey, Whitey? Izuku asked. The troublemaker monkey that attacked the host has been properly disciplined. Whitey answered, moving aside to show them the knocked-out monkey. Good job, Whitey, Izuku said, smiling wide. The robot's only answer was a slow rubbing of its dome-like round head. Who are you, boy? The Admiral asked slowly. Good evening. I am Izuku-Ra. Rower. What appeared next, maybe attracted by all the noise, were two flying monsters faintly resembling lions crossed with dragons, one with fiery red fur, the other with deep blue fur. Those two again, Ochako said, annoyed. A Teostra, the handler said with wide eyes. And a Lunastra. Trouble comes in pairs. The Admiral added. You two really think you can eat my beloved partner? You really think you are equal in power to my esteemed persona? What a joke. Shiro said aloud from around Izuku's neck. What is that thing? The handler asked aloud. Rohair. Both leonine monsters roared as one while fire covered their bodies. Oh, be quiet. Shiro answered, playfully lifting one of his adorable fluffy paws and then lightly patting down. Boom. Instantly both flying monsters were slammed down by an invisible force with such a domineering strength that a giant crater formed with both beasts half buried underground in the epicenter, unconscious and defeated in just one single hit. Click. There was a very soft and yet sharp sound coming from the jaws of the three people watching Izuku and his entourage as Hunter, Handler and Admiral's mouth dropped open so suddenly their jaws almost dislocated. Thank you for leaving them all alive. I want to take them to my storage island for breeding, Izuku said, sighing. No problem, partner. The robot and I know how to restrain our power. Shiro answered while purring and rubbing his tiny cheek against Izuku's. Time for some answers now. The Admiral finally had enough, and after walking up to the two teens he crossed his arms and nailed both with a glare. You okay? Both Izuku and Ochako answered with a shrug. Later that day, settlement in the snow Ciliana, Kentin, so you are a traveling chef? Another hunter asked, amazed. Oh, helps broaden my horizons if I see ingredients in the wild, their habitat, before capturing and cooking them. Izuku answered. He was using the place's kitchen to try a few recipes he created with the meat from the various monsters he and the others captured. Here it is. It's ready. Izuku finally declared once done. Deviljo tail risotto, Lunastra roast beef, Teostra stew, Rajang burger and Brachidio's mini kebab skewers. He explained while delivering many plates to the several dozen people present. A very amusing technique, dear. You really are a one-of-a-kind chef. The old bipedal cat lady, who reminded Izuku of his dear friend Zephyr, said with a very sweet and gentle tone. Even Ibraki. You are a DMN good hunter. A very short old guy, member of the researchers' team, said while shaking his head. He wasn't that bad, Izuku muttered, shy. Just very big and angry. Ochako added sheepishly. This tastes awesome. The handler yelled in awe while eating portions of everything at the same time. Thank you, Izuku answered, grateful for the compliment, and happy to see everybody eating happily and sharing their food with whoever else joined them in the canteen to try his food. Will you stay here for long? We could use a hand from people strong as you. The new world has just come out from a very big crisis. Your robot especially is an amazing piece of technology. The leader of the group asked. Yeah, the thing packs a mean punch. The Admiral added, laughing thunderously and playfully slapping Whitey's soft belly. I wish I could, but I only lack another ingredient. Then I will have to leave. Izuku answered, sighing in sadness. That's too bad, but at the same time, we can't really force you. What is the last ingredient you need? A female hunter asked. Another one of those dragons, but it has not appeared yet, Izuku answered. We were considering hunting it down ourselves, instead of waiting for it to come out by itself. Ochako added. Do you know its name? We can share some information about it if we have anything. The Admiral said. I don't even know its name. Only that it's big, mean and cruel. Izuku answered, dropping his shoulders. That sounds like 90% of the monsters we usually deal with. A young hunter answered. I suspected that. Izuku said, groaning. Don't give up. I believe in you. The handler said. Thank you. What do you say, Ochako-chan? Izuku asked. We can start immediately if you want, she answered. You sure? Of course. We are in this together. She answered. Thank you. Wherever you go, please be careful, and if you need, do not hesitate to return here or in any other main base of ours. You will always be welcomed. The captain said. Thank you. I guess we will see each other around. Izuku asked. Very likely. We never rest lately. Ha. Especially our star rookie here. The admiral answered with a loud laugh while slapping the back of a hunter, hard enough they almost toppled over. Keep up the good work then. Thank you for letting me use the kitchen for my tests. Izuku answered. It's okay, dear. It was a nice experience. The old Mewster answered with a soft laugh. Farewell then, friends. The admiral waved them goodbye, and behind him, many other hunters did the same. The next day, attention to all hunters. Attention to all hunters. A new threat is approaching. The commander said with a gravelly tone. Every available hunter was soon standing with him around a giant table covered by an ancient-looking map. What is happening now? The admiral asked. If the information we got from overseas is right, Fatales has returned. The commander answered. Many hunters broke into numerous whispered conversations, with the more inexperienced ones asking the more seasoned hunters who the creature was and why just the name made many of them shiver. That thing is back? The admiral asked. Unfortunately, yes, the rumors about Fatales always returning are true, and this time, the monster is returning to the same fortress he had destroyed in a single night. The commander answered. So it's not a myth? The handler asked. No, unfortunately. Every myth about Fatales' power is sadly not a rumor, but an actual retelling of his abilities. What now then? The admiral asked with a grunt. By the reports, at the current speed Fatales is moving at, he will be at the fortress soon, then he will probably move again towards his intended destination. Whatever that is. You want the hunters to intercept Fatales? One of the researchers asked. We have no choice. Whatever that monster is planning, we can't let him do it. The fortress will be the perfect place for an ambush, but we must stop Fatales there. The commander answered. Let's assemble a couple teams then. Fatales is not something you can tackle alone. The admiral answered. Indeed. Can we count on you again to be our star? The commander answered, and then looked straight at a hunter standing faintly in the back of the group. They answered. Me and my partner never back down from a challenge. The handler answered as well. Good. We have at best 10 minutes to prepare, then after that, Fatales will pass by the fortress at any given moment. Get ready. The commander ordered. Please. The assembled hunters answered in a deafening chorus. Eat your fill, update your equipment and sharpen your weapons. This will be our greatest hunt yet. You're proof of a hero. The admiral added, renewing the roar of the hunters present as they all spread out to get ready for the greatest hunt of their lives. Fortress. Everything was being organized at high speed with hunters running tirelessly to hurry and prepare for their battle against the legendary monster. When the ground started shaking heavily way sooner than they anticipated, so much that the weakest part of the ruins around them started crumbling to pieces. Oh no! Somebody said in horror. Already? Get out. One of the guys in charge yelled with wide eyes, prompting a widespread retreat that could barely maintain order and discipline. So great was the fear Fatales could instill in people. To the camp. Hurry. The handler yelled, and on the echoes of her scream, every hunter left the area for their camp to prepare for the battle. He's here. And barely a minute after they all landed in the safety of their camp, they saw the colossal black dragon descend from the sky with a terrifying roar. You can do it, partner, the handler said with a voice full of concern as she watched her assigned hunter and only another one face alone what was a living legend of their world. Down in the ruins, Fatales slowly made his way towards the two lonely hunters, literally walking through a wall and demolishing it easily thanks to its immense bulk and unfathomable power. All right. Time to fight history. The second hunter said while unfolding and preparing his bow gun while his companion readied a sturdy and giant hammer covered in spikes. Gwa! Fatales roared in fury at the two hunters standing on his way, and as the music and Latin chant chorus reached its crescendo his giant mouth lunged forward, swine. And the music stopped abruptly while Fatali's mouth kept lunging forward as the monster's head was cleanly cut off from its neck in a single clean cut from a flying crescent blade of pale moonlight energy, with the head landing hard few feet behind the hunters while the rest of Fatali's body fell boneless on the floor. Well, that was anticlimactic. The Admiral commented dully. Got it, finally. Izuku was heard saying in triumph, still with his smoking kitchen knife in his hand. Why must they keep running away? It's annoying. Ochako added, breathing out of breath. It's okay, what matters is that we finally caught it and… It's you. Good evening. Evening, the two hunters answered, unsure. I got the ingredient I missed from my list. A minute for me to carve it and you can have some of the dishes I plan to make with it. I was told that if I leave the head intact it will resurrect from it, so we can eat everything else. Izuku said, excited. It does look very plump. So I guess you can make lots of recipes with it. Ochako asked while studying the dead Fatalis curiously. A lot. And thanks to the knife's own purifying powers, no evil possession whatsoever, only delicious meat. Izuku answered. Nice. Can anybody tell me what is happening? The commander asked. I wish I knew. The Admiral answered, scratching his head in confusion. The others are here too. Hi. Izuku yelled and waved at the group once he saw them perched nearby above him. I have questions. The handler said. Get in line. Admiral and Commander said in chorus. Canton, once again, Izuku was perusing the place's canteen, only this time cooking for real, in his own words, and the difference was astronomical, not only in taste of the food after he finished perfecting his recipes, but the food itself had miraculous effects on the eaters. HP, plus 600 stamina, plus 600 stamina recovery, plus 600 attack, plus 600 defense boost, plus 600 elemental resistance, plus 600 activated skill. Feline cliffhanger, feline fur coating, feline booster, felonbacker, feline provoker, feline researcher, feline defender, feline temper, feline escape artist, feline weakener, feline insurance, feline deflector, feline bulldozer, feline trainer, feline fisher, feline sprinter, feline gripper, feline weathercat, feline lander, feline parting gift, feline dung master, feline foodie, feline biologist, feline microzoologist, feline macrozoologist, feline. Over 100 skills activated all at once, most of which even the veteran hunters among the eaters had never heard about. Holy stars! This stuff is amazing! The Admiral yelled with a loud laugh of awe. The boy is good. The handler said. Where is he now? A researcher asked. Running away. What? A botanist, still munching heavily, answered, unsure. You know, this food is very good and gives you one heck of a boost. If we convince him to stay we can eat this well and get this strong whenever we want. Especially the eating well part. Somebody had the less than brilliant idea to say out loud. And the heads of every female hunter snapped in the direction in which Izuku and Ochako ran to. Get him. And as one those female hunters sprinted forward to chase him. That must be why he ran, he probably knew it would happen. The Admiral said, impressed at the speed of the horde. This is very unprofessional, the commander answered, groaning in dismay. With Izuku and Ochako ruined, Izuku shrieked shrilly as he bolted through the woods and through whatever monster standing in his way, often quite literally as the poor rat halos that tried to eat him could testify. The dragon's head was still buried deep underground thanks to Izuku's punch. Roar! Many monsters tried stopping him, including many violent and bloodthirsty ones. Or even ancient dragons. And at the furious roar of Izuku, enriched by his appetite demon appearing and his intimidation skill flaring to full power, all of those same monsters released a shrilly tkai and turned around to run away. Thus another ingredient hunt of Izuku ended up with him running away from psycho women. With the system, the entity had stormed heaven, hell, netherworld, the in-between, chaos, emptiness, end of time and beginning of all things, and yet nobody had anything to do with the messes Izuku would get in at every ingredient hunt, nor they were trying to pull a joke at the system expenses. Where else to look? Who is it that is making a joke of the system? Where? Where, where, where? Rumi was sitting in front of Hatsume's small lab table, waiting for the young genius to finish tinkering with a bright pink gadget fairly phallic in shape. Sparks were flying everywhere while the inventor finished giving the thing the last touches with the welder. So, Rumi asked, done. As promised, here is my answer to your need of surpassing Momo to fulfill your secretly fragile ego and overblown need to be the best in everything. Mei declared in answer while brandishing the modified adult toy like some sort of ultimate all-powerful holy sword. Gimme that. Rumi snatched the thing away while blushing. And I don't have a fragile ego and all that bullcrap. I just love to be the best. If you say so, Bunny Wonder. Mei answered, shrugging. Hey, don't psychoanalyze me. Fine, I won't. So, do you want to try it? Mei answered, uncaring. Yes. How does it work? Rumi asked. Simple. First you shove my baby down your dash, geez, bit more. Romantic. Rumi, face red, said with an unnerved tone. Delicately push the controller past your lady garden entrance, then start contracting and lovingly squeeze it with your womanly velvet folds. The computer will do the rest. Mei said with a sarcastic tone while rolling her eyes. You are even less feminine than a brick. It's cold. Rumi said, wincing once inserted the thing. It's made of metal, what did you expect? Be thankful we waited before you used it, I was blasting it with a blowtorch, better slightly cold than red hot. Mei answered, shaking her head and connecting several cables to the part of her invention that remained outside of Rumi's body so to link her creation to a computer screen. Yes. Whatever. What now? Rumi asked. See this little red circle? That controller you have inserted there will translate the squeezing and release of your vaginal muscles into commands. Try to make the circle move from left to right. Mei instructed, moving the screen so that Rumi could see better. Here comes nothing, Rumi groaned, using her private parts muscles to squeeze the adult toy in various different manners, but the circle didn't move an inch, it only shivered in place. This is harder than it looked, she said. That's what she said. Mei said, grinning. You really could not help yourself, Rumi said, disappointed. I am the great Mei. I take every occasion as I don't believe in low-hanging fruit nonsense. The other answered, chuckling. And this will help me getting ahead. It's a good way to see if you are actually getting better at manipulating your crotch muscles. You want to drive your boyfriend mad in pleasure when you will finally sleep together, right? If you can learn to control and manipulate your innards muscle spasms to the smallest degree, he will definitely love it. Mei answered, shrugging. Manipulate your innards. You really are the farthest thing from romance and passion, Rumi said, shaking her head. I just don't believe in flowery language. My partner doesn't mind. And you are making some ugly facial expression that could kill the mood too. She answered. Good for you too. I'm getting the hang of it. And my facial expressions are not silly. Rumi said, before smirking in triumph once managed to move the circle to the side of a whole centimeter. That's a fairly pathetic result. Mei commented, killing the other girl's smile. Shut up. It is still progress. Rumi answered. Very, very, very small progress. Whatever. How did you even come up with this idea? Rumi answered, grumbling. I didn't. I just built a copy of the same gadget that Yayozu girl asked me for. Yayarozu. Wait, she has one. Rumi shrieked with wide eyes. Yes, she asked me to create this just last week. She is making very good progresses. What? Can you not scream? You are distracting. Momo actually answered from the cubicle next to Mei's. You are here too? Rumi yelled, marching towards Momo and dragging behind herself the computer screen she was connected to. Careful. Mei yelled in horror, barely catching the falling screen and disconnecting it from Rumi's controller. Hello, Rumi. Momo, narrowed eyes glued to her own screen, said with a nonchalant tone. How far have you gone? You are already moving that FING circle. Rumi demanded. Circle? Momo asked, confused, and moving the screen so to let Rumi see what she was doing. I am just now finishing my soul level 1 no armor, no weapons, no spells, no shields, No rings, no hit, no roll run of Dark Souls? Momo answered. You, the original from not the remake. DLCs included. Next one will be Sekiro. She added, giving the finish punch to Gwyn without even looking at the screen. Plot. Rumi's own controller slipped out of her to clatter on the floor, just like her mouth hanged open in shock. Meanwhile, Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. A more serious talk was taking place in a corner of the restaurant between Izuku, Detective Tsukachi and Toshinori. The two men were sitting at a table watching the young chef press the play button on a small recorder before setting it down. Immediately, a recording of the talk between Jun Sato and her grandfather Guki went reproduced at a low volume so that only the detective and pro-hero could hear it. I had planned for the Lee twins to defeat Midoriya, then Chen would have stepped in to kill the boy, making it look like he had chosen suicide out of shame from his defeat. But those morons had to lose. The old man explained with a shriek. Not only those two dumb sacks of shit had to lose their cooking challenge against Midoriya, they had also tried to poison him with tetrodotoxin in revenge. After I specifically told them to not kill him, Chen had apparently visited them for some reason. Maybe to remind them Midoriya was his target, and got himself poisoned. He stole the poisoned soup for some sort of show of demps or similar bullshit. And he died when the poison paralyzed him fast enough. He slipped down the stairs and broke his neck and died. Those morons killed my killer. Guki said, upturning a table nearby in blind fury. Where are the twins now? Jun asked. They were making a run for it, obviously. They told me all this before destroying the phone and going into hiding. But considering I just saw the news and saw the footage of their arrest, their daring escape amounted to FING nothing. Useless BSRDS to the very end. He answered, huffing still from his bout of anger. Are we in trouble? Not yet. I used several burner phones to keep in touch and a fake name. Even if they talk, the police won't have anything linking them to us. Anshin. Same thing, his secretary. Because apparently a professional assassin as a secretary and a full team of assistants, for some unfathomable reason, contacted me to say that they will keep the money I already given them and to consider contacting them again once they find a new killer to work under. I am getting at the end of my patience here. Guki answered. So nobody knows we tried killing Midoriya? Jun asked. Nobody. And I plan to keep things like that forever. The old man answered. The recording stopped there. Izuku just gave a sigh and rubbed his temples. I think you understand why I begged you two to meet me this morning. I found this demon thing taped to the door of my restaurant, and as soon as I heard it I knew this was trouble. He said, groaning. For God's sake. I just want to manage my restaurant. Leave me alone. He also thought in misery. This is a demanding evidence? Toshinori commented, frowning. And one that probably can't be used in court either. It was taken without a police force official investigation permit, but through unauthorized spying. Even if Guki and Jun Sato literally spell out that they wanted you dead and admitted how they plan to do it, I am not sure it would be acceptable in court. A good lawyer could counter this and paint it as counterfeit. And they have enough money to get one of those good lawyers. Tsukachi added. And you believe it's real instead? Izuku asked. I may be unable to tell if people are lying through a recording, or even tell when you are lying. He said with narrowed eyes, unfortunately getting no reaction from Izuku, but the confession kind of fit in the holes in the twins and Chen's case regarding the timing of their visiting you and Chen's death and true identity. And personally, I like to think you are not the sort of guy to fall into this form of forgery just to remove an enemy. An enemy? Jun Sato was part of the judges in the cooking competition you took part to, wasn't she? Tsukachi asked. You know that. Jun Sato, Ren Watanabe, Mitoi Hidataka, Yamato Kuragawa, Samui Arasaka. You already had to deal with 3 of them, and now Jun has joined the fold as yet another world-famous chef trying to attack you. Had I not seen the pattern connecting them all, I would have had to return my badge and change profession. The detective answered. I see. Ryukyu as well has started digging through the fake reports of contraband. Some of her sources are suggesting that a big name in the world of contraband and counterfeits has you in their sight, and with this tape being delivered to you, She is starting to think that this mysterious person wants to use you to remove the Sato family shipping company from the equation. Toshinori said, ignoring Tsukachi's glare. Izuku uttered, confused. There is an investigation that has been going on for years. We have been trying to keep tabs on both the Sato shipping company and the cruise company they have joined with through various marriages. Their meteoric rise in capital has always looked too perfect, too sudden, to not raise suspicious. Along few minor discrepancies and other small details not adding up we managed to collect through the years. And while nothing concrete has ever been found, if you add many tiny details on top of each other, coincidences can turn into proofs. Tsukachi explained. And this recording can help? Izuku asked. While probably not usable in court, it still gives us a new trail to follow, because even just to show this was doctored, we will need to dig a bit deeper than usual in Sato's affairs just to prove it's a fake. And digging deep enough could make few hidden skeletons pop out, and prove once and for all if the Sato family does really have a side business about contraband or not. I am not a policeman, so I will leave this mess to you. You know how to act in this sort of situations. I am more at ease in the kitchen. Izuku answered, shrugging. Thank you. Tsukachi answered, pocketing the recorder. You don't plan to go against Jun Sato, right? Toshinori asked, worried, letting Whitey, or Shiro or Blackie, beat the CRP out of them would be assault, so in the end I would make them a favor instead of damaging them. Yes, but certain beatings may not be worth it. Toshinori and Tsukachi unknowingly thought the same thing while eyeing the chubby robot, the harmless-looking weapon of mass destruction to quote Gran Torino wrapped around Izuku's neck and at the monster pretending to be a dog sleeping just outside the door. Please don't, especially those two pets of yours. All Might said, clearing his throat. It's just a dog and a fennec fox, not two walking nukes. Izuku said, chuckling. Sure. Both men thought in sarcasm. What's important is that you keep your distance from Jun Sato until we are sure they really are actually not planning to kill you. Tsukachi said. Finally the young chef looked sheepish at the detective's words. Midoriya. Both men yelled. I just want a cooking challenge. I know it won't stop them. We are not in a manga where things can be fixed in a cooking duel, card duel, or similar stuff. But if they really don't like me, I want them to put their money where their mouth is in a field where I can actually defend myself. Izuku said with a red face. It was one of the things he missed of his life as Zaus, resolving issues by either cooking challenges or beating the CRP out of each other. If they really tried to pay assassins to kill you and tried to frame you for contraband, maybe you should consider the idea that they already know they can't match you in cooking skills. Toshinori tried saying, groaning. Probably. But I still want to face Jun. It's a matter of chef pride. It's my way to fight villains. Please understand. He answered with a sigh. God damn it, you don't expect me to let you go there alone. A lawyer may convince a judge this was a fake, but I still don't want you to meet somebody that openly wants you dead. Tsukachi asked. I am very well protected. Izuku answered. Private bodyguards don't count. The other countered. So what? Do you expect me to go to a pro hero and say, hey, I need you to act as my bodyguard tomorrow evening, can you help me? Izuku asked, rolling his eyes and asking that aloud with a sarcastic tone. I can do that, no problem, Emilady answered, shrugging. I do have a couple hours free, sure. Best, Genist echoed. When do we depart? Tensei Ida, finally back working as pro hero, added. Count on us, Boss Iken. Mandalay, together with the other wild pussycats, said with a thumbs up. Ready whenever you want, kid. Centipeder and Bubble Girl said in chorus. And unseen by the heroes present, several vigilantes sent Izuku's a discreet thumbs up. The three just looked at all those pro-heroes awkwardly. Very professional. Bribed with food, Toshinori muttered with a groan and a defeated facepalm. I was joking, Izuku muttered. They aren't, surprisingly. Tsukachi answered with a dry tone. Yeah. Still, a pro-hero on the scene would make me feel more at ease. So, if you really need to challenge Jun Sato, having one accompany you would be better, at least if things go south. In the worst case, there will be somebody legally permitted to take action and protect you with the lesser amount of issues following the act. Why? Guki Sato seems to have a very short temper, and by the recording he is so desperate to see you gone to risk his good name to hire assassins to kill you. My hope is that if you actually do the impossible and win against June Dash, thanks for the vote of confidence in my skills. Izuku said, frowning. Just being realist, Midoriya. As I was saying, if you actually win, it may anger Guki enough to hire a second assassin, only this time we will follow his every move closely and arrest him as soon as he tries to hire a new one. Hopefully that would give us a good enough opening to finally have the right to pull his life inside out to look for other crimes we think he committed but could not confirm. Tsukachi finished saying. So, I am bait. Pretty much. It's the best case scenario, but it would finally close a case going on for more than a decade. If the Sato family is actually behind that, goes without saying yes. And who am I supposed to ask? Izuku asked, sighing tiredly. I'll do it. A tense silence fell in the restaurant. You sure, Endeavor? Toshinori asked, his bushy eyebrows rising high. I owe the kid one, may as well pay him back. Enji answered with a savage smirk. You do? Izuku asked, confused. Personal matters, but yes. Endeavor answered while still smiling, still remembering fondly his mother getting the poke of death from the young chef and very likely spending most of her lovely vacation with her new husband closed in her bathroom while crapping her soul out as a result. I don't think I want to know. Toshinori and Izuku said at the same time. I will bring Shoto along, he needs to learn how to act on the field instead of sitting all day on his butt in school. Enji added. His class had faced far too many villains already, he had very little time to sit on his but as you say. Tsukachi commented. Faye. That is up to me to decide. Enji answered, growling. Izuku looked at him with a raised eyebrow and lifted a finger. Endeavor scoffed and looked away. He also kept Toshinori between him and Izuku. By coincidence, of course. I feel like there is a history between you and that finger, Enji. Toshinori muttered. Shut up. Endeavor hissed. So I can't talk you out of this foolishness? The detective asked, groaning. Considering I was told straight up by both the system and Adelia that June and her grandfather are the ones behind the twins and Chen's visit even before I got that recording. Not at all. Izuku thought, and only gave a sigh as an answer. Oh. I need to do this, court may not believe that recording or whatever, but I do. They want me dead and I want to look at them in the eyes and see for myself how much they actually hate me. This is just stupid, the man groaned in disbelief. Mr. Neo Mesa, I called you to deliver the recording to you, not to ask you permission. At best, I notified you of my future actions. Me challenging Jun Sato is not illegal. Izuku said. Tsukachi just rubbed his temples. Keep the boy out of trouble, please. He finally said with a grunt. Do you take me for a weakling? I know how to do my job. Endeavor answered, frowning. Fine. But at the first sign of trouble, you will leave the scene and let the professionals handle things. Toshinori said. Of course. Izuku answered. Good. I say we leave for now, we will let you work in peace. Tsukachi declared, getting up from the table and paying part of his bill. Just be careful, young Midoriya. Toshinori added, and paying his own half of the bill. I am always careful, and thank you for accepting my request. Izuku answered, waving the two men goodbye. So, when do you plan to visit that guy then? Enji asked, scoffing. Tomorrow at lunch hour. I will reach their cruise ship in a different manner. Izuku answered, sheepish. Making an entrance now? Endeavor asked with a raised eyebrow. I am told that it is necessary when being the one on the offensive. He answered, blushing. That American woman is a bad influence. Whatever, me and Shoto will be on the cruise ship waiting for you. Do not be late. Enji said, walking away. I am never late, Mr. Enji. I always arrive when necessary. Izuku answered, smirking cheekily. The man just gave an annoyed grunt and left the restaurant. Himiko. Izuku asked. Yes. I got another appointment at Green Gourmet Garden. Please hold the fort and let me know if something happens that needs my immediate presence. I'll leave the dishes for the tables on the kitchen window for you to deliver. Sure. No problem. Himiko answered with a wide smile. Thanks. At the opposite side of the city, Green Gourmet Garden Restaurant. Once surfaced from the special door connecting his two restaurants, Izuku was met with Adelia already waiting for him. Did she arrive? He asked. Miss Kana arrived just few minutes ago. She is already waiting for you in your office. The powerful witch answered, falling in step behind him to follow Izuku to his office in the luxurious restaurant. I wish she had told me she was the infamous Lady Nagant during one of her visits, Izuku admitted, sighing. I don't think that there is a truly good way to insert in a friendly chat that you are secretly a killer for hire, Izuku? Adelia answered. Sadly true. How's she? Goro is keeping an eye on her, mostly to satisfy his paranoia about keeping you safe, but she is extremely cooperating, so it's just for manners' sake that he and Sway are watching her every move. I wonder why she insisted so much in meeting me. The young chef wondered. She doesn't know of your powers or of your sponsor's powers. Somi and Goro too have no clue about what she wants. Adelia admitted, opening for him the door to the spacious office. Hello, Kana said with a small smile as soon as their eyes met. Good morning, how do you feel? Izuku asked, sitting at his small desk. I'm doing okay. Took me a bit to escape Stain too, but I got better. Kana answered, sighing. Stain. He was not very happy to hear that I got paid to kill you Achin. Goro was immediately behind Izuku, feral snarl on his face and tail raised high. Paid by whom? Izuku asked. The Hero Safety Commission and the League of Villains. She answered immediately. Not very professional to tell us. Adelia answered. I can understand the League, since we got in their way a couple times. But a branch of the Japanese government. Izuku asked worried. They are far, far from being saints, Izuku. Some days they make me wonder who are the actual villains. Kana admitted. And of course nobody knows because they are part of our very government. Indeed. That is the last thing I needed, more people targeting me. Why even? Your pets and Whitey. They are also curious about you. She answered. Me. But I know it was you to cut that mountain as Stain loves that story, unfortunately. But you and they know about that? Of course, Izuku muttered, grimacing. Stain wanted to kill me since, in his eyes, I was a threat to one of the good heroes still around. Kana said with a weak smile. I am not. Okay, let's ignore for a bit how a mass murderer likes me. He doesn't kill anymore, he just cripples. He said that he doesn't want to risk murdering your customers. Kana corrected him. But the others gurgled out. 2 pigeons with 1 stone. They stop being fake heroes and the boy still has customers, everybody wins. The woman said with a very bad impression of Stain. Oh, for the love of God, Adelia muttered, face-palming. And why are you even here? Izuku asked. He was covering his face with both hands and already wishing the day to be over. And it wasn't even noon yet. I need your help to escape Stain, League and Commission. Please. Kana asked with an even more forced smile. Why? I just want to manage my restaurant. Izuku asked, horrified. How do you expect us to help you? Goro asked, growling. This place and the other restaurant have been rather hard to infiltrate, she answered. She wanted to say I could not force my way in no matter how hard I tried, but she feared that saying it, even just as a compliment to his fortress-like security, would have not helped her case. So, since both stores are fairly well protected, I wondered if I could crash here for a bit. A long bit. I can pay my stay by working as a waitress. Once the silence prolonged for more than 2 minutes, Kana decided to add more to the plate to buy her safety. So this has nothing to do with the dead man SWCH that has been implanted in you, yes? Adelia asked. My what? Kana asked with a faint voice. Someone implanted in you a kill SW. At any moment they can instantly kill you. The witch answered. Since when? Kana shrieked. That is something I can't tell for sure. It's been a while though. The League, Lady Nagant muttered, and for an instant bile filled her mouth in horror. Can we remove it? Izuku asked to both Adelia and the system. Yes. Both answered at the same time. Thank you, what do you want in exchange? You tell me. What do you want? Izuku asked. From you. From life. I used to think I was beyond redemption, that I deserved to die for all I did in the past. After seeing the dark side of society and the hero system. But the moment Stain started interrogating me and showed me how ready he was to dismember me, I found a small part of me, clinging to life, screaming against the biggest part of my soul, saying that it was what I deserved. When I escaped that psychotic moron, I found myself happy to be alive. Something I hadn't felt in a long time. She said, "It happens?" Goro said, "Sometimes we wish for death, for the liberation from suffering that dying can give us. And yet when we are actually in a situation where we are about to die, we still grasp at any shred of hope to survive." I was in the same situation. I used to be SLV and wished for death almost daily. Then one day, during a fight, I was about to be killed, and instead of embracing it with elation, I fought harder than I ever did and won. I survived even when that freedom, that death, was literally in my grasp. The lizard man explained. "What made you do that?" Kana asked. "I realized I wanted my life to change, not for it to be over." Goro answered with a sad chuckle. "When you want to die, throw yourself into the sea and you'll see yourself fighting to survive. You don't want to kill yourself, rather you want to kill something inside you." Izuku said. "Feeling philosophical?" Kana asked, chuckling. "Quoting a movie actually," he answered, smiling. "I still don't believe I deserve redemption, but I want to leave behind all the killing and the fighting and just live. Quietly, peacefully, forgotten. Nobody knows the real face of Lady Nagant, so I just want to spend the rest of my days as Kana," she admitted, sighing. Everybody present watched Izuku lean back in his seat and just look at the ceiling with an unreadable expression on his face, humming from time to time. "Let him, I guess he is lost in thought." Adelia said. "Can you remove that kill SWH? Doable, not the hardest thing I ever did." "Once removed, what will you do?" Goro asked. "I would prefer to not leave Japan, but I don't think I have any choice. In all fairness, I can't pile my own problem on your own. Commission and League already have their sight on you without my defection adding to it." Kana answered, groaning. "They are already considering me a target. May as well get a good deed out of it." Izuku answered. "What do you mean?" "Come working for me," he said bluntly. "You need an assassin." "For what?" "I already told you, I mean as a staff member. As a chef in a future third store I plan to open." Izuku interrupted her, smirking. "What?" she said. "Either an izakaya or a candy store. I still can't decide which one to open first. And I want you to work there for me." Izuku said, smirking. "What?" Kana screeched in shock. "You heard me. Do you want protection from the League and the Commission? And that bomb thing removed?" Goro added from his corner. "And that too. Then in exchange I want you to live that normal life you talked about, out in the sun, instead of in the shadows. A life with a normal, honest job and no more killing and despair." Izuku said, smirking. "I am a killer. Do you want redemption or at least to try become worthy of it?" She admitted. "Just consider my offer, please. We will remove that kill SWH thing, then you will be free to accept or refuse my job offer when the time comes that I open the new store." Izuku said. "You will remove it even if I refuse?" "Of course, why wouldn't I? I want to help you, not own you." Izuku answered, looking honestly confused. "Ooh, aren't you a nice kid?" Kana said with a fond smile. "I heard that a couple of times." Izuku answered, looking flustered. "Is it okay with you?" the young chef mentally asked. At this point in time, host Izuku has complete freedom when it comes to hiring staff. The woman called Kana has an aptitude score of 60% only, so the system suggests to only add her as staff of smaller projects, like the candy store or izakaya restaurant. For any other bigger project, the system would like to suggest staff with a higher score. "I'll remember that. Thank you. If she accepts, I will start her training immediately." Izuku answered, pleased. "Can I think about it?" Kana, still surprised, asked. "Sure. Take all the time you need. In the meantime, we will remove that metaphorical bomb inside you. Feel free to stay here all you need," Izuku said. "Yes, me and Goro can share a room for the time being, Izuku." Adelia said, rolling her eyes in answer at his begging look. Thank you, Kana muttered, looking down and releasing a long sigh. Come with me, I'll organize everything immediately and take away that little thing from inside you. Adelia said. Okay. She can be a great asset, thinker. Goro said, thoughtful, once the two women left the office. I don't want an asset, Goro-kun. I want a good friend and a good staff member. Izuku answered, smiling. Well said, Izuku. The lizard man answered, returning the smile with one of his own. The next day, cruise ship Queen of the Sea, June's restaurant, Gookie and June were looking at the sea, leaning against the ornate railings of one of the outside corridors connecting the restaurant to one of the many decks of the ship. Both looked troubled, and Gookie especially had a very deep frown fixed on his face. Something wrong, grandfather? June asked. Ever since this morning I felt a chill deep in my bones, a sense of foreboding I haven't felt in a while. He answered, grimacing. Storm incoming. June joked. Yes, and I hope it's just bad weather. He answered with a serious tone, killing her joke. You are being serious? She asked. Yes. Let those other brats manage the place, have a walk with me. I need a friendly face. Gookie asked, walking towards one of the decks with June latched to one of his arms. You okay? Do you want me to ask the doctor here to visit you? June asked worried. Already visited the fool, everything is perfectly normal, but ever since that pro-hero demanded to board the ship, I have felt observed by something. Something. Big, malevolent eyes. I don't like this bad feeling, June. I don't like it at all. Gookie answered, and his skin kept turning faintly scaled and back to normal at random intervals thanks to his nerves triggering his quirk partially. Endeavor coming here out of the blue. That smells fishies. June admitted. In the meantime, both Chef and her grandfather had reached the biggest deck of the ship, at the very front of the ship and filled in tables full of people enjoying the warm sun, their expensive cocktails and a small orchestra of 6 emissary musicians adding an air of levity and peace to the place with some soft music. Endeavor and Shoto were standing on a side wearing their respective hero costumes. They weren't even looking at each other while NG kept looking at his watch from time to time. I really don't like this. Whatever this is. Gookie muttered, snarling. He is ready, they faintly heard NG say to Shoto once checked his phone for message. He. June and Gookie muttered in chorus. Another man nearby got a similar message from a certain information broker, and with a smirk the spy acting as waiter discreetly neared the small orchestra and handed to those men a small roll of bills and whispered a particular request to them before walking back. Immediately the orchestra such tone to play a very tense, dramatic music piece. What the hell are they playing now? Gookie yelled in anger. It's a 4/4 ostinato in D minor. Every sailor knows it means death. You should know that too, Gookie. The spy said to himself with a chuckle, pleased to see his small act of improvisation had the effects he expected. Soon after the orchestra started playing, a giant yacht boldly came close to the cruising ship as if ready to board it like ancient pirates used to do. The golden name of the thing, Goddess Raychon, shone brightly under the light of the sun, and standing proud on the very front of it, Izuku looked forward with a pleased smile. Uju. Izuku said with an overly cheerful voice once a smirking Saito and Ray handed him a megaphone. Please tell me it's just the devil coming to punish me for my sins or something, June muttered with a groan. It's me. Izuku Midoriya. Come out to play. The young chef said, smirking wide. I would have preferred the devil. June yelled in dismay. I am here to formally challenge you to a cooking duel. If you have any honor as a chef, you know what you must do. A challenge? Oh my god. So bold. Like in a movie. The people present on the bridge immediately started whispering between each other in great excitement, looking expectantly at June with bated breath. Do you think he knows? She hissed to her grandfather. About the killer and the twins. He doesn't, and even should he know, he can't prove a thing. Gookie answered. You and your little friends want me to close my restaurants. Then you better do the dirty deed yourself instead of delegating. Izuku said through the megaphone, and the tone he said delegating sent a clear message to the duo of chef and grandfather. He knows. Both growled out in chorus. He can't prove a thing, Gookie repeated. But he knows. June countered. You have no choice, June. I won't leave unless you accept. Izuku said, smirking. Let's get this over with. June said, eyes narrowed. June. Guki yelled. Let him get on the ship. After the challenge we will stage an accident and remove him. My restaurant fridge is pretty spacious. June said. Very well, once night falls we will then drop his corpse into the ocean and play dumb when they will come looking for him. As for that fool accompanying him, we'll just tell him that as a peace offering we will let the brat have a short cruise for free, so he will leave him to us. Guki added. Good idea. June answered, smiling evilly. With Izuku family's yacht, standing calmly on the very front of the giant yacht, Izuku watched June and Guki talk among themselves. Got everything? Izuku asked. Recorded everything. God, they really hate you. A police officer hiding inside the yacht answered. The man had both his super hearing quirk and special microphones pointed at the ship and managed to record the talk between June and Guki. Stuffing your dead body into a refrigerator and then dropping it into the ocean. Preposterous. Saito yelled in fury. Thank God my mother is not here, she would have had a slide at hearing that. Izuku admitted, sighing. Island drones recorded everything as well, video and audio. They will have to get through me before hurting you, Iken. Hisashi said in blind fury. He was connected to Sato's laptop through video call. Luckily you people don't have an orbital laser cannon, or I would get worried. Izuku answered, laughing. You know what? I don't want to know. He then said once seen his father turn sheepish. I am already transmitting both recording and my official report on this to the HQ. They can squirm all they want in court, but the proof against them are piling up more and more. The police officer added, frowning. Perfect. Now I only need her to accept my challenge. Izuku answered, pleased. I can't believe you still want to go through with this. Saito said. Chef pride. I can't help it. Izuku answered, laughing. Fine. You can have your challenge, boy. We will let you dock and dash, June yelled back to be heard, unaware that everything she and her grandfather had said had been already recorded. No need. I'll just run there. Izuku answered, jumping overboard and standing on the water. How? Whoever watched, either on the yacht or on the cruise ship, yelled. Easy. I just lift my feet before they can break the water's surface tension. The young chef explained, and if somebody looked closely enough, they would see Izuku's feet being highly blurry and faint water splashes happen under him. That's not how laws of physics work. Hisashi screeched. Not with that attitude. He answered with a cheeky smile, and then ran towards the cruise ship kicking up a tall tail of water. If only you knew how many high-level chefs can do this back in the gourmet world. Izuku thought, amused. In just few steps he reached the cruise ship and then jumped upward to land on top of the main bridge, landing right next to June and Guki. Good evening, he said. How? You don't have a chew dash, Guki demanded. Chef's secret, Izuku said, winking. Here comes Whitey too. The chubby robot managed to go from the yacht to the same ship bridge Izuku was on in a giant single jump, and landing heavily enough even that massive ship rocked heavily, and yet the parquet floor wasn't damaged. Ready to cook? Thank you for accepting my small challenge, Jun-sen. Izuku said. No problem. The woman answered, very unsure. Among many whispering conversations, the two chefs made their way to the Little Mermaid onboard restaurant of June. The ship's staff immediately prepared various tables for the judges in a whirlwind of motion around Izuku and the woman that would have shocked whoever watched that was not already used to the hectic background work of high-level restaurants. Very well organized. Impressive. Izuku admitted with honest words of praise. Why you are here? June asked. You and your grandfather set people to kill me and the people I consider part of my family. I may not be able to prove it, but I know the truth. I came here to challenge you, yes, but also to look at you in the eyes and see what kind of animal I am dealing with. Izuku answered, dropping the smile as soon as the two entered June's kitchen and remained alone. You dash swing. Not be mistaken. I can't be bullied. Not anymore. The knife June tried using as a half-hearted threat turned into thin slices clattering on the floor as soon as she tried to near the blade's tip to Izuku's face, and for the life of hers, June had not been able to see Izuku's hands move beside a faint, single flash of light of the bone knife now in his hand moving at ludicrous speed. The woman looked at the plain knife handle now remaining in her hand, then right into Izuku's eyes. Now we will have a challenge, clean and proper, where we both will give our best. If I lose, I will close my restaurants forever, but if you lose, you, your grandfather and everybody else will stop bothering me. This is not negotiable. Cheat or still come after me after I won, and there will be consequences. How dare you talk like that to me? June hissed. You paid for killers. The moment you or your precious grandfather signed the check for those twins and that guy, you immediately got in the role of the bad guys. And no amount of you being a spoiled brat will suddenly turn you into a victim. Izuku answered, uncaring. I am not spoiled. Yes, you are. Just like Samui, you are a spoiled moron that for some reason wants to ruin my life because I made you feel bad. I don't know what blackmail Samui has over you to make you comply, but if it's anything like Matoi, it probably is a long list of illegal things you should have been punished for a long time ago. And I finally understood that I am under no obligation to cover you and your crimes. Now get to cooking. It's time you do things by yourself instead of having Grandpa's money fix problems for you. Izuku said. I will kill you. June growled. Her growl became a whimper when the young chef's appetite demon appeared behind him to heavily set a massive hand on top of her head, a projection that felt far too real and corporeal to her. No, you won't. What will we work with? And just as easily as the monstrosity came, it left as if it was never there. If I win, June asked, with a tone bloated by pure and putrid hatred. Yes. Will you close your goddamn restaurants and disappear from my life? Yes. And you won't push for people to prove that we really tried to kill you? If you stop trying to kill me and the people I care about, yes? Promise. The woman asked, looking away and speaking with a very low voice. Contrary to Samui, I can deal with defeat and take responsibility for my choices and actions. I don't trust you. You literally want me dead, and yet, here I am, trying to offer a solution without bloodshed. It looks like at least one of us here trusts the other. Izuku answered, shrugging. This situation has no solution. I never asked for this. Izuku answered. You only needed to keep your head low. Oh. How much lower was I supposed to keep my head? I just took part to a cooking competition for amateurs they made for a fundraiser. I was a nobody cooking with other nobodies in a friendly competition with no stakes. It was not a world-renowned cooking show with millions of people watching, there wasn't even TV present. It's not my fault if Samui has a weak ego and can't accept that somebody good at something can exist out there. He snapped back at her in answer. But now he is blackmailing us. So, am I supposed to let myself die because somebody somewhere gets triggered and thinks I don't deserve happiness? Who are they to decide if I deserve anything or not? Who are they to decide to punish me for daring to seek happiness and a stable future for myself? You really think that now that Samui has leverage over you, he will not continue to use it to control you even after you helped him to ruin me? That one day he won't come back asking for more. And then more. Again and again. The young chef asked, groaning. I thought so. He then said once seen the woman develop an expression of misery he expected. We will make 2 dishes each. One with lobster, the other with salmon. Freestyle. Even if I am a fan of French cuisine, you can use whichever style you prefer. No time limit. June talked again after a very long silence. Her voice was dull and faint. Very well. The judges. 5 random people will be selected. You do know that I don't trust you to not cheat somehow. Even after I warned you. Izuku said, sighing in dismay. It would have been more surprising if you did. June admitted. To be honest, I am more interested in you admitting defeat if I win, more than the judges' vote. And what if I don't admit defeat? Oh, you can lie all you want, but your heart can't. We chefs don't work like that when it comes to food. Izuku answered, smirking and selecting the ingredients he will use from the fridge of June's kitchen. Debatable, June muttered, making Izuku chuckle amused. I am ready, you are? He asked. I am. June answered. And immediately the lights turned off, extremely loud music started playing and flashing lights of various blinding colors flashed on and off following the music's tempo. I prepared this just in case I had no other option but actually challenge you, June said, smirking. Very well, since you can't act like an adult about this, so be it. Izuku commented, clearly disappointed in her. I don't care. Try to cook with all this hell going on. She answered, humming on time with the music. I am wearing earplugs to cut off the music and special contact lenses that will help me see the actual colors of what I am cooking. What about you? June thought in cruel amusement. She and her grandfather had prepared just for this occasion. With their lifestyle on the line, of course they will cheat. All to avoid prison and public shaming. Host can cook through this. The system knows the host knows. Just push through the new challenge and raise to new heights, young man. The system said, clearly heard through the deafening cacophony thanks to its immense power. Even while surrounded by a chaos of thumping music and flashing lights, Izuku's hands never faltered of a millimeter. He just summoned the sea dragon kitchen knife from his tattoo and started preparing the fat salmon in front of him, first by removing fins, tail and head, then by cutting it vertically in half by cutting along the salmon's spine and belly. Then he removed the guts and bones and washed the pristine meat now lying in front of him ready to be cooked. It's just blind cooking with extra steps. I can do this. Izuku muttered, putting a pan with butter on it on the fire to heat up, and then closed his eyes to focus. He needed to cut off from his ears the bones shaking thumping of the music and just hear the butter's own sound. What is he doing? June muttered, watching an eerie red hue outline Izuku's body while he pushed his senses beyond mere human limits. Thump, 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 thump. Sizzle. There it is. Actual good music. Izuku said with a cheerful tone and opening his eyes when only the pan with its sizzling butter was all the noise he could hear. Nodding pleased with himself, he started boiling eggs in a side pan while sizzling the salmon in the pan with the heated butter for barely a minute per side just to firm it. He then removed the salmon from the pan and set it aside. He is cooking with that annoying smile again. June seethed, annoyed to near madness about Izuku's apparent lack of bother from her so-called strategy. After marinating the salmon fillets, June had cut them into a few bars and wrapped them in bacon. Then she wrapped everything again with plastic and placed the various ingots of bacon-wrapped salmon into a convection oven to heat her dish. Low-temperature cooking, that will be the key to my victory. June muttered between clenched teeth. With Izuku, in the meantime, Izuku was cooking some rice, and at the same time turning part of the salmon into a fine and smooth paste, and once the rice reached the right cooking time, he added to it some butter. Sorry if I borrow your recipe, Setsun, Izuku muttered, chuckling. As soon as the butter finished melting and went perfectly integrated with the rice, he added a finely chopped onion to it and stirred carefully, then cumin and coriander seeds, cardamom and star anise went delicately sprinkled and added to the mixture, turning the rice fragrant and with a mesmerizing scent of peas, a pan of rice that soon gained an eye-catching golden color. If anybody could actually see it through all that mess of flashing colored lights. It takes guts to cook a recipe that complex with all this going on. June yelled over the music while smirking. Izuku didn't answer, too focused in listening to the voice of the ingredients to actually hear her. Sheet, of course he can't hear me, even with earplugs this noise is giving me a headache. June cursed to herself, displeased at the missed opportunity to add Sheet talking on top of the giant distractions she was bombarding him with. Add a bay leaf and cinnamon stick, then pour over the stock and season generously. Izuku was instead mumbling to himself, recalling in his mind's eye every movement of Setsuno preparing the exact same recipe he saw her make during one of their many showdowns against each other they had through the years. He was so immersed in those memories that he was not just seeing Setsuno in front of himself cooking, but the massive cooking stadium they had that battle in as well went superimposed to June's kitchen. The pan with the rice and stock had been then covered and brought to the boil, then the heat went lowered to its lowest setting. Once ready I will turn off the heat and leave it covered for 10 minutes, then stir through the lemon zest and juice, set it aside to cool, and once cool, I will need to stir the chopped dill. Yes, I can focus fully on the lobster dish now. Izuku declared to himself, recalling the last steps while setting a big box with a pristine smooth salmon-colored cream in the fridge. What has he made? June wondered, curious. Even with the special contact lenses, she could not fully see what he was doing. To her it seemed like he had made a sort of ice cream with salmon. It doesn't matter. My lobster chaudfroid never failed me. I am preparing the 2 dishes that won me my 3rd Michelin star, and I only improved since then. June muttered, almost brutally, mixing wine vinegar and cream together to prepare the main sauce of her dish. Izuku sighed, having already boiled to perfection the lobsters. After gaining the ingredients' permission to do such a thing, he summoned the myriad manifestation mallet from his other tattoo and used the mallet's special properties to delicately smash the lobster's shell open while keeping their temperature stable and reach the tasty, springy meat inside. The heads are in perfect conditions, and so are the lobster's brain. Izuku muttered, pleased, and setting the heads aside in a way that won't let the brain pour out. He then used the sea dragon knife to chop some onion in tiny pieces at high speed, intending to prepare what was known as sauce américaine. He sweated the onion and garlic in a little olive oil in a sauté pan just enough to begin cooking them and finally added some brandy before they could take on any color. What are you using? June yelled, curious. Extra old Napoleon cognac. I found some in your fridge. He yelled in answer. That's my private stash. The woman shrieked in horror. Whoops. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. Ignoring her indignant shrieks, he heated up and then ignited the brandy. God damn it. While kind of enjoying her screams of anguish and anger, the young chef hummed a simple tune to himself and gently rocked the pan's content while waiting for the flames to die down. When the very last flames dissipated, he added some tomatoes and left them stew for a couple of minutes. I will add some white wine too, to add some more body to it. Izuku muttered, adding the wine to the thing and bringing it back to the boil for a minute or so, then he added the stock to let it simmer. The caviar and caviar sauce are almost ready. What is he? June room. When she looked at Izuku, she watched him transfer the contents of the pan to a blender and blitz all of it until smooth, then pass the resulting sauce through a sieve into a clean saucepan, bring it to boil to reduce it and finally add the lobster to it along some cayenne pepper and salt. Perfect, Izuku said with a way too happy smile. Next came a curry sauce of amazing scent, made with the same extra old cognac he used before and Izuku's personal blend of curry. He used all that as sauce for his saffron rice, made with white rice, bouillon and saffron. Lobster curry rice ready. The other dish is almost ready too. Izuku declared happily. He can't really be making 2 complex dishes like that in this mess. Even with the lenses I can hardly see how they are coming along. Burnt. Undercooked. Perfect. June muttered, and shuddered at the idea of Izuku actually managing to cook properly even though she turned her kitchen in a mind-numbing psychotic disco. And yet, she kept watching Izuku look unbothered by everything, like when he rolled out one of the pieces of pastry he made inside a baking tray, pack half the rice he made for that dish along the middle of the pastry after removing the star anise and cinnamon. Looking at him, June wondered if her distraction was even working at all. How is he not bothered? She wondered. I did worse, June. With that attitude you wouldn't go past then first task of a cooking festival back home, just the initial obstacle course with high capture level ingredients chasing you to eat you would break you. Izuku thought, sighing and shaking his head once seen June looking at him insistently. Ignoring her once again, he moved to check his second dish. He had previously laid the salmon over the rice spread in the middle of the pastry, then put slices of the boiled eggs on top of the salmon, covered everything with the remaining rice and gently packed everything into a firm, even shape. A second piece of pastry went then draped over the kulibiak and gently pressed against the one at the bottom and the edges sealed together to hold salmon and rice sealed inside the pastry wrap. Can't fully go by eye, but by timing and scent and slightly difference in color. It's coming along perfectly. He muttered, please. Later that day, when both were finally done cooking, Izuku and June took out of the kitchen to the main deck where the judges and everybody else were waiting for the results of the 2 chefs' work. What have you prepared? Gookie asked with a tense tone, Since he had been notified that the cruise ship's military-grade radar, a small addition Gookie had secretly added to the ship to help his side business of contraband to avoid detection, had registered the presence of few small boats following them from far away. And of course we got drones flying above us to record everything. Who the hell sent them? The old man muttered, unaware of Hisashi being the one behind the big swarm of drones making sure his son was safe while on that ship. I prepared salmon kulibiak and curry lobster rice with cognac. Izuku answered, preparing various portions of his 2 dishes, both for the judges and other people, Gookie, and both Endeavor and Shoto comprised. Curry lobster rice. Salmon kulibiak. I made my prized salmon confit flam and lobster chaudfroid. June answered, and many of the audience looked excited to finally try the 2 dishes that made the woman world famous. Salmon confit flam. Before I forget, 2 things please. Izuku said, smiling happily and putting a small spoonful of a pale pink ice cream on top of the kulibiak slices he served to both judges and audience. This is an unsweetened ice cream made with salmon. Please try it with the kulibiak. As for the curry rice, as you may have noticed, there is a tiny dish with cognac to the side of the plate. I would like to ask you to try the rice by itself, then to pour the cognac inside the lobster's head, mix it with the lobster brain, and then eat the head's content together with the roux and the rice. I promise you that the difference on taste will be astronomical. She said, bowing. Bit uncouth to suckle the heads, one of the judges admitted, unsure. There is nothing uncouth when enjoying a dish, as long as one has proper manners. Even eating a lobster brain out of its head can become acceptable. Izuku answered, smiling. You know what will happen if June loses? The echo of Samui's message Gookie received while the 2 were cooking echoed ominously inside the old man's head. For the love of God, June. Win, Gookie muttered like a prayer while trying his granddaughter dishes first, just like everybody else did. The taste of bacon goes so well with salmon. I never thought those 2 things could go so well together. One of the judges said in awe. And the sea urchin sauce. It tastes so much like the sea I feel like I am swimming. Another judge said, almost moved to tears. The lobster and caviar are so very good too. One is springy and plump while the caviar eggs explode in taste at every bite. Amazing. Okay, it's going well, June muttered, shuddering. Had better lobster, and NG immediately burned that small fragment of hope without even using his quirk. So this is caviar. Midoriya-san's tasted better last time. Shoto added. They came to your restaurants already? Gookie shrieked. They are regulars of both. Izuku answered, shrugging. God damn it, June cursed under her breath. This means nothing, my granddaughter glistening salmon will break your uncouth dishes? Gookie yelled, desperation making him grasp at anything that could assure them a victory. All that glimmer isn't gold. Can we move on? I need to finish preparing my new batch of beer and golden white wine, and I don't want to get back home too late. Izuku answered, not with a boasting tone either. He was really eager to get back to Green Cloud and start bottling his new batch of elven wine and dwarven beer. NG looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Izuku only nodded. He promised the guy a bottle of each liquor as a thank you for accompanying him, and he will deliver. He was not that stingy. Such an amazing eating experience. I don't think June Sato can be surpassed that easily. A woman in the audience admitted with a dreamy smile once emptied her plate. It's only fair though that we try this young man's dishes too. He still worked hard for this challenge. An old woman between the judges answered, moving Izuku's dishes in front of herself. Right? For the sake of sportsmanship, the boy needs a fair chance. The other judges agreed. There it goes. June and Gookie unknowingly thought in chorus, swallowing hard in worry while collecting their own plates. Silence reigned on the ship as the people eating slowly went wide-eyed at the taste of Izuku's creations. HN. There it is. This is what I was talking about, some good FING food. Only NG broke the silence, speaking with a smirk of cruel amusement while eating. My goodness. The rice is so fragrant. And the salmon flavor just keeps coming and coming. One of the judges said in awe. How the hell did you do it? June asked while angrily pointing at Izuku with the fork she was eating her own portion of kulibiak with. Maximizing the flavor of salmon was not that hard, to be honest. See, Izuku answered, snatching her fork and delicately peeling apart the filling and the brioche dough. See this thin green line? That's a very thin spinach crepe I made and incorporated into the batter. That soft and gentle spinach flavor highlights the mellow taste of the salmon's fattiness. Making it fast enough to not let you see my secret weapon had been kind of difficult since you kept spying what I was doing. He explained with a cheeky smile. A double layer of crepe and brioche pastry. Made so fast I could not see you make it. Oh, I can go even faster than that, Jun-san. Izuku answered, and some could swear his smile became extremely sharp for just a fraction of a second before returning more innocent. That doesn't explain why this DMN thing is a flavor bomb. Oh, there is a bit of my personal blend of spices, a customized seasoning mix I added to that same crepe, thyme, oregano, rock salt, and much more. I even powdered some bacon and added it. Powdered? There was not powdered bacon in my fridge. Jun yelled. Oh, I know. I had to make it myself. It was not easy in such a short time, but I believe I managed. Izuku admitted, sheepish. Who the hell are you? Guki asked, looking at his empty plate with dread in his eyes. I see. Both used salmon and bacon. Shoto said, impressed. Yes, but as I already told you, execution is key. You might have my fire inside you, but it's how you use it that will determine if you are a proper hero or not. It's the skills that say who succeeds and who doesn't. Enji answered. It's my fire, not yours. Shoto answered. Semantics. Enji answered, rolling his eyes. Jun hissed. You wrapped bacon around salmon and used low-heated cooking to make them glisten elegantly and blend their taste together. So other than looking good, the taste is perfectly homogeneous, honestly delicious. Izuku said, actually praising her dish while also breaking down the differences between his creation and hers. So, in order to counter the flavor of your dish, a flavor you perfected and sharpened to its absolute limit through years of trial and error, I went for unevenness instead. By making use of the human's mouth-own structure and configuration to elevate my dish taste, since each section is built to sense a facet of taste specifically, so if the taste is not homogeneous, the flavor profile will be perceived differently. For example, the seasoning in the crepe was purposely put unevenly in it. I wanted its taste to have shades instead of being homogeneous. That creates two sides of the flavor, one where you feel the unblemished taste of the salmon umami, and one where the bacon and other spices blend with the salmon's flavor to create a completely different taste. Jun said, teeth clenched hard in fury. Exactly. Izuku answered. That means that basically the dish flavor changes at each bite. Wrapping bacon around salmon may make it look nice, but you can't get that much complex flavor profile by doing that. Guki added, growling and with his skin gaining faint scales. Another secret weapon of mine was the unsweetened ice cream made with salmon I added on top of the slices. That contrast between hot and cold flavor, it's what makes the dish go beyond, adding more facets to the taste of salmon into a true galaxy of salmon umami flavor. Plus ultra. Izuku said, smiling proud of himself. God, I hate that saying, Enji admitted with an annoyed grumbling. Now the mental image of All Might dressed in a salmon costume while punching him and yelling salmon smash. Will take weeks to leave his head. The taste was truly heavenly. The curry rice. A judge said, eyeing the lobster curry rice in clear greed. Please do. Just remember to mix the cognac with the lobster brain for your second bite as I asked. Please? Izuku answered. Please God, if you actually exist, make it so it tastes bad. Jun whispered to herself, and while squeezing her eyes shut she collected a big spoonful of rice, curry sauce and lobster meat and shoved the entire thing inside her mouth all at once. God damn it. Guki's scream of vitriolic hatred echoed in every corner of the cruise ship while he threw his spoon away. He wanted to throw the plate too on the ground, but even his body betrayed him and refused to waste that plate of rice. Oh my God. Many between the judges and the audience yelled in awe while throwing manners to the wind and gorging themselves with the lobster rice. The meat was springy and flavorful, offering a token resistance at the first bite before melting in the mouth, The rice was perfectly done and tickling the nose with its skis while the curry flowed warmly in the mouth to wrap together the taste of lobster and rice with its own blend of skis, filling mouth, nose and even soul at each bite. Then they did how Izuku asked. Blending the few droplets of cognac they were given with the brain inside the lobster's heads, mixing them together to then slurp the mixture out and chew it with a new spoonful of rice. The result was an explosion of taste that left many breathless, almost weeping in awe. June's empty plate fell from her limp hands and shattered on the floor in thousands of pieces while she fell on her knees, looking down on the floor while silently crying and hiccuping. As I told you already, June-san. You can lie to me and yourself all you want, but when it comes to food and cooking, a true chef's heart can't lie. Izuku said, sighing and removing his green bandana, making his unruly hair spring free to its usually messy hairstyle. We will now proceed to our vote. The head judge, with her mouth still dirty of curry sauce from her uncouth liking of the plate, declared. Midoriya. It's over. Guki growled with bloodshot eyes as soon as the first judge voted for Izuku. Midoriya. All this because of that boy? Guki's skin gained even more scales. Midoriya. June lost, Guki. I specifically told you to make sure the boy closed his restaurants. This means that everybody will know about you and your granddaughter's dirty deeds. Your life is over. Farewell. Samwee's message instantly appeared on Guki's phone as soon as the live stream showed 3 of the 5 judges vote for Izuku. Midoriya. The phone went squeezed into tiny fragments by the old man's hand, now clawed and looking not human. Midoriya. That boy must die. Guki hissed in hatred while nailing Izuku with a glare lacking any sort of humanity or sanity. A complete victory. I didn't think it was possible. The crowd exploded in many exclamations of awe, with a few lucky ones between them confirming how Izuku's dishes were superior to June's. June Sato. Guki Sato. It was then that the small boats following the cruise ship from a distance rapidly moved closer, each and every one of them sporting the police force insignia. The police. Many of the people present yelled in shock. We received many anonymous tips about supposed illegal traffics and other assorted crimes you have supposedly committed. We would like to board your ship and ask few questions. Tsukachi, at the head of one of the boats, asked through a megaphone. And of course all of you just so happened to be in the area full force. You vultures were just waiting for the right moment to pounce on me. We just want to talk. Another officer said from his own megaphone, smirking. Many proofs? Izuku asked. The system, Island, Samwee, Jiren and few business rivals of the Sato family in the world of contraband have pooled their respective proofs of the family's illegal affairs and delivered everything to the police force as soon as the live stream made it clear host Izuku won. The system wishes to add that the system did not coordinate this flood of information. This time. The entity answered. Grandpa. June, still crying, looked at Guki in pure fear. It's over, June, but we can at least take down few of them with us. The old man yelled with crazed eyes, stripping naked and jumping into the sea. What is he doing? Many yelled. Roar. With a monstrous roar, a terrifying creature, a mix between an old man and a giant kraken, appeared from under the waves, a human head and torso adorned by dozens of long tentacles in place of normal human arms and hands. His giant body was now covered completely in ash-colored scales. Guki towered over the cruise ship and glared at Izuku in pure hatred with his 3 red eyes. Midoriya. If I go down, you will go down too. I will drag you and your family down to hell with mine. Guki yelled, his mouth was full to the brim in shark-like teeth. Guki Sato. You are under arrest. Tsukachi yelled. I don't think he cares about that. Saito Yaoyorozu answered while desperately maneuvering the yacht himself to not be toppled over by the tall waves Guki created at each movement he made. On the ship, people screamed in panic and hurriedly ran inside the ship in a futile attempt to seek safety while Guki's many tentacles easily wrapped around the cruise ship making it tilt heavily to the side. Get down. Shoto yelled, half his body covered in fire and half in ice. No Shoto. Enji roared. But Dash, you still can't control your quirk. You will hurt both him and everybody else. A misfire and the entire ship will burn down. Endeavor said, glaring at Shoto. What? My fire and yours create powerful flames that are hard to control. You will make unnecessary collateral damages and put innocents at risk. Enji said, shoving Shoto aside and walking towards Guki by himself. You worry about others now? Shoto asked, almost sarcastic. What? You think I got to second place just because my quirk is powerful? Or because I am pretty? A hero needs attitude and good mentality. Blasting your problems away is inexcusable, both as a proper pro hero and as a rookie. Now be quiet and observe. I apparently need to teach you heroic manners and fire quirk handling procedures. Honestly, what the hell are they teaching nowadays in UA? How to sign autographs? Enji said with a sneer. What? Shoto muttered, confused. I am happy you are having a father-son moment. But I may need assistance. Izuku yelled, annoyed, while using his myriad manifestation mallet and star-eating turtle walk to fend off Guki's whipping attacks with his massive tentacles. Don't hurt him too much. That idiot may still try to sue you for excessive self-defense after openly trying to murder you. Enji answered, shooting small fire projectiles to blast away the tentacles wrapping around the cruise ship. I know. That's why I am using blunt force. Heavy gong vajrapester. Izuku answered, inflating his right arm's muscle through knocking and punching a giant tentacle away so hard it slapped against Guki's own face. Arg. Dimming. I will be arrested all the same, may as well go to prison smiling with the knowledge I killed you. Guki yelled. Sir. He is too big. Our tranquilizing darts are not made for somebody with a giantification quirk. One of the agents said in horror. Keep shooting. I already alerted Ryukyu and MT Lady. If Endeavor can't make him calm down, they will. Tsukachi answered. With Izuku and Endeavor, how the hell do you punch that hard? Enji demanded, and nailing a tentacle with a spear of fire that made Guki shriek in agony. A good diet? Izuku answered, using the tentacle Whitey was holding down to run up to Guki's face and slap him with the enlarged walk hard enough the resounding gong-like sound went heard for miles. Ugh, the old man stepped faintly back, but finally letting go of the cruise ship. Then give me your diet plan, boy. Enji answered, catching the falling chef and putting him down kind of gently. Too much. If they ask, I knocked out that moron's teeth. Endeavor answered with a frown. I will eat you. Now fully blinded by rage, Guki sent every tentacle at once against the two. Too many at once. And the boy is too close for me to use a wide R attack. Enji thought in anger. Whitey. Izuku yelled, surprising Enji by lifting him and throwing him out of the way for the robot to catch. What the hell are you doing? Enji yelled once Whitey. Deposited him back on the ground. Arg. Izuku yelled as a tentacle wrapped tightly around his body. I got you now, boy. Guki yelled in triumph, stepping back a bit from the cruise ship so to enjoy having Izuku in his grasp. I really hope you are right about this, system. Izuku thought, taking in a huge breath to scream. Burn him, Endeavor. Now that he is away from the ship. But do it. I trust you. He yelled, surprising Enji and Shoto. God damn it. Enji closed his eyes tight and covered himself in fire. Father. No. Shoto yelled in panic, already imagining Izuku reduced to a charred corpse. Watch, Shoto. This is how a fire hero controls his flames. Plus Ultra. Prominence burn. Endeavor yelled, launching forward a sea of fire that only barely melted the handrails of the ship's bridge with residual heat while the full blast caught Guki's entire body. Now host. System, voice calm and expressionless as always, said. Here goes nothing. Izuku emptied his lungs and then started inhaling Enji's fire just like he with the blue flames of Dabi. The hell is he doing? Both Shoto and Enji yelled with wide eyes. Ewa. Completely covered in fire, Guki gave a loud scream of agony and fell backwards into the water while Izuku, unscathed thanks to his eating Enji's flames, started falling as well. Host. Whitey's arms shoot out like a rocket to grab him and pull him back on the ship. Once grabbed Izuku, the robot then gently helped the young chef stand on the half-destroyed deck. You okay? Shoto asked. Sorry. Izuku answered with a thundering belch and few wisps of fire escaping his mouth. Of course he blushed dark red in shame. You ate my fire. Are you insane or something? Enji shrieked. It was the only plan I had to protect myself from your fire. It's not the first time I do this. Izuku answered. That adds questions instead of answers. The pro-hero yelled with clear anger. I can't say much because you. Midway though his answer, Izuku felt something hot bloom inside his chest that punched air out of his lungs and made his eyes bulge out in a grotesque manner. What's happening? Shoto asked. Flame of good absorbed. Using the flame of evil with its core of anger, greed and sorrow, and the flame of good with its core of longing, ego and pride as kindling to create a heaven-earth obsidian flame. The system declared, and at each word, the heat inside Izuku's chest, heart and soul grew 100-fold. Oh God! Izuku whimpered, sweating profusely while his skin got so red to almost emit light like superheated metal, an unnatural sight that actually scared both Shoto and Endeavor. Heaven-Earth Obsidian Flame created. Heaven-Earth Obsidian Flame, flame of the sin of pride is now your to use, host. The system declared once the fully matured mystical fire started burning brightly inside Izuku's heart. Oh shit. Too bad the resulting flame was even more explosive in power than anticipated, and Izuku's cheeks soon inflated as he tried to futilely hold back the excess fire trying to escape his lips. Midoriya. Endeavor. Die. Using the very last strength the heavily burned Guki still possessed, the giant Umibozu human re-emerged from the sea while holding over his head the biggest rock her could find at the bottom of the ocean, holding it over his head and ready to sink the cruise ship uncaring of even Jun's life being at risk. Oh, FUFWOZ. Izuku chose that exact moment to lose the battle against the fire mounting inside his mouth, and with a loud whooshing sound, a human-sized ball of condensed acid-green fire exploded out of his mouth to fly towards the enormous rock Guki was holding above his head while leaving behind a faint tail of bright lightning-like sparks of energy. Puff! Even if the small fireball was easily dwarfed by the massive boulder, the bullet of fire made the giant rock evaporate on impact, literally, leaving nothing behind except few miserable droplets of molten rock that added even more burning marks to his already half-charred body. I wish to cooperate with the police force towards a peaceful resolution of this situation. Guki said with a faint, squeaky voice unfitting with his giant and monstrous appearances after a couple seconds of stricken silence. He was no scientist, but he still knew rock didn't evaporate unless the fire striking it was absurdly hot, and his poor body was way less sturdy than stone. Even if his spirit was willing to kill Izuku, turning into a handful of ashes was still a big reason for him to step down before the young chef started spitting ludicrously hot fire again. That's some nice fire, kid. Endeavor admitted, pleasantly impressed. Shot was unsure about the pang of jealousy he felt at seeing Enji praise somebody else's fire. He was fairly sure he hated his father. Thanks, that surprised me as well. Izuku admitted unsure. Now that the excess fire had been expelled, he felt the swirling of that green fire lazily spinning inside his heart, an impossibly hot green fire with small arches of golden lightning lazily circling non-stop around the solitary flame burning endlessly inside his soul. Congratulations to host Izuku for defeating Jun Sato and unlocking your own Heaven-Earth Obsidian Flame. Now the star-eating turtle walk can be used for cooking as well. Train hard to imitate its profound powers, young man. The system said with a short victory jingle. Thanks. Just for the sake of curiosity, how hot is this fire? An obsidian flame is closely related to the primordial fire from which creation was born. It's far hotter than quark gluon plasma, host. So far hotter than that the two can't even be put in comparison. The entity answered. That doesn't really answer my question. Izuku muttered, sighing. We finally put him to sleep, which is better since he started screaming in pain as soon as he returned to normal. Clearly his quirk gives him way thicker skin when transformed. Too bad that level of burns hurt like hell for normal humans. Tsukachi said, walking on the deck to face Jun Sato herself. Am I in trouble? Jun asked. Very likely. We had our doubts about your family but could not prove anything concrete. Then when Midoriya-san left his restaurant to come challenge you, We got bombarded by snitches that almost broke our servers with the sheer volume of proofs against you. It seemed like the enigmatic Jiren and many others decided to join forces to ruin you. We followed from distance just in case, and as you can imagine, your grandfather's bout of madness will give us the opening to see if those proofs are indeed real or fake. And if even just half of them are real, June asked, already knowing the answer. Even just half of it will sign you and your family's doom. Please come quietly. Tsukachi asked, showing her a pair of HNDCFFs. One of those snitches is Samui Arasaka, you know? June tried saying with her head held low. Everything was delivered anonymously, and we will probably check the validity of your claim, but you should probably focus on looking for a good lawyer to defend you in court, instead of pointing fingers. The detective answered, dragging her away gently. Does every challenge of yours end like this? Shoto asked. Not with police involved or a fight for my life, I think. Izuku answered, unsure. I will need you all to answer few questions too. Tsukachi said. Sure. The two heroes and one chef answered in chorus. Wait for my lawyers. Izuku. Saito yelled. Okay, just don't call Dash, especially the ogre. Saito added. Oh goddammit. The poor detective cursed under his breath. Sighing in dismay, Izuku followed the group back to land to answer the many questions of the police force, all the time grumbling annoyed at the time he was wasting, because he really wanted to try the turtle walk. That poor thing waited for far too long to be used for cooking. For God's sake. I just want to manage my restaurant. Leave me alone. He also thought in misery, can't a man work without being bothered by morons? Meanwhile, hospital, a doctor was calmly walking next to a nurse pushing a wheelchair with a woman sitting on it. You are making huge progresses, Miss Monoi. I am positive we will soon be able to let you out of our fine establishment and will be free to return to cooking. The doctor said with a pleased smile. Me too, doctor. I am glad I am out of my breakdown. Monoi answered. Stress is dangerous, remember, you should never underestimate it. The nurse added, smiling gently. You are right, I promise I will be careful. Monoi promised, I already know what I must do. I just need to get out of here as soon as possible to fulfill my part of the deal. Monoi thought, knowing well what the system ordered her to do in exchange of her getting back her cooking skills and quirk. Along a chance to get her life back on track, only this time with a huge dose of humility. At the same time, League of Villains hideout, all for one looked at the dead body on Daruma's table with a thoughtful expression. Dead? Shot through the head with high-caliber bullets. Custom bullets. Daruma answered with a meaningful look. Quirk erasing ones. FO asked, growling. Indeed. Somebody used his very creation against him, almost poetic. Daruma answered, shaking his head and covering Overhaul's corpse with a white sheet and walking back to his microscope. So his quirk is gone. A real waste. The gun. FO asked, already not caring any more about the dead Yakuza boss. Nowhere to be found, we are still looking for it. The scientist answered, find it, we can't let something that dangerous just lying around. All for one answered, sitting back on his life support chair. We will work harder, sensei. Daruma answered, nodding. Good. What about Shigaraki? Did you find him? We found him in an arcade, just playing angrily. For once he didn't go bothering that dog. Finally some good news. Keep an eye on him, we still need him for the operation. All for one said, almost cracking a smile even. Unknown to them and everybody else, Shigaraki's peaceful sleep was not due just to his setting a new high score at the arcade, but also from the big gun safely tucked under his clothes, with the psychotic young man dreaming of the day he will finally get to use it on all the people that he hated. I'll make time. Interdimensional ingredient hunt. How to derail the plot with a couple dishes. Groan. With a whining of both metal and mutated flesh, the giant behemoth that used to be a huge robot dressed in fine parade attire, and now piloted by a wriggling mass of mutated human flesh in a mocking parody of a body, collapsed on the ground, dead once more. But that thing's dead. Let's go. The small machine inside the shining lamp dangling from the young man's belt said as soon as it was clear the possessed puppet was truly dead. Nodding, the young gentleman with a robot arm started running towards the hotel where his friends were hiding, the same place from where came the cry for help of those same friends, now under attack from somebody. "It's all too quiet," the small cricket robot muttered as soon as the hotel's entrance came into view. When the boy arrived, from outside nothing seemed out of place, as if there was not an enemy attack ongoing. With a soft groan, the young man pushed open the hotel's heavy doors and entered. "You are alive?" And immediately a young woman yelled in relief to welcome him. "Of course he is. Our friend is a sturdy puppet boy. Isn't that right, compagnon?" A man with flamboyant clothes and top hat answered with a wider smile from right behind her. "Eugenie Venigni," the boy muttered, still getting used to his slowly developing human emotions. "Happy to see us." "Well, it's all thanks to our newest guests," Venigni said, laugh. "Why are those guys hanging there?" Gemini asked, unsure. "Good job for finally noticing, Testa di Caso." It was then that the boy known as P looked up to see that indeed there were people hanging upside down, only wearing their underwear and with both arms and feet tied. "What? I will never get married now." One of the girls in the group of hanging naked human salami cried in shame and horror. She was the one wearing a fox mask still. "Con quel carattere di merda che ti ritrovi, stare culo di fuori non cambia nulla." "Shut up, cat," the woman snapped in answer. "Those voices. The cat and the fox." Gemini yelled in disbelief. "And the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. And the a-hole posing as Alidoro." Eugenie explained, spitting on the face of the fake Alidoro once again. "What happened?" P asked, confused. "These rude criminals tried attacking us to kill all of us and kidnap Geppetto. Our recent guests and their own puppet took offense to that and decided to administer justice. The ropes these ruffians had took along to decorate the entrance with a giant's hypocrite sign have then been used by our saviors to instead tie the invaders up. I find the concept of stripping them excessive, but Mr. Whitey had apparently been programmed with that concept of punishment in mind, and we could not stop him from carrying it out." Pulcinella, Venigni's personal butler puppet, explained with impeccable manners. "Quite the minimalist design, I must add, but the materials used and the building prowess needed to create such an invincible and yet funny-looking puppet truly are exceptional. I believe that once fixed Krat, I will create a commemorative toy of Mr. Whitey to celebrate our saviors." Venigni added with his usual flourish. "We had just finished hanging them to dry when you arrived. I believe that we will leave them there for just a bit more as punishment. In the meantime we will decide what to do with them," Belle added, giving a malevolent smirk to the trapped people. "This is highly unnecessary," Cat yelled in answer. "I just want to heal my brother's eyes, okay?" The alchemists offered a lot of gold coin fruits in exchange of this. Fox added, "We'll fix that too." The boy decided to throw you two a bone, for some reason. It was then that the old lady, the owner of the hotel, walked into the scene helped by an elegant walking stick. "Antonia," P muttered. "You walk?" The others instead yelled with bulged-out eyes. "Indeed I do, thank you for noticing," Antonia answered with a very cheeky smirk. "What have you done? You look a lot younger. What product did you use? Because I want that too. Sure, I already look perfect as I am, but adding some extra shine to perfection never hurts, Justo." Venigni asked immediately. "Turns out our chef guest was cheekily hiding some alchemic knowledge from us," Antonia answered, chuckling. "The markings on your face. Your petrification disease is gone." Eugenie added, shocked. "Milady, you are healed." Antonia's puppet butler Polendina asked with a very human hopeful tone. "I am, and to answer you, Venigni, I have regained a good 10 years of youth as a side effect from the cure our new friend gave me," Antonia answered, looking so alive many could think she returned into being a springy and rambunctious teen girl instead of just returning into being a middle-aged woman. "In my defense, those gold coin fruits are more intense than I imagined. I only wanted to heal her and fix her health, not turn back time that much. But this is why test dishes exist for, to test ingredients," Izuku admitted, walking in the scene followed by Momo. And with Giangio latched to his leg to be dragged around by the chef. "Share your notes. Please." That's the life elixir we have been trying to make perfect for ages, and you achieved a perfected version just by cooking. And you even created the perfect cure for petrification disease on top of it, one without a single drawback. Just name your price. Anything. We'll give you everything you want. Giangio begged, rather pathetically, while clinging onto Izuku's leg with both arms. Oh. After learning how that tree was created, we won't share a thing with you and your friends. Momo answered, creating a crowbar from her navel and use it to literally pry the man away from her boyfriend. There are ways to reproduce the tree artificially without sacrificing a human. Since the host completed this part of the mission, the storage area will be equipped with the necessary materials to achieve the artificial gold coin tree. System answered, although the thing's tone still sounded distant, as if the entity was occupied elsewhere and screaming to be heard from that far away. Still not going to tell these people how to replicate my healing cuisine, Izuku answered, sighing. You helped them? P asked, confused. They are your friends and family, they were holding on and waiting for you to come back and save them, so I wanted to do my part. Izuku admitted. Thank you, P answered, hugging the chef instead of shaking his hand like he offered, glad to be of help. The young chef groaned a bit under the strength of the hug. A big help indeed. And as promised, I will reprint for you every cookbook of Krat's most delicious recipes. If our friend P here can spare a minute to visit one of the bookstores in the Lorenzini arcade to recover both the portable printing machine and the data slates necessary for me to print the books from. Venigni answered, showing a blinding smile. And lots of paper? Eugenie added. That too. I can do that, P answered, and both Izuku and Momo were reminded of young Shoto Todoroki's own manner of speech. Are you sure? We can go there ourselves. Izuku said. Please let me, P answered with a faint begging tone. Just be careful. The two answered. With a nod, the young gentleman walked towards the giant machine in the middle of the hotel and then disappeared in a swarm of small blue particles. One day I will discover how he does that. Venigni hummed with a petulant tone. While he is gone, we need to decide what to do with Geppetto. Antonia said with narrowed eyes. When I heard the King of Puppets openly state that Geppetto was the one to initiate the puppet frenzy, my heart bleed, Dio mio, the very pioneer of puppet creation, behind this atrocious mess. I asked our friend if he too heard it, and when he said no, I was overjoyed and lied about not hearing it either. No son deserved to hear how his father became a mass murderer. Venigni admitted, shuddering. Sometimes we need to lie, Lorenzini. Truth has a weight very few can bear. Eugenie answered, patting the man's back in a comforting manner. All this crusade of his, all to resurrect a son he already brought back to life. Are you sure he is doing this just to have Carlo back? Venigni asked. I have known that fool the longest among all of us. He is a brilliant inventor and alchemist, but outside of that he never was good at hiding his feelings. I can recognize Geppetto's manic look when it comes to a project he is obsessed with. Antonia answered. I should have suspected something when he asked me for the pieces to create the King of Puppets. Some were excessive for the project he talked about. I should have guessed he was planning something far more nefarious for the future. Venigni admitted. Again, he is good at making puppets so he could dissimulate, but in humanity, I can read him like a book. The notes Polendina managed to memorize while cleaning his office helped giving me enough details to piece together that fool's plan. Having a puppet that is the spitting image of Carlo roaming about was ticked me off about why he suddenly returned to Krat. Happy to serve, madam, Polendina answered, bowing. So, what now? Izuku asked. Now we collect as many survivors we can from this hellhole and we leave. I will then assemble a task force of many heavily armed soldiers and we will come here to clean up with lots of bullets and bombs and fire. And if some wandering alchemists happen to fall to crossfire, accidents happen. Bell answered. We can help. If that guy heals my brother's eyes, we will help. Fox said. Definitely. Cat added, nodding rapidly. Sorry, but I don't trust you. What about Geppetto? Momo asked. He will face trial and have a judge decide his fate. He has done a lot for the advancement of humanity, and also caused the death of thousands. Justice will decide if he will be imprisoned or hanged for his crimes. Bell answered, walking away to recover the bound and gagged inventor. Izuku just looked at her walk away, sighing at the notion that indeed, Geppetto's crimes were far too atrocious. He escaped. It was barely a minute later that a scream of both anger and disbelief echoed in the entire hotel. Crafty old miscreant? Antonia cursed. The old fart ran away. And he took something with him. Bell declared from the railings of the first floor. What did he take along? Venigni asked. I don't know, but it's big. I tied him up. How did he escape? Eugenie asked. There were shoe markings on the floor and a discarded puppet. He must have remotely controlled one of those lying about around his office. You left him with puppets? Antonia said. They were not active and he had his hands tied. Eugenie tried saying. Oh, for the love of God. The old lady almost cursed like a sailor, and only stopped herself by virtue of her strict upbringing. How do we capture him then? Where is he even going? Bell asked. The Alchemist's Island. Cat and Fox said in chorus. The others chorused. The plan was to come here, trash the place, kill you all and take Geppetto to the island. There is a submarine parked at the ruins waiting for departure. Cat said. Shut up. One of the black rabbits tried saying, to be fair, no sense in keeping secrets now. The black rabbits would have stayed behind to stop any pursuers long enough for the submarine to depart, while those two would have brought Geppetto to Simon Manus. The man posing as Alidoro added, knowing that fool, he would have let you all capture him, so to get to the island with a very good alibi to do whatever he needs there. I won't go into details for obvious reasons, but Simon may have what Geppetto needs to bring Carlo back. You all would have been his ticket for a free ride to the island. Antonia said. But we ruined that. Momo said. Yes, so now he is probably going there by himself. Bell answered. There are only a handful of secret passages that lead to the ruins under the hotel, one of which can be opened by playing a very specific tune on my piano. Antonia added. Want us to go capture him? Izuku asked. No. Too dangerous. There may be plenty of killer puppets and mutated carcasses. You are far too important to risk your life just like that. Giangio answered immediately. Ignoring his whining, he is also right. Unfortunately, the only one that can get Geppetto back and stop Simon is P. Or Carlo, if the ergo inside his heart has fully awakened. Venigni answered. We need to tell him as soon as he is back. The choice will be up to him. Antonia said. Much later, discovering the truth about his entire existence, assaulting the Alchemist Island, fighting through hordes of enemies, fighting a very unfair battle against that lightning psycho woman, then killing Simon twice, first as a man, then as a quasi-god, and then fighting against what he later discovered was his old, reanimated corpse. Geppetto used to create a psychotic puppet and then resurrecting Sophia thanks to a puppet version of her body that had been created with maniacal attention. To details by Simon himself for reasons the young man didn't want to think about. All in the span of barely 3 hours. Carlo regretted becoming a human puppet as soon as he returned to Krat Hotel after going through all that, because those last few hours will probably give an ulcer to his half-robotic soon-to-be fully human stomach, along the nightmares and bad memories and split hair and so on. Geppetto in the meantime was slowly opening his eyes. Oh look, the fool is awake. Antonia said with a mocking tone. Where am I? Geppetto asked, after noticing the HNCFFS strapping him on his makeshift bed. On a train dear Giangio organized for us as soon as we left Krat. We will leave our chef friend to the first stop we reach, but you will keep traveling with us, to the dear judge that will decide your fate. Antonia answered. How? My fault. Or better, my fault with the help of my new recipe, gold fever chicken wings, Krat style. I turned the gold coin fruits into a spice I added to the main sauce of my personal version of one of Krat's iconic dishes. The fruits enriched the taste of both wings and sauce with a spicy and faintly sweet undertone, similar to curry if I have to say. Izuku answered. Holy F dash. This is delicious. The resurrected older brother of the Black Rabbits, now back into being a normal and rational human instead of a raving rabid psycho, yelled in awe while gorging himself. You are no longer a growling mad dog, big bro. I am so happy. You are back to normal. The female black rabbit said, sobbing in happiness. And it fixed my eyes for good too. I love it. Cat echoed, talking with his mouth still full. Such amazing healing properties. Erasing the negative mutations of the elixirs and resetting the human body to top form and health. Prodigious. Giangio as well was gushing nonstop and taking endless piles of notes. And it tastes good. The people eating all agreed happily. Yes. Whatever. The non-healing version of the dish is good or whatever. But I want to see how the one with healing powers is made. Giangio answered, annoyed. When Carlo went to capture you, we secretly followed him, and when you took that lethal attack for him to save him from your own creation, Izuku and me intervened to save your life with one of his healing dishes. Momo explained. Carlo, Geppetto said. You called me son? Carlo answered. Took him far too long to see the truth right under his nose. Antonia commented, rolling her eyes and making Polandina chuckle amused. I was just so desperate to make up for the time I wasted, for all the love I could not give you, Geppetto said, looking away while squeezing his eyes tight to futilely hold back his tears. The judge will decide if you will get life prison or be hanged, just in case, maybe you two should just enjoy this short time together. Belle answered, walking away to be alone for a bit and mourn the death of her partner. Can't say I deserve any other punishment, Geppetto admitted bitterly. Will we be able to visit you if you don't get hanged? Carlo asked. We will make an appeal, Sophia answered, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku and Momo just watched in silence as everything unfolded. This was a tragic adventure, Izuku admitted. But something tells me our involvement changed things in a small but significant manner, Momo answered. I really hope so, Izuku answered. But the system didn't actually care about all that. The entity had chosen that specific world in that specific point in its timeline because, while macabre, that place also offered 0% chances of a woman chasing Izuku. Sophia was a puppet human and had eyes only for Carlo. Eugenie was not interested in romance at all. Belle was mourning. Antonia was too old. There was finally no way for the usually mess to happen. By the way, part of the reason why it took me so long to organize this train was that I had to call and report to the organization I am part of, and as I expected, they are offering you a position in our ranks, a rather high-rank position, I may add. Giangio said, smirking. Uhu. Izuku and Momo muttered, confused. It's a rather extraordinary honor, but if me and my brothers and sisters are right, the knowledge you possess may propel our experiments forward of the equivalent of many, many decades. The man said, nearing the door connecting their train cabin to the next one. And as such, your joining us will come with many perks. Besides plenty of funding and helpers for your own researches, a noble title will also be yours. Giangio said with wide, dramatic gestures. And as soon as I mentioned that you can actually make people younger, healthier, and eternally appealing. If my theory about your food's powers is correct. Another perk added itself to our offer. Giangio said, opening the door with a flourish. Good evening, Brother Izuku. Many, many young women said in chorus, and all of them looked at Izuku in pure, lustful hunger. All of them promised to be very thorough in their convincing you to join us. If a strapping, virile young man like you catches my drift. Giangio said, smirking. While Sophia immediately covered Carlo's eyes while glaring at those girls, and Pulcinella did the same and covered Venigni's eyes. Izuku only paled considerably in horror. Phew! Both teens yelled, and thanks to Whitey, they blasted out of the train and after landing on a roll on the ground, they ran away fast. No. Please come back. I swear they are very healthy, virgin and open-minded. They don't mind sharing. Giangio yelled in despair. I don't think that the issue is that, Antonia answered, face-palming. With Izuku and Momo, both teens ran and ran, conscious that thanks to their respective training regimen, stamina was not an issue, and while running and screaming, they desperately jumped through the portal that opened in front of them to bring them back home for yet another sortie that while a complete success, once again ended in Izuku having to run away. And yet, This time the system was completely silent through the entire ordeal. Time passed after the mess with Guki and Izuku's unlocking of his special fire. The questions asked had been many and pretty uncomfortable, but Sato's lawyer managed to pass everything as Izuku's quirk finally manifesting in a life-or-death situation. His ability was thus hastily recorded as fire-eating in what was a very believable lie thanks to his father's own fire-breathing quirk, and that was the end of that part of the thing. Or it was as long as Izuku pretended to not be able to spit fire by himself and just be able to use flames he previously inhaled. Now he only needed to be present when Guki and his granddaughter will face trial for their many crimes. Nizu apparently got wind of it and offered Yue as sanctuary just in case Izuku and his family needed to hide from the many people keeping tabs on them. I won't bother to ask you to join Yue as a student. With 2 restaurants already opened and successful, leaving everything just to study hero stuff full-time would be unwise. But I am sure that if you ask Namuri and Hizashi will be more than happy to give you pointers as if you were a student. In exchange of food, of course. Yaha. Those were Nizu's parting words when Izuku asked why the Chimera offered him his help. Sometimes Izuku wondered how far that small guy could reach with his fluffy paws. All that though went soon filed in the back of young man's mind. As things were now, he was happily working with the star-eating turtle wok and finally using it to cook. He had opened the retracted pointy legs under the pan and breathed under it a small ball of heaven-earth obsidian flames the size of a golf ball that immediately hovered under the wok by itself like a small sun of acid green fire. At random times a tiny arch of golden lightning would circle it and a faint growling of a wild beast could be heard coming from the small fireball. As expected from a piece of divine equipment. Any other normal cooking utensil pales in comparison. Izuku muttered with a wide smile. The wok was reacting as intended with the fire. The lowest ring of animal carvings had started glowing in faint gold light as soon as the obsidian flames touched the pan's base, signaling that its powers were now ready to be unleashed. I can literally feel the ingredients cooking inside the wok as if they are an extension of myself. Hearing the voice of the ingredients was already a big help for chefs in Zaus' world to become the best, but now Izuku could fully connect to the food he was cooking on a spiritual level, further increasing his precision in preparing them immensely. The more animal carvings rings shine, the more power the wok unleashes, host Izuku. As for now the wok's powers are at a minimum, meaning that the time dilation inside the wok is decreasing the time needed for the ingredients to cook of only 5%. Be sure to train hard and enter the wok's many powers to their full extent. Keep working hard, young man. The system said with a victory jingle. Among its many amazing powers, the wok could decrease the time needed for cooking, literally push out scum from the ingredients to purify their taste, let Izuku control the ingredients' temperature down to the infinitesimal degree and much, much more. The young chef had fallen in love with the golden pan the instant he had started cooking with it. Herb risotto ready, he had said with a happy scream while plating many portions of rice emanating a mesmerizing herbal scent almost ethereal in nature. Herb risotto. Himiko answered, collecting the plates to deliver them. Troublemaker. Pay the bill before leaving. Oh, both chef and waitress muttered with a tired sigh as a dine and dasher went stopped by Whitey before he could run out for the restaurant without paying. Or else? The serial dine and dasher asked with a threatening tone. Troublemaker will be stripped as an example to others. But those were not just rumors. The guy asked while paling considerably. No, but I forgot my wallet. So I thought I could just help myself to a free lunch and just... The guy whimpered. If that was your plan, then you will be punished and the authorities will be alerted. Whitey declared. No. Strip. Slap. The guy went stripped naked and beach-slapped outside the restaurant in a high and elegant fly drawing an arch that ended with him landing face down inside one of the big garbage bins at the opposite side of the road. Whitey, collect his stuff, I'll call somebody to have him detained and the bill forwarded to his address. Izuku said, sighing and returning inside the kitchen. I'll help him. Himiko offered. Thank you. Bets are now officially open. How far did he fly? Remember, who comes the closest will have a dessert for free of your choice. Only one customer per table can participate. Himiko declared once Izuku gave her a tired thumbs up. 27 meters. 26. 25. 30. How can it be 30? USCK at gauging distance by eye. One after another, every customer present declared their bet, all for Himiko to note down. But I wrote all of them down. Whitey? She asked. The troublemaker flew for approximately 26 meters and 82 centimeters and 50 millimeters. 26 m 82 centimeters 50 millimeters. Oh, new record. This means that Mr. Night Eye won since he was the first to say it was 27. His number is the closest to the recorded distance. Himiko declared, smirking. Oh, come on. I said 26. A guy still wearing a hard hat said with a childish whine. And the distance was superior to that, closer to don't blame me, take it to the robot? Troublemaker? Whitey asked, scratching his dome-like head and looking straight at him. Oh, hell no. I am not making somebody else eat a free dessert at my expenses. He answered, laughing amused. Gauging distance is a skill on itself. I'll have a nice slice of lemon tiramisu, please. Night Eye said, smiling a tiny smile and adjusting his glasses. Of course. And congratulations for winning the bet. Himiko answered, bowing and leaving to collect a portion of the dessert he wanted. Lemon tiramisu troublemakers were indeed annoying, so sometimes Izuku used them as a game of sort for his customers, as a way to not let those hooligans ruin everybody's day. He confided in Whitey to punish only the ones that tried to cause trouble just for the fun of it, instead of people actually in need. He had been clear to both robot and system that he didn't want to add more misery on top of whatever mess the less fortunate had already piled on them. Things for him were going on nicely, a quiet life deprived of the many messes Momo, Ochako and the other hero students that instead seemed to face on an almost daily basis, to the point the young chef actually asked them if they were already pro-heroes considering all the fights against villains they went through, and gaining very unamused looks from his girls. He was punished harshly by the four of them for that joke that same night, but that is a steamy story of wild adult fun for another time. He was just glad gourmet cells helped him recover at an accelerated rate from soreness and the nail marks, bite marks and any hickey he gained that night, and any other night after that one. But while for Izuku things were going demon well, for his business rivals and everybody else wishing him harm, things were instead a nightmare. Sushi restaurant Great Sea Palace, 1 Michelin star, and why can't you match the taste? The owner screamed in mad rage and throwing an expensive-looking plate with a rim plated in real 18 KT gold against the wall. The porcelain shattered in a million pieces while the pieces of sushi remained stuck on the wall and slowly slipped down. It's the best puffer fish money can buy. The breeder we asked for the fish only sells the best 100 exemplars of every egg. CYCL, and we got the very best one of those 100. I as well did my very best. The restaurant chef, a woman that had been working there for years and was universally known as a sushi genius, answered, distraught. You tasted it. Just like I did. The owner screamed, frothing at the mouth like a rabid animal. That brat's fugu tastes better like this. You can even feel the FING waves of the ocean while eating his version. Firm and sweet and shining like a jewel. I chewed the goddamn thing for 10 minutes straight and the taste was not going away. Why can't you do it? I tried. The chef answered, bitterness filling her veins at the memories of tasting Izuku's fugu made with puffer whale. It was a taste so heavenly and delicious that it left her speechless and at the same time tore a hole in her spirit. While eating it made her heart soar in happiness, but now the memory of the taste also plagued her nightmares, because she could not replicate the skills of Izuku or the taste of the dish no matter what she tried or how hard she worked on her version. That Midoriya kid makes it. In a common-looking restaurant in the touristic part of town. Why you can't? I am not Midoriya, okay. The woman replied, tears threatening to spill out of her eyes in waves. Sir. Terrible news. One of the restaurant's waiters in casual clothing entered the expensive restaurant in a hurry. What now? The owner asked, annoyed. I just returned from Green Cloud. The kid improved again. By a lot, it's like a whole other world. The spy reported in disbelief. Both owner and chef slowly fell on their knees and started weeping softly, with the rest of the restaurant staff comforting them. That kid is a monster, one of the waitresses muttered, shaking her head. It was all oh so dramatic. Cola factory, sunny Japan, Po office, so? The CEO asked, apprehensive. It's cola, every test we could run confirms it, the head of the factory production team answered, uncertain. But that's it. It's cola, the sugar content is a bit different from the usual, and that much we can imitate. But carbonation, body, taste and aftertaste seems like being what we cannot copy. If we try it, the taste comes out different. The guy wearing a lab coat answered, looking at his papers as if written in a language he did not know. Different? I sent one of my best tasters to that accursed restaurant. He swears he memorized the taste of that mellow cola Midoriya-san has, and he says that our copy still lacks something, but for the life of him, he can't tell what that something is. It's like he is trying to describe something that can't be described by words. And the boy says he makes his own cola. The CEO said. Yes, every ingredient is apparently handpicked by him in person, supposedly all natural ingredients, nothing artificial. The researcher answered. Those shouldn't be difficult to artificially recreate. I know. We have been doing it for years. Carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural flavors, caffeine, that's the usual trick. But nothing matches, so we also tried going the natural way too. We tested the quality of different lemons, limes and oranges from all over the world, tens of different methods of cinnamon preparation, bitter orange peel treated in many different ways. We even tried using coriander seeds and nutmeg. For the love of God, I even tried seeing if the type of water and sugar used were a factor. The researcher admitted, rubbing his eyes. Water and sugar. From outside they are all the same, but speaking chemically, there are some faint differences, nothing seems to match. And the boy's sponsor refuses to sell us that cola. No matter the cut of the resulting profits I offer, any mail I send to request us acting as intermediary to sell their cola to the masses is answered by just a word, no. The CEO said, groaning. They really want it to be found in those 2 restaurants only. I wonder why. The researcher wondered, curious. I have no idea. Try again to imitate that cola. Try to get as close as possible, the old man said with a tired sigh. I'll try my best, sir. Wouldn't it be amusing to tell them that the infamous mellow cola they could not replicate was literally the tears of a monstrous creature of another world? Fusion cuisine restaurant, wanderer. What do you mean with, I am going to challenge him? The old woman, the owner asked. I am tired of you and others putting me in comparison with that kid. Since I apparently can't match his skills, I will challenge him and force him to come working here if I win. Like that we will finally get our hands on that brat's ingredients, especially that godforsaken oil of his. Because no oil I know of fries stuff like that. And I tried them all, god damn it. And his meat selection, one of the kitchen staff members added. And that, because I don't know what they feed their cows, but a beefsteak is not supposed to taste like a fing glorious orgasm. The chef shrieked in rage. I wonder how her husband feels at coming second after a steak in satisfying her, one of the waiters muttered to her friend, smirking while guys snorted in amusement. Silence. That boy has 2 cabinets full of knives he took from chefs that challenged him. He has 40 knives he took as trophy from other chefs in each cabinet, the old woman said, slowly. No issue. You'll see. I'll force him to hand over everything, ingredients and recipes. The chef answered, marching away to grab what she needed for the challenge. She is screwed. The old woman muttered in dismay. Yeah. Her assistant answered. How was the boy's food? You went there yesterday to spy on him. He got even better, something about a new wok he has recently started using. Lovely. She muttered, sighing. With Lady Nagant, Green Gourmet Garden Restaurant, the former assassin was at the moment taking cooking lessons from Mako and the other kings, with the students taking turns in checking her progresses whenever one of them could briefly step away from their respective workstations. This is harder than I thought. Kana admitted with a small smile. Look at the bright side, the dishes you need to learn to make our way easier than ours. Michiko said, chuckling. Oh, I am grateful for that. I have no idea how you others can make those sculptures inside a plate every time. It becomes a habit after a while, Your body knows the movements almost subconsciously, so it's only a matter of not getting distracted and screw up? Toshio answered, giving the finishing touches to what looked like being a big cigar on a marble ashtray. The hell is that? Kana asked with her mouth dropping open in amazement. Boss Izuku's new creation, a cigar made with chocolate. The inside is filled by hazelnut-flavored cream wrapped in a thin film of 75% dark chocolate. The ashes both on the ashtray and on the cigar are a sweet powder made mostly with white truffle. The ashtray itself is a small amaretto sponge cake encased in a thin cover of sugar paste decorated to look like marble. It is served with a small glass of imported Caracas Club Honey 40-degree honey rum next to the plate, he answered. It looks like a real cigar and ashtray, the woman said in disbelief. This one is nothing, I am still learning actually, you should see the one the boss makes instead, that's the real deal. Few customers actually tried smoking it for real the first time he served it. Toshio answered, chuckling. Amused. I can't make that, Kana said with a long whine. And you won't need to. We will help boss. It can teach you how to work in an izakaya restaurant. It will be way easier recipes, promise. Sadao promised, adjusting Nagin's cutesy apron with in training written on it. Promise? She begged, actually looking scared. She could come up with dozens of ways to kill somebody, but making a FING edible ashtray like those kids were doing at the moment. That was far outside her area of expertise. We promise, Toshio answered, smiling. You just need to worry about making a proper karaage, sashimi, ajidashi tofu, deep-fried tofu with soup, yakisoba fried noodles, takowasabi fresh, raw octopus with wasabi sauce, dashimaki tamago Japanese rolled omelette, matsunakomi stewed beef giblets and any other dish people expect from an izakaya restaurant. And prepare them with the masterful quality our boss Izuku-san has become synonymous with. We won't let you ruin his reputation by preparing subpar food. Mako added, nailing the assassin with a cold, and yet almost fanatical, glare. Kana squeaked. Forgive Mako-chan, please. She really admires him. Michiko whispered, sighing in dismay. You don't say, Kana answered, sarcastic. Hello. How's it going? Goro the lizard man asked while peeking inside the kitchen. Everything is right on schedule, Goro-san. We are completing the last dishes for the current orders. Mako answered immediately. Very good. Our exuberant waiters as well reported 100% satisfaction from our guests. Keep this up and Desar Izuku will probably trust you five with far more freedom in managing this restaurant. Goro answered, so pleased his tail faintly slapped the floor behind him. Thanks. The kings answered, all flashing a wide smile of pride and satisfaction. I still can't believe you others got Gentle Criminal and La Brava as waiters here, Nagant muttered in disbelief, shaking her head. That reminds me. Kana, can we talk a little? Goro asked. Sure. She answered, taking away the apron and following him outside. I have a favor to ask you. Something I wish Amistier to not know about. Goro whispered. I am all ears. The other answered. Over here. Goro guided her to the offices in the back, inside Adelia's own, to be precise. You took her here good? The witch said, nodding, and drawing a triangle of light in the air with a finger. A purple aura covered the office walls. I guess that means we won't be heard. Kana asked. Yes. Please sit. Adelia answered, and nailing the woman with a cold stare as soon as she and Goro sat on the chairs in front of her desk. What is happening? Kana asked. A bit of a preface before that. You see, young Izuku once upon a time wished to be a pro-hero, just like All Might and many others. Adelia explained. I saw him geek out a lot whenever a pro-hero comes visit, yes. Quite the adorable sight, and... Nagant asked, chuckling at the cute memory. You must understand that that's hero mentality never really went away for good when he such goal to become a chef, and normally this wouldn't really be a problem. Goro added himself to the talk while crossing his arms. I don't like where this is going. Kana admitted. And what we mean with normally is that a normal chef doesn't have villains and branches of the Japanese government ogling his every move like a love-struck stalker. Adelia answered. The League of Villains and the Commission. Kana said, groaning. And few other smaller organizations, yes? Goro added, a growl surging from the back of his throat. As you may imagine, Izuku doesn't want to even just consider removing the problem at the roots. Me and Goro instead and more open to the idea. Adelia said, tone frosty cold. We are very protective of MSTR, and as such, we don't like the idea of some fool used to get whatever they want like a spoiled toddler coming to ruin our quiet life and endanger our best friend. Goro said, tail lightly slapping down on the floor. I hope you are not asking me to be your personal assassin, Kana said with narrowed eyes. I assure you that me and Goro are more than able to remove obstacles by ourselves, without extra help. Adelia answered, conjuring in her hand a small ball of purple fire Kana could tell by eye was far too hot to be normal fire. What we ask is for you to share what you know of the various people we are certain wish to use our friend as a pawn for their little games, Goro said. Only information? She asked. Should things spiral out of control, we will take care of removing them. You can stay away from any battle if you want, but we would like to know more about our possible victims. You mean enemies? Kana asked. Enemy implies they will have a chance to actually make damages, Goro answered, his eyes and smile growing sharper, more animal than humanoid. Fine, but I will also tell you about who is helping along because coerced or threatened. Not everybody working for those monsters are doing it just because they enjoy it. Kana answered. Thank you, dear. That too will be of great help. Adelia answered, grateful. But if Izuku asks, I told you nothing. Our lips will be sealed, Kana. Promise. Goro answered. Good. Grab pen and paper, there is a lot to learn about the League and the Commission alone, then we will go through the other names you may have. Nagant declared, sighing. Meanwhile, Hero Public Safety Commission HQ, Director's Office. The woman at the head of the commission was at the moment frowning while looking at the giant screen of her computer, tapping rapidly and keeping open dozens of tabs she randomly used for cross-references, often checking all of them at the same time. Hawks and another pro-hero under the direct orders of the commissions were standing in front of the desk, forbidden from using the two comfy chairs right in front of them, and both heroes could not help wondering for how long the very awkward silence in the room will continue. I seem to remember giving the order of retrieving that accursed dog again after the last miserable failure. Finally, the director talked, and yet her eyes never left her computer's screen. You did, Miss Director. But the guy you sent is currently in the hospital. I am aware of what happened to that cretin Hawks. The director interrupted him. What I want to know is why after he failed we didn't send another agent. She then said, we actually tried many times. The other hero answered, HN. Then why I don't have an update on the dog breeding for us an army of guard dogs with similar strength? The director asked with a frown, and finally glaring at the two. As soon as they wake up from their coma we will get more details, I guarantee it, Miss Director. Hawks answered. Again. Then why we can't demand the boy to get arrested? Why? The director demanded, slamming her hand on the desk. Because the restaurant has security cameras outside that clearly recorded our team trying to break into the restaurant, we were told that if we try anything, the video and every other proof will be shown to everybody. Hawks answered, by now unfazed by the woman's bad temper. Why was I not informed of all this? She demanded. I sent you a mail with all this, Hawks answered with an unsure tone. Don't lie. It's true. Hawks answered with a whine. Have you checked your spam mail tab? The other hero asked, rolling his eyes. Show me respect, H3271. She yelled. Us by the serial number we were labeled with when the commission made us as if we were objects instead of humans, and yet you demand respect. Typical. Hawks thought, sighing. They were sent to kidnap a kid, an innocent girl that is barely 9 years old, to use her as leverage. The other hero said, so what? Babies are born every DMN day, it's not like they are hard to come by. It's that boy's fault if we are forced to go the hard way instead of the easy way. He just needed to obey us and do as he was told. The director smirked. He didn't follow instructions and refused to hand himself and everything else over, so now it's our right as the Japanese government to take it. I am the director, and if I say that something belongs to us, then they belong to us. And I want that dash bang. Under Hawk's shocked eyes, the other hero's big punch slammed with inhuman strength and ferocity on the director's face to interrupt her deranged rant, destroying her nose and teeth in a big splash of BLD and sending her expensive glasses flying across the room while she went propelled backwards and rolling on the floor until she slammed against the opposite wall. The awkward silence returned inside the office as Hawks and the now-breathing hero watched the unconscious director lie on the floor unmoving and with BLD slowly drenching her face while one of her eyes was already swelling closed. Finally she shut up. God, I dreamed of doing this for so many years. The guy said with a wide smile. You do know your life is over now, yes? Hawks asked, worried, and stepping over the woman's glasses by mistake. My life has been over for a while. I am just finally going through my bucket list. Final stage, Hawks. I have probably less than 1 year left to live. He said with a sad smile. And she would have known that had she cared, had she stopped for just a second to consider what the world around her wants or needs. She never does. None of the people here care, Hawks. We are the results of their little project of heroes answering only to them like obedient attack dogs. All for some absurd dream of taking over Japan as the leading leaders. You do realize they are supposed to be the good guys and not the villains, yes. That they are not supposed to plan a coup like in some cheap action movie. But here we are, kidnapped as kids to become their little toy soldiers to send to the grinder. But we are humans, Hawks. We are alive. We are not assets. Too bad the guys that own us are a branch of our government. Hawks answered, sighing. There has to be a way. Murder. He joked. I am serious, Hawks. I don't know you, but we others are all looking for a way to leave all this behind and just be normal heroes, with normal lives as free people. I spoke with Endeavor recently. He says that his door is always open at the agency, but honestly, I can't add my problems to his own. That's already a big pile of trouble by itself. I will just enjoy the few months I have left avoiding this spoiled brat. Being on the run will at least give me a chance to see the world. Finally, since I never left Japan. But you Hawks, do try to break free. I said the same things to the others. We all deserve freedom. Try to get free of this madhouse. You make it sound easy. They control my bank accounts and everything else I own. I will be basically penniless and homeless if I leave them. Hawks answered, sighing. It's exactly because it is not easy that you need to try. Do whatever it takes, but break free. The other hero begged. I'll try. Promise. Good, the others promised to do the same, and if you all work together, maybe what happened to us won't happen again. I hope so. You better go. The more distance you put between here and you, the harder it will be for them to catch you. Have you already removed the tracker? Hawk said. Yes, back alley doctors are expensive as hell, but the guy is an old friend so he made me a discount. I will throw it in the garbage bin right out of here. Good looks. The man said. Good luck, my friend. Be free. Hawks answered, watching the man walk away rapid steps. The lone pro hero once alone looked at the still unconscious director with uncaring eyes. If only I could snap your neck, I would do it. Too bad it would serve no purpose. Yet, he said to himself, he just gave a long sigh and prepared himself to play the part of the obedient puppy and help his beloved director in her time of need after this outrageous attack. Why villains never slit the throat of these people instead of innocent civilians? It was that his phone pinged from an incoming email, and the longer he read that mail, the more his eyes grew wide and his eyebrows rose, to the point even his wings popped out rigid, all thanks to his surprise. Talk about timing, he muttered in surprise and with a very dry chuckle. Around the same time, Secret Lab All for One was normally a patient man, although also the living definition of megalomania and god complex, reason why he wanted everything to be perfect for his grand return. In his mind he was literally a demon lord about to resurrect to terrorize the world and kill the heroes. All was just a way for his deranged power fantasy to come to fruition, and maybe a sign that Shigaraki was not the only demented manchild treating the world as a game. Gigantomachia is getting restless lately, sensei. Daruma informed him after the daily checkups to assure AFO's body was still holding up until he could go on with his precious procedure. He wants some action. Ooh. Poor thing, I almost understand him, all this waiting can get on your nerves. All for One admitted with a cold chuckle. Should we let him run rampant a little? Daruma asked. Maybe, but not yet. I want everything to be perfect. The setting of the stage for my return has to be made properly. If All Might really is back to full health, I too must be presentable for our last showdown. The world has to tremble in fear as soon as I arrive, and even more after I show them the severed head of their precious heroes. The villain answered. We can use Machia's rampage as the starting point, and steadily ramp up our attacks until the CLMX that will be your glorious return, Sensei. Daruma offered, smiling wide and cruelly. Ooh, I like the sound of that. An escalation of chaos that warms the audience before the main villain arrives. Let the masses tremble in fear and their so-called heroes show their incompetence before killing them. I want a clear stage for my return, free of any background, secondary characters. Ha. All for One answered, laughing cruelly. Everything will be ready, don't worry, Sensei. Daruma promised, he too excited at the idea, apparently. Later that day, with Izukyaira's house, kitchen, Izuku was looking in pride as Rei removed from the oven a perfectly made roast beef, not a burn in sight and the right scent filling the air as soon as she pulled it out. Simply perfect, Rei. You did it all by yourself, and you made absolutely no mistakes. He said with an amazed tone. Miss Yaoyorozu. I am so happy. The family chef at the same time was crying fat tears of happiness, with his hiccups wrecking his body heavily. I can't believe it. I did it. Rei said, smiling blindly. I had no doubts about it. You worked too hard all this time to not get better. Izuku answered. So, the cut test? Rei asked, turning the final test, come on. It's your right as the chef. That made it. Izuku answered, handing her knife. I trust you, Rei. Trust yourself. He said once seen eye the knife in fear. Here it goes, she said, getting the knife and slowly cutting through the meat with trembling hands. The knife easily cut through the tender cooked meat, and as soon as the outer slice delicately fell on the plate, juicy rosy meat was uncovered, tender and still faintly dripping juices that shone brightly in the kitchen light. It was perfect. I did it. Rei yelled in happiness, almost crying actually. What? The family chef did cry instead, mostly in relief at seeing that maybe Rei will stop destroying the kitchen every time she tried cooking. Color is good, so is scent and consistency. What about the taste? Izuku, smiling widely, said. Here. Rei answered, cutting more to have a test taste for her, Izuku and her personal chef. The woman slowly brought a morsel to her mouth and carefully chewed. Memories of her many failures before she started taking lessons made her cautious of possible new poisoning accidents. Ooh. Very nice. Salt was used well, pepper too. Very good heat control too, you did it DMN well. So, how does it taste to you? Izuku asked. Tastes like victory. Rei answered, crying comically large tears of happiness. Smile. The family chef said, taking a picture of Rei holding the plate of food she made. She was smiling and cooking lessons, graduated, was written above her. The picture was sent to Momo and Saito then, and unknown to them, both Momo and Saito started crying in happiness at the good news, especially Rei's husband since his stomach will finally start healing from years of unintentional abuse. With this, you are officially ready to cook by yourself whenever you want. I can say that when it comes to simple recipes, I got nothing else top teach you, Izuku said. I will keep taking care of cooking, but at least now you will be able to cook without accidents, Miss Rei. The family chef added. Thank you, Iken. Rei answered, hugging him tightly. So does this mean you will stop visiting? Cheston said. I can visit whenever you want, Rei. You can come visit me as well. Izuku answered, hugging her tightly. And cook together. We can do that too, of course. Good. The three of them chatted a bit more, until it was time for Izuku to leave and returning to his beloved Green Cloud restaurant, walking through the street at a leisure pace to enjoy the peaceful evening. Host. The system alerted him. Now it would be a good moment to visit the location of your future izakaya restaurant. You found a good one. Where? Izuku asked with an excited smile. Please follow the arrows. The entity answered, making bright green arrows start floating in the air pointing towards the location. Luckily only Izuku could see them, otherwise there would be far too many questions asked. Streets. Following the bright arrows, Izuku and Whitey made their way through the streets towards the area of the city where most of the offices were located, and the few small restaurants and bars he passed by did not miss his presence. Is that kid that challenged all those chefs? Why is he here? The owner of an Irish-themed pub, leaning on the stereotypical, wondered aloud in dread. Why is he looking at that empty store? He doesn't want to open another restaurant here, right? The owner of a small restaurant shrieked in horror. Wah. It's him. A chef of another store, one that in the past had lost a knife to Izuku, started crying and sobbing as soon as he saw the young man, forcing his boss to hurry comfort the PTSD-suffering guy. Whoever was even just remotely connected to the world of cooking was now following Izuku's every move in dread, horrified at the idea of a third restaurant of his appearing close to them. Honestly, from outside, they were treating Izuku as if he was the all-for-one of the cooking business. With Izuku, the young chef was studying the empty store from outside, trying to see through the dusty windows to gauge how things were inside. Mr. Midoriya. A young woman in a business suit said, nearing him with cautious steps. Yes. That's me, how can I help you? He answered. Mikoto Urashima from Sakamoto Real Estate. We have been called about you being interested in buying this store. The woman asked, offering him her business card with a formal bow. Yes, nice to meet you, Miss Mikoto. I guess my sponsor called you. Can we go in? Izuku answered, accepting the card and shaking the woman's hand. Of course. Please let me unlock the door. The woman answered and promptly opening the door for him. As soon as they both entered, the rumor of yet another restaurant of Izuku probably opening soon spread like wildfire in a giant area around the future izakaya, making many store owners howl in despair. You already have 2 restaurants. Why is it not enough? Monster. Many screamed while crying. Later that night, Toshinori's office. Toshinori was looking at a thick folder with narrowed eyes, humming grimly at random intervals while checking and rechecking random pages, as if hoping to see the reports in there be different than what he had already seen. So a giant villain is going on a merry rampage near the mountains, Toshinori muttered. And coming far too close to the small villages near there. There is also the sightseeing of several secondary members of the League of Villains in the city mulling about, Sir Knighty answered, checking his own notes. After a long PRD of silence, with just minor attacks, Toshinori added, minor attacks against the wild pussycats and 2 classes of students. The other corrected him. And the mess with Stein. Are you sure it was all to entice him? Knighty asked. He left me a note pinned to my car, assuring me he didn't feel the need to join the League of Villains since I did not retire. Toshinori answered, shrugging. Of course, why wouldn't he notify you of that? Knighty answered, rubbing his temples tiredly. I would arrest him if he wasn't that good at slithering away. I know. Do you think All for One is planning something? Toshinori asked. When does he not? Ever since you forced him into retirement, he had been very likely planning his return. Remember the Kamino raid recently? Knighty asked grimly. Oh, I do, Toshinori replied, grimacing. They thought they had the location, or at least one of the locations, the League used to plan their attack, so All Might, Mirio, Night Eye and few other pro-heroes had decided to pay a friendly visit in the hopes of seeing if the villains there were kind enough to book a meeting between Toshinori's punch and All for One's face once again, for old time's sake. They only found a smirking Kurogiri, going by the voice at least, sitting on top of a ludicrous quantity of explosives with their timer already counting down the last seconds, just enough time for the Nomu to mock them with a sorry, gentlemen, your All for One is in another castle, and then disappear inside a portal before the bar and everything around it in a 30-meter radius went engulfed by the explosion. They all were alive only thanks to MT Lady growing huge and shielding them with her body. They survived, but you needed almost 2 months to recover from her wounds. They were waiting for us, Night Eye said, frowning. Confirming our suspects about 1 or more spies having tattled us out. Or at least that one of your informants sold the information to them. Toshinori answered, still trying to find out who it was. I trust you, I don't believe they can avoid you forever. Mirio is itching to join us in the next raid. Should he join? Toshinori asked. I am still worried of how wildly One for All and Permeation react to each other, but I know I can't hold him back forever. I need to trust him and believe in his power and skills. Night Eye answered, sighing. You think he was telling the truth? That he saw Nana? Toshinori asked with a longing tone. Either truth or just a dream. He said he met her but could not hear her voice. But he is sure she was very alarmed, scared even. A bad omen, All Might muttered, unsure. And considered All for One was the one that killed her. Maybe it's a bad omen about his return. Night Eye answered. A warning from beyond the grave. God, I hope not. He answered. Me too. But I am afraid we will need to be ready for things to go bad very fast. Right, we can't dash Dry Eye Thyan. Night Eye's phone's ringing interrupted them. It's Centipeter. He said, picking up the call. Right away. The man said immediately after just a short silence. Gigantomachia is moving towards Hosu, tearing everything apart on the way. He doesn't look like about to stop anytime soon. What? Let's go. Toshinori was already to the door while saying that. Yes, Mirio as well has been alerted together with Hado and Tamaki. We will also meet you and Nemuri once there. Night Eye answered, following him. Midnight too. What? Nemuri's grandmother lives in Hosu, and Nemuri's mother is currently there to visit. Not even you could stop her from going there to protect her family. Maybe her quirk can help too. Let's go. All Might rushed out at high speed, soon followed by Mirio and the other two top 3 students, flying behind them thanks to their own quirks. Mr. All Might, Mirio said. Be careful, students. Gigantomachia is a walking natural disaster. You must stay on guard at all times. Toshinori warned them. Yes, sir. The students answered. Our first priority is stopping Gigantomachia from even just enter Hosu. The damages will be incalculable if we let him reach the place. Fight smart, fight carefully and use his giant bulk against him. Night Eye instructed them hurriedly. Yes, sir. We'll tell you more along the way. Now hurry. Toshinori added. At the same time, Green Cloud Restaurant, Izuku and Momo were standing alone in the middle of his kitchen and waiting for the system to initiate the teleportation that will bring them into another world for Izuku's sortie. Did Nijire say what the emergency was about? Izuku asked, worried. She said she wasn't supposed to say, for security reasons, she could only admit it was something big and that it will happen in Hosu, Momo answered, sighing. She will be fine. She will be fine, Izuku answered, trying to reassure both her and himself. Yes, she will be. She is strong and capable, and thanks to you she even knows Enbu. She will pull through and get back to us. Momo answered, looking just as apprehensive as him. We will be away for 7 days in that world, and only 7 hours will pass here. By the time we will be back things will hopefully be resolved. God, I hope so. You can stay here if you don't feel like it. No, I trust Nijire to be able to be by herself for a couple hours, but I won't leave you alone in another dimension for a week. Momo answered, unsure. Thank you, Momo. He answered, kissing her. Everything is ready. Teleportation array scribing. The system declared as a circle of mysterious rune-like letters appeared around them and Whitey. Blackie, Adelia, Goro, Zephyr. I leave everything to you. Keep my mother, Momo's parents and Eri safe if anything happens. Izuku asked. Of course. The other staff members of Green Cloud answered in chorus, with Zephyr giving a long, determined yowl. Thank you. Both teens answered, grateful, before disappearing in a blinding giant flash of light. Other dimension, space station. When the light faded away, Izuku and Momo found themselves inside a massive hangar, so big they could barely comprehend how something man-made could be of such immense size. Everywhere giant spaceships far more advanced of even the wildest sci-fi movie of their home dimension silently and elegantly hovered in place, connected to the space station in precise rows thanks to long transparent corridors. Everywhere humans and colorful aliens walked back and forth in an endless buzz of activity, boarding or leaving the ships that arrived and left non-stop to visit the space station or leaving for missions, trades and who knew what else. Sorry. Coming through. A tall robot walked past Izuku and Momo in a brisk pace while checking the holographic projection of a watch. Robot and aliens? Momo said in awe. Okay, this is different. Izuku answered just as amazed. Attention please. All ships coming from the Guron sector, please pass through Gate 6 for identification and to receive your mandatory permit. At hashtag at Guron sector, at hashtag R3U% pound BJ. A metallic voice repeated the same message in hundreds of different languages from the speakers of the docks. Amazing! I am seeing aliens. I am the first human to actually see space and aliens. Momo said with shining aliens, a cute sight that made Izuku chuckle and his heart swell in love for her. So it seems, maybe this sortie won't be so bad. The young chef answered, pleased to see that maybe he will have a normal sortie for once. There it is. It's starting. It's starting. A bunch of kids, humans and alien, screamed while hurrying past the two towards one of the giant ships. Both muttered, unsure. The spaceport vibrated with the palpable energy of anticipation of the kids and many adults present as the colossal starship, boldly showing its name, Stellar Colossus, prepared to leave its mooring. All systems online. One of the people at the helm of the starship declared eagerly as the many screens in front of her lighted up in positive feedbacks and complex graphs giving her live feedback of the ship's system status. The starship, a titanic construction of steel and glass, stood as a monument to the power and grandeur of human engineering. The crew, comprised of hundreds of specialized individuals, moved with millimeter precision along the perfectly illuminated corridors of the starship. Attention to all post, once again I want and expect from you all only the very best. The starship's captain was a gruff-looking man in his 50s with well-kept beard and a long scar running down from his forehead down to his neck and above his left eye, a testament of what a moment of distraction could mean when in their line of duty, where a single second can make the difference between life and death. Everything about him gave off an imposing aura of a veteran of thousands of battles. Yes, sir. Each member wore impeccable uniforms and exuded an aura of absolute determination and fission. They all answered as one to the words of their beloved captain that they have served under for years. Wow. Momo said in childlike wonder at seeing the giant ship slowly come to life, like an almighty beast slowly awakening from its slumber. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Izuku instead could not shake off the feeling of something being wrong in the scene. Reactor is turning. Energy levels rising at optimal rate. A man said, his eyes blinking while checking his monitors. Releasing locks. Anti-gravity cushions activated. Initiating engine warm-up. The crew robot listed while its 6 arms moved with impossible precision to cover the work of 3 persons at the same time. It's time, fellas. Let everybody know we are here for them. Let's bring them hope and safety. Under the captain's iron guidance, commands were issued with surgical precision and every action was executed with utmost accuracy. There was no room for error on his ship. Every member of the crew knew that the fate of thousands of lives rested on their skills and dedication. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. With a powerful roar, the starship's gigantic engines ignited, unleashing iridescent blue flames that danced with unparalleled beauty and grandeur. Oh my God! This is so cool! Momo yelled in stricken awe when she saw the flames of the ship's engines that seemed to burn with the intensity of 1,000 stars, illuminating the darkness of the surrounding space with dazzling light. The starship slowly detached from the port, rising with grace and unstoppable elegance. The vibrations of the engines reverberated through the starship's hull as it soared ever higher into the starry sky. Finally, with one last burst of power, the ship moved, and a cheerful jingle started playing while thousands of pictures of ice creams of every size, for humans and for aliens, covered the ship's entire hull. Ice cream, sweet rolls, salted grurigant, iced florgelius. Come and get some, kids. Captain Sweets is here. And the gruff captain donned a white cap and started selling ice creams with a high-pitched voice unbefitting his look. The ship then immediately turned off the engines and slowly started floating towards the walls in a way that aligned the window from where the clerk usually sold ice creams to the railings where the kids stood in wait like a famished horde of locusts. Ice cream. Ice cream. The kids chanted in various languages while amassing close to the railings while waving the coins and colorful bills their parents gave them to buy themselves the sweets and ice cream they wanted, all under the amused looks of the adults around them, chuckling amused and remembering fondly when they were the same age and anxiously waiting for the ice cream ship to start selling. Momo's happy expression died a gory, messy death as the image of sci-fi awesomeness she was expecting went gutted brutally right in front of her eyes just for some cheap ice creams. Izuku, what is happening? All that for an ice cream truck? Momo asked, confused and unnerved. Here we go. This is going to be one of those sorties, Izuku answered, massaging his temples to stave off the first of a long series of headaches. Shiro simply purred and rubbed his cheek on Izuku's while Whitey silently rubbed his back with a big hand. Both offered their silent prayers and reminded Izuku they were there to help him through this new annoying ordeal. Opposite side of the galaxy, super secret facility hidden inside a giant asteroid. Meanwhile this was happening, at the opposite side of the galaxy, an evil scientist was cursing his luck at seeing one of his many secret labs being under attack by bounty hunters. Send my space grunts to my space lab on the Shuru asteroid belt. I want them to bring me back the AI core of my bio-obliterating ballista orbital death station. I won't be denied my conquest of the galaxy just because some space fool wanted some easy space dollars. The towering purple alien ordered. Yes, Dr. Grogger. The space grunts answered as one, hurrying towards the secret base's spaceport to jump on their spaceships and preparing to use the space catapult to initiate instant FTL travel. Yet another plan of evil was forming, and once again, Izuku found himself in the smack-dab middle of it, all while just trying to manage his restaurant and hunt for ingredients to increase his menu selection and make his dishes even better. He just wanted to have a quiet chef life. Was it too much to ask? I'll make extra-dimensional ingredient hunt. The crepes that destroyed a boss. Hokkaido, Kitahirashima City, shopping mall, a group of teens on a small summer trip that soon turned into another quest to save the world, had taken a short stop in Hokkaido to hunt down another target of theirs. Ah, Hokkaido. Such a magnificent place. Yusuke declared with a pleased smile. We need to try some local delicacies too. I always wanted to try some real Liteo double fromage. And declared, her eyes scanning everywhere for sweet goodness. I could go for some cheesecake myself, to be honest. Makoto admitted, smiling. Focus. We must find the monarch of the new jail, I sensed. Of all members of the small group, it was the cat sitting inside the bag of their leaders to bring back everything on track. Morgana is right, the fact that a new jail popped up out of nowhere so suddenly after we fixed my daughters is far too suspect. Zenkichi added. Smells fishy, Rin admitted, nodding. You mean sweet dude? This scent is driving me nuts. Ruji answered, smirking and sniffing the air hard. Indeed. I never felt a scent as good as this. Haru admitted, impressed. Can we get some of that? Please. Anne and Futaba begged. I wish I could smell that too. You make it sound delicious. Sophie said from Ren's phone. Fine, but just a bite, we are on a mission and we can't waste time. Zenkichi, as the only actual adult in the group, conceded with a sigh. Following Anne's nose, usually putting a bloodhound's to shame whenever it was about sweets, the small group of friends made their way through the giant mall towards the source of the amazing scent. And the closer they got, the stranger things became. Hey, is it me or everybody is starting to get fat? Ruji asked. Oh dear. Body shaming is very unwelcomed. Yusuke commented, then a shadow was cast on him. I want more. The pretty much spherical woman droned like a zombie while walking forward, almost pushing the young man to the ground in her mindless haste for cake. Her body mass ratio is completely unacceptable. Even the great Fernando Botero found beauty in the curves of a plus-size version of humanity, but even he then advocated about health. That woman looks like about to pop like a balloon. Yusuke commented horrified. If not her, her heart will soon give in if she is not careful. Makoto added, watching more and more obese people walking with almost empty eyes in the same direction. I believe we found our jail monarch. They act like every other victim of one, meaning that whoever is making the sweets they want must be our target. Morgana said with narrowed eyes. So somebody is stealing their desires and enslaving them through food. What? Zenkichi asked, confused. A wronged chef. Somebody that didn't get recognition they think they deserve. And asked, confused. Or maybe a former dietitian that has decided to take revenge on the world that wronged her. A new voice said. Sumire. The others yelled with wide eyes. This must be the girl you were talking about. Nice to meet you. Zenkichi offered with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, sir. Sumire answered with a formal bow. Sumire, what are you doing here? And asked, hurrying to hug their friend as hard as she could. My stage overseas had been interrupted for a bit. Few people involved were caught pocketing funds, so until further notice, or at least a new stage is prepared, I got nothing to do so I decided to get back home. Hokkaido was supposed to be one of our stops before I returned home. The others though are acting strange. As soon as they tasted some local cake they went insane for the stuff and demanded to stop here forever to eat it every day. I was trying to investigate like we used to do when, Sumire started explaining, then she saw Zenkichi and her words slowed down to a crawl. I am a PT too, don't worry. Codename Wolf. Zenkichi assured her with a wink. Thank goodness. She exhaled in relief. I am happy to see you again, Rin said, moving closer to her. Me too, senpai, Sumire said, shyly hugging him. If it was any other moment, I would have left you catch up for the time you were apart, but being lovebirds will have to wait until we have dealt with the jail. Morgana said. Jail. Not palaces. Sumire asked, confused. We'll explain on the way, but what is this thing about a dietitian? Haru asked. I saw who has opened the bakery the cakes come from, and recognized her. She used to be a famous dietitian, then an up-and-coming idol accused her to force her to take pills to not eat and follow her diet. The scandal had been immediate and it simply destroyed her care. Sumire explained. And it was not the truth. Makoto asked. I used to be one of the people she followed when I started my gymnastic training. She hated the idea of using medicines as a shortcut to lose weight. She believed that DSPLN and good diet were more than enough. She used to believe in helping others staying in shape and healthy. I am sure that Idol was abusing drags on her own, and when they discovered her secret stash of illegal drags she blamed Miss Haguromo to protect herself from the scandal. Sumire answered, shaking her head wildly. Then I guess the jail twisted both her longing of revenge into making everybody around her become fat. And guess, if they don't want my help to stay healthy, they can become the pigs they wish to be. Stuff like that. Ryuji said, distorting his voice in a stereotypical bad guy voice. Considering what we saw in the other jails, it wouldn't surprise me if you nailed it 100%, Ryuji. Futaba answered. Then we will stop her. She is literally killing these people a cake at a time. Zenkichi declared. Do you want to join us again, Sumire? Rin asked. Of course. She answered, kissing his cheek and smiling. Goddamn Kohai trope, and muttered, bitterly. She got to him first, but it's okay. You'll have your chance. Haru answered, rubbing her friend's back. A short walk later, bakery, following Sumire's directions, the group arrived a rather fancy but small bakery where a woman with curly black hair was selling the local famous double fromage cakes to a giant crowd of overweight people clamoring in front of the entrance in very desperate need for the small desserts. There she is. They always look so normal from outside, it never ceases to creep me out to see how twisted they are on the inside as monarchs. Haru admitted. Indeed, the manifestation of our darkest desires and wishes are as ugly as one may expect from the most sordid recesses of our souls. Yusuke added, frowning a bit. Yo, that's the QR code for the EMMA app. Want to scan it so we can have a first tour of her jail? Ryuji said, jamming his thumb towards a giant sign. Add my bakery to your MMA friend list to always be updated on when to find my new creations first. I guess adding about turning into brain-dead zombies was not a good publicity, so she didn't add it. and commented in distaste after reading the text under the big QR code. I guess so, Rin added, just as annoyed as she was. Is that a robot? Futaba in the meantime was gushing about something else. The others turned around to see a young man with green eyes and green hair studying a small plate with a double fromage cake on it with analytical eyes inhumanly focused on every detail. Next to him a tall girl with azure hair was watching him amused, and behind them both a very tall and chubby robot was silently standing in silence, looking around aimlessly with big round white eyes. I wouldn't eat that if I were you, Rin said. Yes. The cooking time is wrong. She used too much sugar in the cheese cream, the cover is too dry and it's clear the oven was too hot when she prepared the sponge cake base. There is no way people would be so obsessed with this version of this dessert if any store outside of this mall sell way better ones. Izuku answered. Holy see, dude, did you give it an x-ray? Ruji asked. HN. Sorry. I am a traveling chef and came here to see if anybody could make a good enough version of the double fromage for me to improve upon. I tatzed many version to see what to work with. This was my last stop considering how insanely famous he was supposed to be, he answered, chuckling. But indeed the final product didn't match the expectations the fame promised. I understand your plight. Many times I too saw artists celebrated while offering mediocre pieces of art. Yusuke answered, sighing. I wouldn't go that far. Iken did say the cake had some good sides as well, it's just that the bad outweighs the good. Nijire answered, chuckling. You tried it too? And asked. Didn't really like it, but I am spoiled, I am too used to eat what Izuku makes, so my standards are a bit slanted. She answered, making Izuku blush. Ha! That must be the sweet taste of love. Adorable. Makoto answered, chuckling amused, and worsening Izuku's blush. I am sorry you got hyped for nothing, but if I can give you a suggestion, do not finish that dessert and refrain from eating more. We have reasons to believe they have been tampered with. Zenkichi said. Dregs? Izuku asked. We'll see. Please be discreet and try to talk any new customer into not eating. I will ask around some questions. He answered, flashing to both Izuku and Nijire his ID as a police officer. Sure, sir. No problem. Nijire answered. Izuku and Nijire watched in silence Rin scan the QR and give a nod to his friends and then walk away. Very suspicious. Nijire finally commented with narrowed eyes. A brainwashing dessert. Haven't seen one like this in a while. Izuku admitted with a growl. Bad memories of Joa? Yes. Will you hate me if I crash a restaurant? I feel like being a vigilante and bring some food justice. We are in another dimension, so way outside my jurisdiction, so I can't stop you. She answered. So, let's close this bakery of nightmares for good, Iken? Nijire answered. Inside the metaverse, Haguromo's jail, the cognitive world of the disgraced dietitian was a nightmare land of giant desserts, biscuits and cakes, each dessert enormous in size and piled on top of each other to form skyscrapers of a dystopic city of endless gluttony. Those are supposed to be cute cupcakes? And said in horror. And they would be if not for the fact that all is in dark colors like usual. Makoto answered. I am getting sick of smelling sweet stuff, Ruji admitted with a scrunched nose. I don't think air is supposed to be so saturated in sugar. Zenkichi added, gagging a bit. Let's hurry before just standing here gives us diabetes. Sumire begged. I suggest to check that giant marzipan castle. Sophie suggested, finally appearing next to her friends in a physical manner after they joined her inside the metaverse. As always, we'll need to disable the garrisons before entering, but having a clue of what to expect from outside is still a good idea. Let's go. Morgana answered. He was now looking like an anime-style chibi cat with a giant head. The flamboyantly dressed phantom thieves hurried through the streets paved in biscuits, past lamppost made of licorice, and through the skyscrapers of pudding, chocolate and parfait glasses towards an imposing fortress that looked literally made of marzipan slices, and even if everything was colorful, the atmosphere of the pocket dimension was oppressive and evil thanks to the distorted dark colors, the cloudless red sky and the many giant eyes following their every move while crying chocolate. Marzipan Fortress. After what felt like an eternity to the thieves, Mostly thanks to the many fights they had to go through against the monstrous shadows they met along the way, they reached the giant and imposing gate of sugar sealing the entrance to the fortress. Besides the materials used, this place looks even far too fortified. Zenkichi admitted with a low whistle. And I guess we can't eat ourselves a tunnel to get in? Ruji asked rhetorically. Thing. In answer, Rin tapped the marzipan walls with his knife, and producing an unnatural metallic sound on impact. Effing typical, God forbid we can have it easy for once? He commented, grumbling. You know the drill, Skull. We first need to find the 3 towers powering the gate, steal whatever memento giving it power, and then get in there to fight the monarch. Makoto answered, sighing. That sounds excessively complex. Sumire admitted. You tell us. We have been going through this far too often. Haru admitted, sighing. No need to cry on it. Let's go. Sophie answered with a more cheerful tone. Yeah. Ruji commented, groaning. The group soon started walking away, casting a last glance at the closed gates before focusing on the current task at hand. Can't it be easy? Just once? Futaba asked. Like what? Snapping your finger and dash siu. Jayawa. Why? Why I can't win? Your sweets can't taste like that. It's impossible. A loud rumble alerted them that the fortress behind them had just crumbled to pieces while the monarch, the twisted version of the dietitian ruling over the place, screamed in despair. Did I do this? Zenkichi just looked at his fingers, still in post-snap position with a raised eyebrow. Why whenever I do something, somebody else comes and ruins it? A giant pig-like being wearing a dirty apron and with 6 arms bellowed in fury while surfacing from the ruins of her castle. You sent that accursed chef to ruin everything. First a spoiled bimbo lies and covers her shortcomings and drags abuse by blaming me, and now a demon brat comes, challenges me to a cooking duel and defeats me. Why can't I have the revenge I deserve? The giant monster boar roared while pointing at the phantom thieves with the giant forks in her hands. Is she blaming us? And asked with a shriek. Something happened in the real world. Something so traumatic it shook even her jail. Morgana commented. Yeah. Well, we had nothing to do with it. Ruji said. Liars. I saw you talk with that chef. What? You hate me too. We don't hate you. Please snap out of this. You used to be such a gentle woman. You only wanted people to be happy and healthy. Sumire begged. I used to. And look where it brought me. To misery. But I will have my revenge. I will turn the world into the pigsty it truly is. If people don't want to be healthy, then I will turn them fat and miserable. If they didn't want to hear my warnings and preferred to gorge themselves to death, I will help them. And they will love me for it. The monstrous form of the dietitian declared with insane glee. We will stop you, Rin answered, unfazed. You won't, because No. The monster started saying before black smoke started erupting from her body. Morgana uttered, confused. So sweet, so gentle. It reminds me of my mother's desserts. She used to make me this cheesecake whenever I was sad, the distorted woman said while crying. Guys, what the EFF is happening? Ruji asked, actually scared. I just wanted people to be healthy. When my job as a dietitian was ruined, I opened a bakery to follow my mother's dream of making people smile with tiny sweets made with love. But people kept looking at me in disgust for the whole drags fiasco. Who the hell is she talking with? And asked. Her heart is reacting to something. Sophie answered. What? Dunno. I just wanted people to be happy. I was tired of being hated for something I didn't do. I am sorry. The monster slowly faded away, and the jail as well trembled and slowly crumbled to dust. I don't know what is happening, but we can't stay here. Run. Morgana yelled, snapping the others out of their stupor. What the hell is happening? Sumire yelled in alarm while they all hurried out of the self-destroying small pocket dimension. Real world. When the phantom thieves returned to the real world, they hurried towards the bakery and saw their target crying her eyes out while hugging Nijire and Izuku, apologizing for brainwashing people with her sweets and for trying to turn everybody into overweight corpses. What was even more shocking was that all the people that used to be super fat were now back into proper shape. The F dash. Ryuji commented with a whisper. I concur. What the F dash? Zenkichi echoed. The chef from before. And gasped. He did that. From outside. Without a persona. How? Morgana asked. I'll ask. Ren answered, walking up to Izuku and tapping his shoulder. Hello. Yes. You are the guy from before. Izuku answered, once freed himself from the dietitian's spine-bending hug to look at Ren. We were wondering what is happening. Oh, well, you see, I kind of challenged her to a cooking duel, and when she tasted my food she started admitting of hoping to have people become super fat in revenge of her ruined reputation as dietitian. You can't achieve a change of heart with food. It's impossible. Morgana yowled. Your cat seems angry at something. You did not just make food, is that it? Makoto asked, watching Nijire being the new victim of the wailing woman's hugs. But I did. I am sorry, but we saw those same persons being, let's say, excessively overweight, and yet they now look very healthy, and we went missing for just a couple hours. Zenkichi said, nailing Izuku with his best policeman glare. To their confusion, Izuku's eyes briefly lost focus for a couple seconds. We all have our secrets, he finally said, winking. I don't think you know what you are talking about. Wolf, Panther, Joker, Skull, Mona, Violet, Oracle, Inari, Queen, Milady, Sophie. Izuku listed. CRP. Sophia exclaimed from Ren's phone after a long silence. Do we kill him? Ryuji hissed in horror. Don't even joke about it. Makoto hissed back, slapping the back of his head. How? Ren asked, unfazed as usual by anything, somehow. You get help from a cat and blue butterflies, I get help from mysterious incomprehensible entities. Izuku answered. Ren watched a blue door appear behind Izuku, a door only he could see, and a man with a long nose and a young girl in a blue dress just nodded their heads, and hurriedly slammed the door closed and made it disappear as soon as Izuku turned around to see what Ren was looking at. So what have you done? Ren asked. I was told she was brainwashing people through her sense of despair and longing for freedom and revenge. My sponsor offered to cut her connection to the outside force that was helping her, but the exorcism of that darkness was up to me. And I did. Izuku answered. How? Makoto asked for Morgana, since Izuku could not understand the cat's words. With this, Izuku answered, showing them the tray with a giant dual fromage cheesecake. The cake? Yusuke asked, confused. A very nice-looking cake? And echoed, hungry. As part of my skill set I am a very good chef, if I can say so myself, and with that comes a skill called healing cuisine. It injects life energy and other forms of positive energy in the eater's body to purify and heal them. In the case of the fat people, I strengthened their metabolism with a utility dish, in a way that made their body burn through the excessive fat fast. Sure, they won't be able to sleep for 2 days straight thanks to all that energy produced by burning that fat, and their next bathroom break will be apocalyptic, but at least they won't die of heart attack by breathing too hard. Izuku answered with a forced smile. And that woman, Harest, that was another form of healing. I just reminded her of her mother's cooking, her nostalgia and the memories of her mother did the rest. Izuku said. And you knew how her mother made it? How? Zenkichi asked, arms crossed. I didn't. This time Izuku's smirk was genuine. There is a difference in the dishes you buy in a store or order in a restaurant, and the ones you eat at home. Least of it in plating and presentation. I just gave her a cake that was made in a more homely way, a way similar to how a mother would make for her daughter, instead of how a chef would make for a customer of their restaurant or store. Izuku answered. It's not the dessert itself, it was the act of eating it that triggered the memories, along the visual presentation. Yusuke said. Exactly. Impressive. Ren commented. Ask him to join us. Morgana muttered. Can we try the cake? Please. And Sumire asked, interrupting Ren before he could even ask. Oh sure, go ahead. Eat from the big one, It won't make your metabolism go into hyperdrive. Thank you. The girls answered. May as well try it? Makoto said, chuckling. Save some for me too. Haru added. Dude. Why are you itching away? Ruji asked, confused. I am ready, Iken. Nijire as well looked ready to bolt. Oh my god. This cake is so good. And said with a stricken tone while eating. It's so fluffy, Haru said, gushing happily while eating her portion. I know. I have no idea how he did it. The sponge cake is fluffy like a cloud, and while the baked cheesecake layer is creamy and delicate, the unbaked cheesecake layer melts in the mouth. I have no clue how he got this balance of taste. The former dietitian explained, eating her cake with an expression of awe. Very good. Somebody that young made this. Zenkichi admitted, laughing. Izuku and Nijire were now ready to sprint away. Hey, and maybe if he joins us we can make him prepare this every day. Futaba suggested. Oh yeah, I can eat desserts this good every day. He can do other stuff too, right? Ruji added. Oh, I would love that. And answered, smiling wide. And who knows, maybe you can? You know. Sophie suggested, smiling. I mean he is cute so dash, no. He can stay with me. We can work together in my bakery. The former monarch answered, annoyed. I saw him first. And answered, eyes narrowed into slits. Go. Nijire yelled and both she and Izuku started running. The boys uttered, confused. Wait. And the other woman started chasing him, and behind them, the rest of the phantom thieves chased the girls. And sitting at an isolated table, the mysterious Kuonichinos was eating cake and watching Izuku run away. He made me feel something while eating. Was it my heart? I need more information, more data. He can't leave. She muttered with a dark tone. What's your wish? Emma the AI asked. Capture him, he will be my key to understand my heart. The girl can be removed, I don't need her. But I want him by my side as soon as possible. He must belong to me. She ordered. Yes. The AI obeyed her MSTR immediately. What she did not expect was that during the final battle with the Phantom Thieves, Emma, once ascended to godhood as the Demiurge, will be instantly incinerated by a single attack of the system as soon as the battle started, as a way for the entity to blow some of its anger at another sortie of Izuku, ending in him escaping from women, even after an even stricter round of background checks to try stop it from happening. The system is close at finding the culprit. It's just a matter of time, the system muttered, voice even colder than already was normally. Izuku and Momo's home dimension, Imuzudif, Samui's penthouse. The famous chef was sitting on a recliner in the spacious patio of his outrageously expensive apartment. He was sitting in silence and looking at the city under him while idly spinning the amber liqueur inside the tumbler glass in his hand, just listening to the clinking ice and the faint sloshing sound of his drink. Behind him, inside his apartment, every wall was filled in trophies, newspaper clippings and pictures detailing every success of Samui as a chef ever since he left school. So much so that the place looked more similar to a museum fully dedicated to Samui than to an actual apartment where a human lived. There simply wasn't a single inch of the any surface not assaulting whoever looked around with praises for the man's talent, an obsessive reminder to himself and any possible guest of the man's many successes. Only Samui was in the pictures, only Samui's name was on the newspaper clippings and trophies, only Samui's face appeared everywhere, as if nothing else mattered. Not even a trace was left of his many marriages and divorces. If there ever were traces of them to begin with. Samui, isn't it about time you stopped this war of yours? The words of his father from the recent phone call replayed again and again inside his head. I can't stop, not now. He had answered. You should have never started to begin with. What Samui hated was that his father said that not in anger, but only out of fatherly worry. I can't let that boy do as he please. He represents dash, I am aware of what the boy represents to you, Samui. I am not letting that boy ruin everything our family worked so hard for. I won't let him spit on the face of our sacrifices. Grandfather dash, I never liked what my father did, Samui. His father had snapped in answer. He did it for us, Dad. If not for him, I wouldn't be where I am, and even you wouldn't have a quiet life. I am just paying you back for being always there for me, contrary to my mother. Not like this, Samui. All this is wrong. Samui's father's voice faded away on that last, sorrowful answer. I need to stop that boy. I can't let him ruin everything we worked so hard for, every sacrifices we made. He has to fail. I need to see him fail, or else all I did ever since I left cooking school will be for nothing. Samui muttered, emptying his glass in a single gulp. He had too much to lose, and watching Izuku flaunt his talent like that was, to Samui, a mockery of his hard work he could not let slide, no matter what he had to do to stop Izuku from cooking once and for all. Even killing the boy with his own hands. At the same time, in a different dimension, somewhere in a galaxy pretty far away, like a lot far away, asteroid belt, secret lab hidden inside a giant asteroid, the impossibly advanced lab was bustling with activities under the orders of a tall man with half his head covered by robot parts, and the other half sporting wild white hair. He was looking at a series of giant screens filled in extremely complex equations with unblinking eyes. They called me insane. Evil even. The man, the mad scientist Dr. Grogger, declared loudly, gnashing his teeth while typing on the giant keyboard. They just do not understand you, leader. The mad scientist's sycophants answered immediately. Silence. And keep fueling the machine. Yes, leader. The servants answered, and they started again to throw shovels full of living puppies inside the blast furnace the mad scientist had decided to use to power his tiny, cheap coffee machine he bought at a garage sale for cheap. I am not an insane evil man. They just do not understand my genius. Grogger said to himself, while finishing his sandwich made with albino baby seal's meat, an endangered species he had personally hunted down illegally and killed in cold blood with a baseball bat covered in barbed wire. Leader, the bounty hunters we sent to the Shuru asteroid belt returned empty-handed. In fact, most of them haven't returned at all. The leader of the doctor's personal army reported as soon as he entered the room. Why? Grogger roared in fury and jumping to his feet to limp his way towards the guard. Every robot part that he had substituted part of his body with was already heating up and emitting smoke. I interrogated the survivors. It seems like the hunter got to the AI core before us. The man answered. At first Grogger's entire body just shook, then both his human body side and his robot body side turned red from his unbridled rage. Yamas. Yamuus. The mad scientist screamed at the top of his lungs. I am already amassing a new squad, made of more bounty hunters and our best soldiers, leader, the man answered, taking a cautious step back, just in case Grogger tried snapping his neck like he did with his predecessor. Do it faster. Add more people. I want them to bring me back the AI core of my bio-obliterating ballista orbital death station and the head of that accursed bounty hunter Yamas. No. The mad scientist yelled. It will be done, leader. The captain answered, striking a military salute and hurrying out of the room to organize everything. The galaxy will bow to me. No matter how many billions will have to die. Grogger yelled. But I am not evil. I am just misunderstood. He muttered petulantly while pushing a very old lady on a wheelchair down a very long and very steep ramp of stairs. Of course, leader. The mad scientist's followers answered in chorus. At the same time, desert planet Cloaca. The planet was a sandy shithole hell. There were only hot rocks and scorching hot sand everywhere, hot coarse and rough and irritating sand that got everywhere, in every crack of your body, yes, even there, and many disgusting beasts, like 4 meters tall scorpions and 20 meters long worms, and 2-headed camels that had aimbot skills in spitting that could catch you in every eye with their smelly viscous spit even from 60 meters away. The only water came from the rare and scarce 20 meters tall cactus plants that could shot their 10 inches thick barbs at high speed if you just sneezed too close to them. Nobody sane of mind would live there, and even the not sane of mind would prefer to live in hell itself instead of there. Reason why on that planet there was a flourishing colony of people, each one of them real pieces of sheet, that made a living in that sandy butthole of the galaxy by disassembling industrial toilets they bought in bulk daily from spaceship scrapyards to recover the components they would then sell on eBay at 3 times the actual price. and often not even shipping them to begin with so to sell the same component to 3 different people and maximize profit. Everybody hated everybody there, stealing and scamming each other every 5 minutes, and often just for the fun of it, and gloating and insulting each other, especially when drunk on giant scorpion vodka filtered fermented rancid scorpion pee every night, when 2 of the 3 suns the planet orbited around disappeared over the horizon in that hellhole planet's version of sunset. Everybody was rude and hated everybody there were brawls constantly, wild, furious and violent fights even for no reason at all, they even cheated all the time, even when having simples who can PSS the farthest challenges, just to be a tiny more a-hole-ish. Luckily for the one human girl living there, the only human on the planet, her childhood spent using cheap screwdrivers to detach rusty and sheet-crusted toilet seats from cheap toilets. Cubicles somehow taught her how to fight even aliens 3 times her sizes and with more arms and legs than her. But you have no chance. Give me the space dollar credits bit chips. The soon-to-be 20-years-old girl said in triumph after downing the last of the 30 massive aliens she was fighting with. Nobody commented about how they all seemed to wait their turn to fight her, standing in line like at the post office, instead of jumping her all at once, or how Ichi was the one to attack them and then act like the victim of an ambush when her victim and his friends started defending themselves from her. Yes. 5 SDCBs, space dollar credits bit with this I can buy a space soda and a space cheeseburger down at Blargigox. Easily defeating these 35 people and crippling them forever and ruining their lives was definitely worth it. The scrawny girl, Faye, declared happily after breaking the last alien's fingers to recover the shiny blue chip containing the money he was holding onto with his last sparks of strength. Whistling happily to herself, the 5 feet 4 inches, and 106 pounds with wet clothes girl left behind the many 7 feet 6 inches, 276 pounds all muscles aliens she somehow defeated barehanded by herself and marched towards the dirty, run-down, tetanus-infected pub of the place for her cheeseburger and soda. Just don't ask where the owner found the meat to make them. You know, R2P2F4 5B6N4V5 One day I will leave this planet. Faye said with a longing tone. Beep boop beep boop. The small cubic robot on top of a thin big wheel beeped its question. I do have a ship instead. Faye answered, smirking. Beep boop. I have been secretly putting aside toilet seats for years instead of delivering them for money chips. With all of those I have built a spaceship that will take me out of here, Faye exclaimed. Boop beep. It will work. And with the warp drive I built out of the soap dispensers, I will fly fast toward civilization and finally discover my origins. Beep boop the F-dash. I knew all those toilet seats, soap dispensers and automatic toilet paper re-rollers would have come in handy to help me escape, Faye said, grinning. The tiny robot just rebooted for an instant, overwhelmed. Around the same time, Space Station, with Izuku and Momo, after the initial disappointment with the giant spaceship ice cream truck, the young chef and the hero student made their way deeper inside the space station, into the more lively part, to be precise. Everything was built in shiny metal and glass, an awe-inspiring monument to science built. With knowledge so far ahead compared to their home world and dimension it easily towed the magical, the difference in progress was just too astronomical to even just comprehend. Hundreds of different and colorful alien species came and went all around them, intermingled by few humans, in and out of stores and pubs, chatting in a multitude of different languages in a never-ending vortex of different cultures spanning for who knows how many galaxies. It truly showed how Earth was just a tiny dot in a vast universe full of incredible things yet to discover. Okay, the beginning was a bit off, but I am looking forward to this, Momo said, trying to re-hyping herself up. Sorties are always eventful, you just need to get used to this. Izuku offered with a kind smile. Like you, Momo said, smiling. Yeah, I am not used to it yet either. Momo chuckled a bit at that. She had heard the stories of the other girls, both the good and the bad and the weird, but still, she was happy to see Izuku open to share this with her. They were in a different dimension, on a different world and visiting a space station surrounded by giant planets and an infinite carpet of stars she couldn't have believed possible even in her wildest dreams, and the two of them were the only ones enjoying all that. She took his hand in hers as they walked through the space station in that very strange state, and with both her and him blushing shyly like they were, the thing suddenly became way more enjoyable. "Ah, young love," Shiro, pretending to be asleep while wrapped around Izuku's neck, thought in amusement. All things considered, things were not that bad. Izuku and Momo knew they had to find somebody with a fast ship and gentle enough to help them visit a couple planets to capture the animals the system had marked as targets for the young chef's current mission, and once seen how massive the space station was, the two teens felt that they could hope it would be kind of easy. And as Momo suggested, starting their search for a ship owner in the local bars sounded like a good idea. "I can't do it, Delafruda," a young man said, desperate, and attracting their attention towards one of the many food stalls in the big plaza. "Must succeed you. Store this future you on depends." The short bright yellow alien answered, with the order of words completely out of place. The spork use must you, Yuang." The young man frowned hard, and only using the power of his mind to channel the mysterious power of the universe, he flipped the 40 purple hamburgers in front of him on the giant grill without touching them. "Succeed did burgers flipping you the all-in see?" the Mr. said, proud. "I believe now, Arfruda," the young man answered, tears in his eyes, while hugging his short emistier. "This is normal. This is normal," Momo chanted like a mantra while walking fast away. Mission accomplished. Space tacos for our Space Taco Tuesday have been recovered. A man in a spacesuit hilariously reminding them of a pajama, said while holding a hand on the rocket-shaped insignia over his heart. "Good job, Captain," a voice answered from that pin like a radio. "I know. Flash me snotty." "Yes, Captain." And immediately a D-pic went projected in front of the man, making many people too close to the guy scream in horror. "Gah!" the man shrieked while banishing the picture. "I mean the teleport thing," he yelled. "Of course, Captain. I misunderstood. Why do you even have a D-pic at ready like that?" The captain shrieked before disappearing in a shower of sparks of light. "For the love of God," Momo said with a groan. "Let's sit and drink something, to help you relax," Izuku suggested while guiding her to a table. "That guy needs to have that spot on his testes checked by a good doctor. I think one acquaintance of mine died from something similar," Shiro said. "Not now, Shiro-kun," Izuku answered, helping Momo sit at a table and calling a waitress over. "Yes." The alien waitress, blowing a giant purple bubblegum that smelled acidic, asked. "Something for humans? Chamomile." "We have some, hey," she answered with a thick nasal and bored tone. "Thanks," he answered, watching her walk away with a rapid clacking of her 6 spider-like legs. "Chino, Stephen." A trio of friends at a table nearby yelled as the 4th member of their group started spasm and groaning in pain. "I heard the stories. I don't want an alien to burst out from my chest. I heard a guy had it happen to him twice." The guy in pain yelled, afraid. "Make room, I am a doctor." An alien with acid green skin yelled, and immediately checked the man with his many tentacles. So, one of his friends asked, "Relax, gentlemen, the good news is that it won't burst out of his chest." The alien said, "Thank God." "And the bad news? It will come out from his, but if we do not take him to the hospital immediately. And it will be girthy." "No." The guy screamed in horror while his friends and few medics hurriedly took him away. Izuku simply buried his face in his hands and exhaled loudly, already tired of this particular sortie. "I need the toilet," Momo said, sighing and rubbing her temples. "Sure, take your time," Izuku answered, understanding that his girlfriend needed a moment to recover from the usual headache sorties always brought along. "Why there are only 3 seashells instead of toilet paper in every stall?" Momo shrieked in anger barely 2 minutes later. "This is going to be one of the very bad sorties," Izuku muttered, sighing in defeat. "Hard day, Ichin." A very short alien with pale skin, a shiny dome of a bald head with fuzzy gray hair only around the lower half of his head and 4 beady eyes and stumpy limbs, said while sitting next to him at his table. Overall, he looked kind of similar to a Kappa demon, only with a very human and extremely friendly-looking face. "Very," Izuku admitted. "Same," the guy drawled a bit. Giving the man a side glance, Izuku asked, I couldn't help overhear you and your girl talking about needing a ship, the alien said, smirking. Oh. Not trusting the guy a single bit, Izuku just nodded. As luck would have it, my little baby, the lewd mantis, is a DMN fine ship, if I can say so myself. Shouldn't it be praying mantis? Izuku asked with one eyebrow raised. Ha! The day I start praying, that's when people will have to worry. The short guy answered, laughing. And let's hear. What would you ideally want in exchange for us boarding your ship? Izuku asked. Hee. Good boy, already knowing that free stuff means trouble. Nothing too extreme. I got an old friend that sent me a short SOS from a planet they are not supposed to be on, but since you and your girl are human, I can justify my being there by saying you needed a lift there. That's human territory, so those guys in fancy suits won't ask too many questions if I am just accompanying a couple of humans back home. He answered. Why they are not supposed to be on that planet? Izuku asked. Iya. Do you want my help or not? Help me land there long enough for my friend to secretly board my ship and pretend to be a couple of newlyweds needing a hand should they stop us for a routine check. Do that, and after I have dropped my friend in one of their hideouts, I will take you where you want. Within reason. They are not mass murderers, okay? Or at least they weren't last time I checked. Fine. Izuku answered. Thanks, boy. You won't regret it. I hope so. Name's Jorik. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Trust me, with my ship, the galaxy will look smaller with how fast we will go. Jorik said, proud. I hope so, he answered, sighing. Cheer up. You are doing nothing too illegal. You don't even know my friend, plausible deniability and all that jargon. Come at the docking bay in 10 minutes and look for Doc. I'll be waiting you two there. Bye. Jorik answered, laughing and walking away while whistling off-key some strange melody. Why did strip him and his friend extra hard if they try anything? Izuku asked with a tired sigh. Yes, host? The chubby robot answered while scratching his round bald head. Thanks. He answered, patting the robot's soft belly. Later, the space station docks, Hangar Bay 4, the giant hangar housed over 200 different spaceships, each completely different than the other, with a few even seemingly made out of rock, or even pulsating neon purple flesh. Every ship was a miniaturized mess of movement as the crew went through their own procedures before departing. There were even small tents where 4 or 5 people kept trying to recruit people to join their respective armies, thus causing the formation of long lines of hopeful youngsters already with bags on their backs and waiting to sign up. Okay, he said to look for Dock 16, that should be here somewhere, Momo said, looking at the many spaceships around them. The signs are in at least 1,000 languages, other than human. Whitey pointed this way when he read it. Izuku answered, unsure. Day mate. You need help. Looking for a spaceship for a romantic date for this Arvo. I may know a guy open to help ya. A short guy with bright red skin and wild white hair near them once seen their troubled expressions. Thank you, but we already found somebody for that. We found a guy open to bring us to a tour of few planets. But, Momo started answering. We can't find his ship. Izuku finished saying with a sheepish expression. First time space cruisin', Ichin. Where's your friend? The alien asked. Dock 16. Izuku answered. Do you know where it is? Momo added. Not that far, actually. You two are lucky. We are now at Space Dock 10, so just count 24 spaceships after this one and you should be there. Thank you. You have no idea for how long we have been looking for that ship. This place is huge. Momo said in relief. Ha. I know the feeling, me. First time here I too felt like a DMN space fish out of the space water. The short guy said, shouldering again his big bag. Are you going on a trip yourself? Izuku asked. Nope. I just joined a private army. They pay well and I will use all those space money to pay my niece's space university tuition. She wants to be a space doctor, you know. He answered with a giant smile. That's very nice of you. I wish you all the luck should we not meet again then. Just be careful out there. Izuku asked while shaking the guy's hand. Yes, army life is no joke. Momo added, she too shaking the guy's hand. Don't I know that, mate? Ha. Too bad I am about to join the F army. I would have loved to show you our space opera house in Space Sydney. It's the pride and joy of us space Australians. Space Australian. So your planet? It's basically Australia? In space? Izuku asked, unsure. And as an entire planet? Momo added. Yes, but it's not so bad. Our amazing space Broncos recently won another Space Cup too. They really showed who's best to those space New Zealand losers. The red-skinned guy answered, proud. We will come visit one of these days, then. Izuku answered, smiling stiff. You totally should make. Space ducks migration will happen soon too, and that as well is worth watching. We'll keep that in mind. Now I must apologize, but we are already super late. Best of luck. Izuku, once seen the time, hurriedly answered while walking away with Momo. To you too, me. Just don't let the space dingoes eat your space babies. If you visit us, just tell me a couple days before you arrive. I'll tell my sister to let you stay in our guest room, so remember to give me a call if you pass by Space Brisbane. The guy yelled to be heard by the two power-walking teens. Sure. Momo answered with her most forced smile ever. Have a nice space travel then. But the guy yelled and waved at them goodbye before boarding a giant spaceship. Did he have to put space in every word? Izuku asked. I have no clue, but besides that verbal quirk, he didn't look like to be a bad guy just. Awkward, Momo admitted. Hopefully he remains a nice guy even after joining the army. Izuku hoped, sighing. Over here. It was a short walk later that they saw Jorik stand on top of a big crate and wave his arms wildly to be seen. Here is our ship. Izuku said in relief. I hope it is just rust-colored. Not actually rusty. Momo muttered, unsure. I really hope so. There you are. Sure you two took your sweet time. Sorry, Mr. Jorik. So, is this your ship? Izuku answered. Hell yeah, she is. This ship is my pride and joy. My babe here will take us to planet Morissa in just few parsec. No, wait, hours. Parsec is for measuring distance. Jorik declared proudly, before correcting himself and patting the small, fish-shaped spaceship with fondness. May the makers help us. A tall and lanky robot with disproportionately long arms, enough to have 2 sets of elbows, muttered while looking at the sky with its beady luminescent eyes. Don't be the usual stick in the mud, Pat. Jorik said, slapping the tall robot's shin, arguably the highest part of the robot's legs the short alien could reach. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Izuku said. Momo Yaoyorozu. Soon to be Midoriya, if I have any say on the matter. Momo added, smirking. Patroclus Nahaber Launcherkmi Sharafarafarafargas Neutrayurli Mestef Mario Rossi Najeverta. Pleasure is mine. Pat answered. Just call me Pat like everybody else. I am aware that my name is a nightmare, but by the customs of my planet and race, Garada, I have to tell you my whole name at least once when we first meet. The robot explained, sighing. Is it racist if I ask why your name is that peculiar? Izuku asked, unsure. Not racist at all. But it's simple. My race, as you can see, is made of robots that evolved into consciousness and gained a human-like soul. But we still choose the name of our kids in the same way the first members of our race used to do it. The father sticks a finger in a power outlet and the mother notes down whatever garbled nonsense the father says while screaming and convulsing. Pat answered, shrugging. Both Izuku and Momo muttered, at loss of words. Back in the days they were convinced electricity itself was guiding the choice of the name, so going along with it was done in the belief that it would bring good luck to the baby. It's still better than many names of people I know, Pat commented, chuckling, a sound similar to a box of nails falling down a ramp of stairs. And he is lucky. Just 100 years ago they also used to add every holy sheet, it hurts, and fuck to the names too. Nowadays they remove them, Jorik said, laughing. Sometimes I wonder why I am still your second in command. You got caught making SXL advances to the motherboard of the last ship you worked on. You even were about to enter her USB port with your jack. I am the only guy still open to offer you a job. Jorik answered, smirking. Again. It was CNSNS. And she was clearly into it. And as a ship with over 200 flights and 60 ultra exabytes of memory, she was of legal RAM too. Pat yelled in answer, shrieking in outrage. Barely, the short alien added with a knowing smile. Basically, she was not underage. The system supplied to both Izuku and Momo. Useless CRP aside, ready to go. We are finalizing the last details and we will be ready to go. Jorik said. We are ready to go as soon as you are. Momo answered. Izuku behind her nodded as well. Good. I hate wasting time after all. I still can't believe you accepted helping him. Morisa is just a mining outpost, even the excuse of you going of a trip holds no oil. Pat said, rubbing his temples. We are not exactly from around here, so making deals like this is the only way we got to visit other planets. Izuku admitted. Ichin. Both alien and robot said. We have no documents. At all. Momo answered with a sheepish smile. Finji amazing, Pat groaned, face-palming. Sheet, I asked for help to the only 2 illegals out of the 40 million people here, Jorik added, groaning. Sorry, both teens said. Gods, I am going to help a bounty hunter escape capture by ferrying around 2 illegals. Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit drinking. Jorik muttered, uncorking a shiny metal flask and taking a giant mouthful of strong liquor from it. Me too. Pat added, he too drinking acidic-smelling oil from his own flask. We are just as in trouble as you are if we are discovered, please keep that in mind. Momo said. Share the pain, I guess. Fine. Get on board. I don't know how you two avoided checks from the guards, but I won't stand here just to see for how long your luck lasts. Jorik said, pushing both teens towards his ship. Make room. Guards. Pat yelled in hysterics. Sheet. Make room. Medical emergency. The same guards screamed again, luckily just running past them to open a path to 4 doctors pushing a stretcher with a man lying on it with a bright laser sword stuck in his chest. Oh God. Dad, I am so sorry. I didn't know the lightsword's trigger was that sensible. The guy's son apologized profusely while accompanying his father. Curiously, a very dramatic music followed the group as if played by an invisible orchestra. Psst. Shut up, the stabbed guy groaned in pain. Grarararo. The very tall and furry alien with them gurgled out something. Oh, shut up, Munchbacka. Accidents happen once, not 4 times in 2 days. He hissed. You stabbed him 4 times? One of the doctors asked, horrified. My father has a rare condition, chestibitis. It's extremely easy to stab him in the chest, even with spoons and other non-sharp objects. The guy's son explained. There is no such an illness. One of the nurses answered, then her plastic identification badge detached from her uniform and stabbed the guy deep in the chest right next to the lightsword, and the dramatic music restarted again. Okay, the patient is named San Hollow, mark chestibitis as his illness. The doctor said with an unsure tone. Yes, doctor? But shouldn't we at least remove the sword dash? Shut up, nurse. I am a doctor. Of course I know what's best. I'll show you. And I'll show Daddy too that I have what it takes to be a doctor. And the mad procession of medics, guards and patients disappeared behind a corner, making the rest of what they were saying impossible do here. Izuku just watched the group leave with unblinking eyes. Here. Jorik offered him a brand new flask similar to his own. Thanks. The young chef answered, taking a big swing from the thing, and already overwhelmed by everything. This place is a madhouse. Momo commented. She too took a mouthful from Izuku's flask, and almost thanking the extremely potent alcohol in it for numbing the agony she felt. Joke's on you. This place is actually one of the quietest space stations in a 60 light-years radius. Pat answered, chuckling amused and boarding the ship. Oh, splendid, Momo commented. She and Izuku shook their heads and boarded the ship. Ha, don't be like that. The galaxy is fun exactly 7 because it's mad. Jorik answered, laughing. The short alien hurried to sit at the main control panel and dropped on his seat with a flare, immediately flipping switches and pressing buttons with practiced ease that made the whole cockpit light up in lively light from the hundreds of dials, screens and buttons covering almost everywhere. You soon learn to roll with it, Pat added, sitting in the co-pilot seat and joined in the rapid-pace concert of buttons. I am starting to hope so, Izuku admitted. With a silent humming sound, the sleek and thin ship detached from the docking station, unfolded two stubby wings and rapidly and silently left the giant cube of smooth metal containing the enormous space station. Huia! So many stars! Momo said in wonder, as soon as they had left the cold gray walls of the station. An endless carpet of stars and faraway colorful planets and nebulae surrounded them. Yeah, it never gets old. Jorik said, chuckling. Amazing! Izuku echoed. Yes, from outside the galaxy is DMN pretty, but then you meet the people living in it and… Pat answered. Always the robotic ray of sunshine, Jorik commented, rolling his eyes. I am curious of meeting different races. I am just worried about being unable to speak with them, Izuku admitted. Just speak English, every single race in the galaxy speaks it. Even the most barbaric and primitive races. Pat answered. I guess that you spoke that because you get in contact with humans a lot, but why would primitive races speak that language? Momo asked, confused. Both Pat and Jorik just shrugged in answer. Poor Momo just rubbed her temples and groaned in dismay. Meanwhile, at the opposite side of the galaxy, a wreck of a ship, massive as size and built with lots of toilet seats and other assorted parts recovered from broken toilets, and ludicrous amounts of space duct tape, and so smelly you could smell the ship's arrival from miles away even in the void of space, was silently drifting forward without a clear destination in mind. Sitting at the literal helm of the giant turd ship was Faye, standing tall and spinning that wheel with a wide smile on her face. A warp drive for faster-than-light travel needs more than soap dispenser's parts to work as intended, but everything else works like a charm. She said happily, humming to herself happily while looking for another inhabited planet for her to visit. Beep boop. I saw plenty of them drives while disassembling toilets. I even opened one to see the parts once. But clearly they need a reactor or something to work. It's not really my field of expertise. She answered. Beep boop. I borrowed this engine from that strange machine Grokolksipsts built last year. I'm sure he won't mind. She answered. Back on Cloaca, Mamiai. A tall, muscular alien screamed in horror as the giant machine he himself had created to keep his beloved mother alive during her dialysis, and that also kept at bay her diabetes and lung cancer, had been torn apart for components, leaving the alien woman defenseless against lethal cascading total organ failures. With Faye adrift in space, let's see. The maps I borrowed beep boop. Borrowed, not stolen. She insisted, making the small robot shake its head. The maps say that a big lush planet should be around here somewhere, there we will get a proper ship and start looking for my parents. Face it. Beep. I want to discover my roots. My origins. My parents must have had a very bad time if they were forced to abandon me on that desert planet. And I want to discover why and who they were. Boop. I'm sure I will find them. My instincts will guide me to them. I don't have a clue about what they looked like, but I'm sure I will figure something out. Puff. With a whimper, the cobbled-up engine that was only supposed to keep a person alive and not power a multi-ton spaceship died and left the ship adrift in space weightless and without control. Well, this is not ideal. Faye admitted. Beep. Stop cursing, will be fine, she said, smiling. It was then that a proper spaceship parked next to Faye's, and a long corridor of metal unfolded to connect the two ships. Well, this is a surprise. A custom model, Ichin. You look in dire need of help. Do you wanna? A voice said from behind the wall where by norm there should be the connector to latch the other end of the retractable corridor. Oh yes, thank you. Faye said. Beep. Of course he is a good guy. I can tell, and I am always right. Everybody is always friendly with me. Faye said. Bang. With a bang, a hole was blasted on the wall and several tall and burly aliens with very unfriendly faces entered her ship. Greetings. We are the Grotuks. Slavers extraordinaire. We are happy to inform you you have just been chosen to be our next SLV. You will spend the rest of your life in the lovely mines of planet Scrosso 5. Congratulations. The leader of the group said with a jovial tone that clashed horribly with his words. Accept them, she said, still smiling, and her small robot companion once again wished to have the right appendages to strangle her. Color me impressed. This is literally a sheet-made ship. But it doesn't matter, we will dash blast. Blast. A series of shots in blinding red light interrupted the slavers as each laser bullet tore a hole in a slaver's forehead to kill them instantly. Got the drop on you, finally. A dashing human man wearing a leather jacket said with a happy smile. Hello, Faye said, waving at him. Good morning, is this? Dunno. Is this ship yours? The dashing man asked, unsure. Yes, but I am stranded, can you give me a lift? She asked. You? The man looked at the girl and at the many brown spots on her clothes and felt like he didn't know how to answer. My ship as well is not really collaborating. He tried saying, lying through his teeth with utmost ease just to avoid this strange girl. Don't worry. I have worked on ships for all my life. My name is Faye, by the way. Faye answered while unceremoniously boarding his ship once squeezed past him through the airlock. I wait. Splendid. People call me Pando. The dashing man said, sighing and joining her to his own ship he had attached to the slaver's own. Let me see if it starts again, he said, sitting at the driving seat of his ship with another defeated sigh. I know what to do, don't worry. Faye took a random screwdriver, opened a panel and gave a tiny turn to a screw, barely a fourth of a turn. Done. I redirected the driver's undulating flux, bypassed the compressor, fixed the coffee machine and strengthened the capacitor's flurba-burbing tethers. Faye declared with a wide smile. Flurba? That's not even a real word or term, the guys muttered in annoyance. Beep. Just drop it. The small robot just shook its head and settled next to him. You have the patience of a saint, little thing, the dashing man said, sighing and starting the ship. See. 10 years disassembling toilets teach you how to repair every ship that exists in the galaxy. Even custom-made ones. I knew it and I am always right. Faye declared proudly, and sitting on the seat behind him. You only barely turned a screw, lady, he muttered, sighing again and just pointing his ship towards his original destination before his small detour for killing the slavers and collecting their bounties. Can I ask you to help me find my parents? Faye asked. I guess, he answered, rolling his eyes. Their names? He asked. Dunno. Faye answered, still smiling. A picture? I don't have one. A description? Nope. Rumors? Neither. Then how the hell am I supposed to help you? Pando asked, really annoyed, while looking behind himself to glare at her. Just stop mansplaining and drive, I'll figure something out. Just trust me implicitly. Faye answered, waving his concern off. What the hell did I get myself into? He groaned. I'll use your bathroom. I need a shower and to cut my hair to signify my character development. Faye said, walking away. Can I drop her inside the closest black hole? He asked the robot. Beep. Yes, please. The small droid answered with a long, suffering beep. 2 hours later, Faye returned, now sporting an uneven haircut. Shaved super short on the right and left long on the left. Unfortunately, by the looks of it, she wasn't good at all at cutting her hair, if one looked at the very poor quality of her work. Or she somehow expected a proper hair salon haircut as a result, even if she used her own almost dull knife to saw off her hair. Done. Now I am ready to take the galaxy on, she said, wearing the clothes she'd borrowed from the guy. The proper cut is the one with the shaved side on the left, not on the right side like you did. He commented, shaking his head and returning to pilot. Faye immediately looked back at herself in the bathroom's mirror and noticed her mistake. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Momo, orbit of the mining planet, out of nowhere, the small fish-shaped spaceship appeared in a blink as soon as they exited warp speed, and started nearing the planet relatively slowly, with a faint downward spiral movement. Here we are, Jorik said, tense. The main mining planet of the Burino solar system, activating cloaking, putting every energy output at minimum. Okay, we should be next to invisible to the planet's security system. Pat said. So that was faster than light travel. That felt incredible. Momo said in awe. First time. Yeah, the first time you do this without being in cryogenic sleep is always a monumental feeling. Jorik said, chuckling. Then it becomes the norm and the magic dies. Pat added. Killjoy. I am not. You kind of are, Izuku admitted, making Momo chuckle. Hush. We are breaching atmosphere. Just remember to be on high alert the whole time. This is not tourist attraction, so the local guards won't be nice with unwanted visitors like us. Those blasted guards will first kill us, then spend an evening drinking and wondering why we were there before forgetting we even existed once drunk enough. Pat instructed, lowering the ship's speed some more. Okay, both Izuku and Momo said. I don't really like helping a criminal escape. She muttered. Me neither, but we don't have much of a choice. The young chef muttered back in answer. Breaching the clouds. Ladies and gentlemen and robots. Here you can see the lovely sight of a fully industrialized mining planet. Holes and smoke everywhere and heavy mining machines as far as eyes can see. Jorik said, jokingly imitating a tour guide as soon as the full view of the planet-wide excavation came into view, each enormous drill or spinning blade cutting the planet's surface so big it defied imagination. Almost appealing in a twisted way. Izuku admitted. Yes, somehow it has a charm to it, even if in a negative sense. Momo echoed. To be fair, this planet was already a mess before the mining society got their corporate hands on it. At least they had the decency to remove the swamps of radioactive uranium-made sludge that used to cover 90% of the planet. Now the planet is clean and won't give you cancer just by looking at it from too close. Pat answered. Dead rock clean. Izuku said. Semantics. The robot answered. That looks like a good place to land. It's isolated, relatively safe and close enough to my friend's SOS we won't have to walk for long. Jorik declared, swerving the WD hard to the left and then rapidly landing under a natural arch of stone. The spaceship landed with just a soft bump, with its retractable legs pistons dutifully coiling to absorb the impact almost completely, and after a new round of fast button smashing from the two aliens, the outside of the ship mimicked almost perfectly the rocks around it in color and texture and a long ramp was unfolded. This spacesuit is very nice. Momo admitted while studying the skin-tight red space suit she and Izuku were wearing. It felt light like cotton and could give them full range of movement. If they weren't once use only, I would tell you to keep it. Too bad once removed the seals won't hold again. Jorik answered, shrugging. He, Pat, Whitey and Shiro were instead walking outside without a suit, not needing one to walk on the planet. Are you okay, Shiro-kun? Izuku asked. Just because the atmosphere has more ammonia than oxygen doesn't mean this esteemed Tautai will have trouble breathing, partner. I am above such trivial issues. Shiro answered smugly and rubbing his cheek against the glass panel in front of Izuku's face. Okay, just be careful and tell me if it gets uncomfortable, okay? He answered. Of course, my friend. Your friend is a curious little thing, Jorik said, scanning the area with a small cube on metal in his hand. I am aware of my greatness, but thank you for noticing, the ancestral Tautai answered, smug. Got an attitude too. So, have you found our friend? Pat asked. Should be around here. The signal is under encryption so it's not easy to locate it even while knowing the frequency. Jorik answered, walking forward. Why is your friend here? Momo asked. There are only 3 jobs that pay well in the galaxy. The pirate, the politician, or the bounty hunter. Our friend has chosen the latter. And what about thieves? Pat asked. Meh. Politicians, thieves. Those are synonyms. Jorik answered, smirking. Both him and Pat echoed in chorus and exchanged a fist bump at their shared joke. Izuku and Momo just sighed and shook their heads. They walked forward through the paths left behind by the giant tires of the trucks transporting their cargo from the excavation site to the production and shipment buildings. The air itself was thick and gravity slightly stronger than Earth's own, although Momo was surprised to feel Enbu actually helping her body adapt to it just like Izuku taught her. And even if many things she had seen until that moment were filling every degree between strange and absurd, she was still walking on another planet, talking with aliens and exploring the cosmos. She not an astronaut from NASA or any other organization back home, but it was a Yaoyorozu to achieve actual first contact with alien races. It kind of felt nice to her, proven by her adorable smile. The sky is a bit too orange and having two suns instead of one looks weird, but still, this looks kind of awesome, she admitted, looking far in the distance towards the gargantuan machines moving non-stop, dozens of pitch-black silhouettes bigger than skyscrapers standing tall against the orange sky. Two big suns and the yellowish clouds, even the thick clouds of smoke released by the breaking rocks added to the picture. Bit too much industrial for my tastes, but I do admit it has some strange charm. Izuku admitted. Kind of brutalist too. Both him and Momo said at the same time, then they noticed they spoke in chorus and chuckled. Arneosians build their mining caves and excavating machines in brutalist style. This is fully industrial. Those machines belong to the Kafone Industries from the planet Kafone 34. Pat explained. Oh, while you discuss architecture, I am the only one working here. Bitch. Found it. Jorik said, whooping in happiness once located the SOS signal. Where? Pat asked. Over there, follow me. Jorik answered, hurrying down a smaller side path branching from the main one they were in. Coming. Izuku and Momo said, following them. So we are helping a bounty hunter? Pretty much. I never really asked why choosing this lifestyle, but I understand that sometimes doing things the good guy ways doesn't help you make a living, especially when you apparently need a lot of money. My friend Yamas was left with no other option but walking the path of the bounty hunter. Thank gods they are good at it. Jorik answered. Not just good. I am the best, a metallic voice said. There you are. All Izuku and Momo saw was a humanoid bulky red armor leaning with its left arm completely covered from the elbow down by a big rotary cannon with 6 barrels against a wall. The right hand was holding the side in pain and the wearer was clearly wounded and in pain, and holding on to consciousness by sheer force of will since they were swaying heaving even while just standing still. You are wounded? Pat yelled and hurrying to help them stand and walk. Just a bit. I underestimated Grogger's defenses when paying him a visit and paid the price. A stray blaster bullet got me. Sheer dumb luck on that guard's side. Yamas answered, their helmet turning their voice into a cracking mess of statics. Grogger, Jorik shrieked. Your helmet is damaged too, I hope the filters are working. Ammonia is not good for your race. Not really, Pat. My mouth tastes funny, they answered, slurring. Sheet. Take them to the ship. Jorik yelled. I'll help you, Momo said, helping Pat dragging the barely conscious bounty hunter. Ben. To their shock 3 tall pods landed no too far away from where they were, and from each of those pods 4 soldiers armed to the teeth hurried out. Fan out. Find that BSTR to Yamas. The captain of the small squad ordered. OF- Grogger's personal army. Jorik yelled, pulling out a duo of gaudy-looking golden blasters overstuffed in attachments, like 3 laser pointers, 2 scopes, 4 torches and 2 enlarged clips so long they almost touched the ground. You and your overcompensating guns? Pat added, pulling out of his left leg's compartment a plain-looking rifle with a muzzle crackling in red energy. Whitey. Izuku ordered. Understood. Troublemakers shall be stripped as an example to others. The robot answered, switching to red eyes mode. But they can breath this atmosphere, host. Disciplinary stripping won't cause their death. Oh, okay then. I found them. One of the soldiers yelled, and immediately all of them started shooting towards them. Take cover. Pew, pew, pew. God, they have bad aim, Shiro admitted after a short pause. While everybody else took cover, Izuku was standing still in the open, and yet all the shots were missing him by a wide margin. You're doing, system? Izuku asked in bewilderment while a red blaster shot missed his head of at least 40 inches. No. The entity answered. Take cover, you fool. Those are the best shooters in the galaxy. Jorik yelled while peeking out of cover to shoot those guys. Really? The young chef asked, turning around to look at Jorik while asking him that, and the blaster shoots still missed him. DMN. The green-haired one is slippery. One of the soldiers yelled in dismay. Of course. Things have been too normal for more than 10 minutes after all, Momo muttered with a groan. Take care of them, Yamas said weakly, and once pointed their chain gun arm at the hanging giant blade standing immobile above them, They actually shot and broke the huge blade off with barely few shots. Clang! With a loud thundering sound, the blade detached and slammed down on the ground and started rolling towards the soldiers, making them scatter away in fear so to not be crushed. Except one. Jensen. The captain yelled in horror at seeing his soldier and best friend run away chased by the giant blade. Why? Oh, why I was not told how to deal with this. The guy screamed in fear while running in a straight line. Flashback, Prometheus Academy. Class was in session, and a very old woman was going through a very fundamental lesson when her eyes fell on a student blatantly ignoring her. Focus, Jensen. One day you will need to know how to act if a giant object is rolling behind you and you need to escape from it. The old woman said, slapping her desk with a long wooden ruler. Suyer, Miss Dawson. The young kid answered, rolling his eyes and returning to ignore her completely while drawing himself as a big and strong heroic soldier in a corner of his school book. Stupid lesson, who needs to learn how to run away from things? He muttered in derision of his silly teacher. End of the flashback. God damn it. Jensen yelled in dismay, soon disappearing from view while chased by the giant rolling blade. Jensen. Just jump to the side. Jump to the side, damn it. One of the soldiers yelled. Wait, where did those guys and Yamas go? The leader of the group yelled in anger once noticed the disappearance of Izuku and the others. So, to their dismay, they could only see where they were once noticed the small fish-shaped spaceship rapidly breaching atmosphere to leave the planet. They left. Alert Dr. Grogger immediately. We must find that ship and recapture Yamas. The man ordered. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Momo, space. As soon as they left the planet, Jorik gave the spaceship's equivalent of pedal to the metal and hurriedly initiated warp speed and made his ship blink out of reality to travel faster than light towards a new destination. But we are safe. We are safe. Pat said, emptying his oil flask in just few gulps to calm down. We almost got gunned down by a bunch of armed psychos at the orders of an insane megalomaniac. Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit smoking. Jorik said, lighting up a massive cigar to take several giant lungfuls and then release everything in a giant purple cloud of smoke. Who are those people? Momo asked. The private army of a mad scientist called Dr. Grogger. The guy is known as the greatest scientist alive, and also so DMN insane and evil they say he blows up planets for fun. Pat explained. And for some reason he wants you dead, Yamas. What? Jorik asked. Listen. The Resistance paid me to destroy a giant cargo of weapons and locate an AI core. And I did that. Mostly. Yamas answered, they were still wrapping a long string of bandages around their waist to cover the bright green medical paste Pat helped them use on their wounds. Mostly. Izuku asked. Destroyed the weapons, but I could not find that AI core. And I looked everywhere. The bounty hunter answered. Why they wanted you to steal that thing? Momo asked. Grogger has always been a very sought-after name in the black market when it comes to illegal weapons of mass destruction, so the Resistance wanted to stop him from selling even more weapons to pirates and unscrupulous dictators. One of which the current emperor that manipulates the Senate from the shadows. Yamas answered, resetting their left shoulder with a crack. Sound and a grunt of pain. And the AI core? Pat asked. That they didn't tell me much. Just that it is instead a fundamental part of Grogger's own plans. So they wanted me to steal it to study it, and probably use it for their own battles. Not that I really care. They answered. But you didn't find it? I really tried, Pet. It was supposed to be sealed inside a giant glass tube 6 feet tall, but I only found the support base, so I guess they had just moved it before I arrived. Yamas grunted in answer and slapped their leg with the big rotary gun they had for arm. What now? I'll keep looking, of course. Just take me to one of my secret hideouts, I'll grab my spare spaceship and resume the hunt. Wait. So you destroyed a convoy of weapons of that mad scientist Grogger. That's why those guys are hunting you down? Jorik asked with wide eyes. I destroyed the entire base, actually. Before leaving I even made sure the entire asteroid had left orbit and crashed into the sun. But it was necessary, They paid me a lot of money to stop that latest DLVRY of weapons of mass destruction. And you know me, if the pay is good enough, no job is impossible for me. Yamas answered, laughing weakly because of their wounds. That guy is completely insane, and yet you went and destroyed one of his bases? Pat asked horrified. What can I say, the pay was DMN good. The bounty hunter answered, smirking. And now the guy will very likely want you dead. And just to be sure, he will also kill whoever helps you. And that is us. The short alien said, groaning. Oopsie, Jorik. But to be fair, at the time a full frontal assault looked like a good plan. And even then it was a lot of fun. Yamas answered, chuckling. You just made us all a target of that psycho just for a fistful of SDCBs. Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines. Jorik said, shuddering and downing several small pills like they were mints. Come on. Where is your sense of adventure? I left it in my other breathes, sorry, he answered with a sarcastic tone. This thing sounds like a mess. Momo said, groaning. A mess we may be dragged into? Izuku added, face-palming. I still haven't thanked you. Izuku. Momo. Well, Izuku and Momo, I owe you my life. So if I can return the facer and help you one day, just remember to call. Yamas said, chuckling. Thanks. But I am just interested in hunting down 3 creatures. Izuku answered, sighing. I was asked by my sponsor to hunt and capture 3 animals. A Pteryx, an Alatriomorph and a Geopolix. Izuku explained. Never heard of that sheet. Jorik admitted. Names ring no bells. Pat echoed. I haven't met any either. But I know a guy that may know. Yamas said as well, but added the last part as soon as he saw Izuku's face starting to turn sad. Oh, any help would be invaluable to us. Momo begged. Dr. Amelia Greens. The xenobiologist, if SHE doesn't know about a race, it's because it never existed. Yamas explained, proudly. No, we are not going to planet Kizaru. I won't put my ship at risk in that forest shithole. Jorik said in petulant denial. What, Jorik? Did you turn into a globe orb? Yamas said with a static-filled teasing tone. Their way to call somebody a chicken? The system explained to both Izuku and Momo. I am not a globe orb. Jorik shrieked. Blob 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 blob. Yamas gurgled, probably imitating that animal. I am not. Just take them there. We did promise we would have helped them in exchange of acting as our scapegoats while recovering Yamas, Pat said, sighing. But that planet is just an entire giant forest full of giant animals, huge mosquitoes, toxic plants, and a plethora of other annoying stuff. Jorik said, whining. Yeah, but we promised. Pat answered. But take your seats. We are going to a forest planet with 70,000% humidity and hot as F, the short alien said. Thank you, Mr. Jorik. Momo and Izuku said in chorus with a wide smile. Yes, thank you, Jorik. Yamas echoed, obviously smirking under their helmet. Why I always get dragged in other people's messes? Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue, Jorik muttered, opening a small compartment next to his driving seat to recover a tube of glue. A short's jump through hyperspace later, planet Kizaru's orbit, when the fish-shaped spaceship reappeared from its jaunt through hyperspace, the occupants could see a massive planet appear in front of them, completely covered by green forests and very small and sparse slices of sea, 2 moons orbiting it and a lot of space stations hovering above the forest planet. As always, 3/4 of the nerds of the galaxy are here to study everything on that green hell. Jorik said, humming. Recently discovered, can't expect scientists to not get excited at a brand new planet to explore and study. Pat answered. So your scientist friend is in there? Izuku asked. That planet's forests are immense. Momo added, looking worriedly at the giant planet far bigger than Earth. That is why we will first visit her office in the space station where she is employed as animal expert. There their colleagues will tell us how to find her. Yamas answered. Hopefully it will be that easy. Do you know which one it is? Pat asked. I don't remember the name, Yamas admitted after a long pause. Try to remember, in the meantime we will pass by them slowly, so to have time to dock. Jorik answered, sighing. I am rereading our old messages. Gimme a minute. The bounty hunter answered, frantic. Do the researchers here know each other? Momo asked. Technically yes. Unless they are part of rival companies, they sometimes do share notes. Pat answered. So we could make a stop in that space station and ask if they know in which space station Miss Greens works as a researcher? Momo said, pointing at the big complex structure floating alone in the void of space, separated from the other structures. It looked pretty unremarkable and was only decorated by a giant 13 written in bold blocky letters on all sides. Maybe we shouldn't stop in that specific one to ask, Izuku countered, watching the strange guy dressed like a full-fledged clown, red nose and big squeaky shoes comprised, wave at him with an oversized power drill spinning at high speed from one of the space station's big windows. Behind the guy there was utter chaos. Naked people running around with their mouth open in a perpetual scream, guys in power armor fighting imaginary monsters while drooling as if drugged up to their eyeballs, and then there was a single janitor with an unfazed expression and wearing giant earphones to ignore the chaos around him while mopping up all the BLD-drenching walls and floor that somebody used to write curses and racist slurs everywhere. Yes, maybe we should dock in the next one, Momo answered as an entire side of the space station labeled 13 exploded because a guy in only his boxers threw a giant grenade to his equally naked friend that batted it back baseball style with a big, unstable-looking power cell cracking in electricity. Space Station 13? I wonder why they keep using that place. If you ask me, that place is cursed. Pat commented, shaking his head. Found it. The space station of the Yeland Watani Corporation. The spherical one. Yamas said in relief and pointing at a truly giant space station a bit ahead of them. Good. I'll ask permission for landing and ask where we will need to land to find Dr. Greens. Jorik said, sighing in defeat. Come on, maybe it will be fun. Pat tried saying. Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit liking space frogs, the short alien muttered, grabbing a big purple space frog to give a long lick to its back. Drama queen, Pat answered, rolling his eyes. Sometime later, Planet Kazaro, Research Camp Beta 22. The forest was so thick light barely passed through the dense foliage, flowers of every possible colors were adorning the sides of the paths created by the many vehicles connecting the various research camps to the launch platform from where spaceships came and went almost non-stop to bring on planet the researchers or to recover them. Many different melodious calls of birds and other animals echoed everywhere, especially after the ending of the recent rain season. Even the local predators were frolicking about to prepare for the incoming mating season. Whistling a merry tune, a young woman with red hair and freckles, and dressed in full explorer gear, was merrily collecting samples of plants and terrain to bring back to her temporary laboratory on the planet. Unknown to her, a mysterious figure cloaked in an invisibility field was following her every move in great interest. What? Kendi. A distorted voice echoed all around her. What was that? Anybody there? Dr. Greens asked, confused. What? Kenquek. The same voice was saying before releasing a chocked squeal similar to a frightened pig. What followed were noises of somebody getting stripped naked against their will and then getting beaten into a pulp. Howdy Greens. How are you? Yamas said with a cheerful tone. She was acting as the guide for Izuku's group. Yamas. It's been so long. How are you? The researcher answered, hugging the bounty hunter as hard as she could. Doing fine as always. What about you? Having fun analyzing everything here. You joking? This planet is amazing. There is so much to study here. I like it here, Greens answered, and swatting dead a mosquito the size of a golden retriever dog without battling an eye. Troublemaker dealt with? Whitey said, rejoining the group as soon as the noises of the one-sided beatdown stopped. Greens asked. Whitey said that a creep was about to hurt you. We asked him to deal with the guy. Izuku answered. Thank you then. One can never be safe in this part of the galaxy. But to what do I owe your visit? The researcher asked. My little friends here are looking for 3 strange animals, and since I never heard of them, I thought that you could help. You are the only expert in strange animals I know. Yamas answered, chuckling. Strange animals. You know I don't really like when you simplify my job like that, but please, tell me more while we walk back to my tent. She answered, humming. At the same time, yelling on HQ, there was BLD everywhere, covering almost every inch of the corridors and ceiling. Dead guards and scientists had been torn apart and thrown left and right in a truly nightmarish sight. The CEO of the company was looking at the horrifying spectacle of death and violence without a reaction. So our prototype escaped? He asked to the men behind him with a sneer. He looked in disgust at the BLD dirtying his design shoes and actually cleaned them on a corpse nearby. We underestimated the strength of an alatriomorph, sir. The head of the company's RD department answered, holding a handkerchief on his mouth to not puke. Total of the damages? 2,000 victims bid a dash. I asked for the damages, not how many of those idiots failed to keep my investment escape. He interrupted the scientist. Say several millions in machines, but we are still cataloging everything that got damaged. I want a detailed list. And the responsible for these waste of money. And send somebody to clean. This place smells. The CO ordered, marching away. What about the victims' families, sir? Send a letter or something, make it sound heartfelt or something. I don't care. Find a way to blame the rebels or another similar group of morons. He answered, uncaring. Find my alatriomorph. We still need that thing to breed us an army of weapons to sell to the best bidder. At once, sir. Meanwhile, Desert Planet, another CO, this one luckily with an actual set of morals, was watching with sad eyes a room full of wounded people being taken care by a giant squad of doctors working at all times to take care of every patient. Another attack. He asked to his assistant. Yes, sir. This time in sector drills 4 and 5 have been damaged heavily and the teams working there. You can see for yourself. The young woman answered, she too looking saddened. Drills can be replaced, components can be fixed, but people have only one life. Any idea what is that monstrosity? He asked. Nothing in the database. But listening to the local tribes, they call it a geopolix. But even they are surprised one still exists, since they are supposed to have gone extinct when the planet became mostly desert many thousands of years ago. The assistant answered. And extinct animal popping up to defend its territory? The CO asked, confused. Probably our recent excavations in the area awakened it from some kind of hibernation. We did find few sparse ice caves deep underground. We are excavating where there was supposed to be the planet's south pole, after all. And that thing's scales are too thick even for lasers to pierce. Kinetic weapons are outrageously expensive, the poor man groaned. We are also awfully behind schedule, sir, the assistant added, looking distraught. But I don't want to put my workers' life at risk. Then I guess we will need to stretch our budget a bit and hire some external help. No other choice. The CO asked, sighing. I fear that with how little time we have to fix this issue, no other options are available unless we move the entire excavation site elsewhere. And the cost for that will be astronomical. I know. The man said, sighing. Sir, put out the notice, but be sure to make it clear that it's a mission for experts, not for fools. I won't feed innocence to that monster. He asked. I'll take care of that, sir, don't worry. She answered with a reassuring smile. Thank you. Several light years away, Ice Planet. At the polar opposite of that planet, many and many light years away, there was a world completely covered in ice and near-perpetual snowstorms, a world isolated by most of the battle between corporations, evil empires, and evil scientists. In fact, it was inhabited by various tribes and very small settlements. And in one of them, a young girl with chalk-white skin and big round orange eyes with pitch-black irises was crying her eyes out. Baba, the chief has decided, if Theo does not step down, he will be banished. The girl's mother said while comforting the distraught girl. But, Mama, I don't love Jubho. She cried out. I know, my little snowflake. I know. But Jubho's father is our best hunter, and he is the leader of the hunter pack. Without them our tribe will not be able to survive the long winter, the old woman answered. She too started weeping for her poor daughter. But Mama, Jubho, the way he looks at me, he makes me feel like a prey. Baba whimpered. I know. I too saw his dark eyes, and I saw only darkness in them. Her mother admitted, shivering in revulsion. What should I do then? Baba asked. Jubho has already showed being an even better hunter than his father, and is supposed to take over the hunter pack in the future. People will push for you to accept his proposal of marriage even just to stay on his good side. But I don't love him. Looking at him makes me feel sick. Dirty. Baba yelled. Unfortunately, there is no solution to this. Mother answered, helplessness turning into burning rage. There is a solution instead. It was then that a young, tall man, of the same alien race of the two, barged into the ice-made igloo. Theo. Baba yelled, throwing herself in his open arms to hug him and cry on his shoulder. You don't plan to run away with my daughter, do you? No. I plan to challenge Jubho. I will bring here a prey even he can't hunt or match. He said with burning determination. Prey? You can't. Baba yelled in horror. You want to hunt the ice demon? Her mother screamed with wide eyes. Yes. Terex. I will bring it here. And prove my superiority to Jubho. That should be enough to save Baba and marry her. Theo answered, unwavering. Then you will die. With Baba's life and happiness on the line, I am ready to risk my life for her. Theo answered. Nobody will help you. That monster rules over the ancient mountains unopposed. No, Theo. Please. Baba begged. I am doing this for you, my beloved Baba. If Jubho is so obtuse to be ready to force you marry him, then I will drop to his level and beat him where his pride and ego feeds, hunting. The young alien said. You are insane. No, I love your daughter. He answered. Take my husband's spear. He used to say it used to bring him good luck when hunting. No, Mama. When everything is lost, Baba, hope is all that remains. And Theo may be the last ray of hope we have left to save you from Jubho's greed. She answered. It truly was a hopeless situation, and to add more salt to their bleeding hearts, the wild winds outside carried inside the igloo the faraway high-pitched cries of a giant, cruel creature that had made its home at the frigid tops of the insanely tall mountains, casting their immense shadow over the small settlement, as if to mock them with the sheer immensity of the obstacle standing between Baba and Theo. End of the chapter. Omake. Interdimensional ingredient hunting. Was totally awesome. A dessert that blows your mind. Beverly Hills. Mall. 3 young girls were happily humming and laughing while carrying many, many bags in their arms, all spoils of their hunts for sales, and yet they were not satisfied yet. I say that another round at Terry's will do the trick. The blonde girl said. I saw we should visit Harnold's instead. I am sure those shoes will fit me. The red-haired one insisted. I'm sure of that. But next, I want to try that new cinnamon and apple smoothie. The black-haired one answered. Heck yeah. The other two chorused. It was then that a wall slid open to show the giant mouth of a metallic tunnel that sucked them in like a giant vacuum cleaner. Kaya! The 3 girls screamed in fear once captured by the contraption that then slid back inside the wall. Glad you could make it, girls? An old man said with a playful smirk. He was also enjoying the same smoothie the girls had been planning to get. The blonde one, at the bottom of the pile, groaned in pain from the impact of her friends on her poor back. Sorry, Clover. The other 2 said in chorus while helping her to stand. Not a very graceful landing. The big round sphere attached to the ceiling said. We didn't expect to be called so suddenly, Gladys. Red-haired one answered. I am aware that you were occupied by your bi-monthly sale hunt, but unfortunately this mission could not wait. What do you mean, Jerry? Clover asked. Gladys, if you would, Jerry answered, and the AI promptly answered. In the last 2 weeks, over 40 chefs have been kidnapped. All of them took part to a cooking show hosted by a retired chef called Jean-Claude. Gladys answered, showing the picture of a man with half his face covered in scars and wearing an eye patch. Looking at him, nobody would actually think he was a chef to begin with. What happened to him? Sam asked, grimaced. At the very peak of his career, he tried creating the world's biggest souffle. Unfortunately, one of his helpers mistakenly caused it to deflate and the boiling hot thing collapsed on top of him. Jerry answered, and the screen behind him showed the footage of that strange and yet terrible incidents. showing a younger Jean-Claude being submerged in what looked like being several tons of boiling hot deflating souffle. Oh, poor dear. Alex grimaced in sympathy. Unfortunately, the media was not as gentle as you are, girls. He was actually mocked and ridiculed for it. Reason why we believe he is actually the one kidnapping those young chefs. Our physiologists at Whoop analyzed his mannerism and all seems to point at his jealousy for young talent being recognized while his was mocked as the catalyst for his madness. Jerry explained. Okay, but what does he do with the kidnapped chefs? Clover asked. That is what I want you to discover, girls. You will infiltrate the finals of the show as journalists of our fake cooking blog, and as soon as the winner is selected, follow Jean-Claude closely. He may have been able to cover his traces and always have an alibi that cleared him from any accusation. Jerry answered. But you are not convinced? Alex asked. He always buys giant quantities of chocolate after each winner is selected. Gladys confirmed that the quantity bought always matches the body weight and mass of the winners. Jerry answered with narrowed eyes. And with all the weirdos we have already faced, that is too strange a coincidence. Clover answered. Exactly so. As usual, me and Gladys will introduce you your gadgets for this mission and send you on the field. You ready? He asked. Yes, Jerry. The three girls answered in chorus. The next day, Paris, TV studio. Everything was going fairly normal during the show, with the scarred chef Jean-Claude limping heavily whenever he walked but still presenting the image of a jovial, happy-go-lucky TV host interviewing and judging the various contestants fairly and professionally. Behind the scenes, mixing with the other journalists, the three young spies stood in wait, Alex the interviewer, Clover the photographer and Sam the camerawoman. It's time to meet the new champion. They all heard Jean-Claude say with a wide smile. Ready, girls? Sam said with narrowed eyes. Stephen. Jean-Claude declared after a long pause to raise the hype, and then a shower of confetti rained over the guy the jury chose as the winner. Wonderful job, Stephen. As part of your prize, you will receive $10,000 and a chance to become a student of La Rue, the most prestigious cooking school of Paris. Jean-Claude declared while giving the winner a one-armed hug to appear next to him on camera. Okay, now we need to not miss a single move of that creep. Clover muttered. Later that night, secret lab in Jean-Claude's villa's basement. Right under the giant, ultra-luxurious villa built in the colonial style, there was an ample basement tastefully decorated and furnished. And right behind a fake wall, a new ramp of stairs leading to a secret laboratory full of futuristic and incredibly advanced machinery. Help! And a young man, the winner of the contest, was trapped inside a glass cylinder where his body was slowly being covered by chocolate in a twisted torture. Soon you will become yet another chocolate stot. Just like all the others. Jean-Claude declared with crazed eyes. Please let me go. Stephen begged while chocolate started covering his chest. No. If I was denied the fame and respect as a chef I deserve, nobody can get it. Jean-Claude spat in anger and hatred. Instead of helping me, instead of pitying me, they laughed. After that incompetent ruined my giant souffle, my life fell to ruin. I was laughed out of every kitchen. But I showed them. I showed them all. The madman ranted, his spit flying everywhere. First I disappeared for a few years to study chemistry, and then, with the knowledge I gained, I planned my revenge. Encasing whoever dared to get the recognition I never could get in an eternal slumber of chocolate. Giant statues commemorating my divine punishment towards whoever dares to think they are better than me. Jean-Claude said, his only eye wide with a tiny pupil and a wide, insane smile. You are crazy, Stephen said, horrified and with chocolate already reaching his shoulders. No, I am just enacting the sweetest justice. But don't worry, my chocolate is special. It is laced with a compound of my creation that will hibernate you. You will remain safe and sound inside my chocolate until I have decided you have been punished enough. Maybe in a couple hundred years I will even let you go. Gaiaha. The insane chef laughed maniacally. No. The guy yelled in horror, and stopping only when the chocolate completely encased him, turning him in a lifelike statue of white chocolate. Almost ready for the fridge. Jean-Claude said in insane glee. This is where we stop you, Jean-Claude. Sam yelled as she and her friends forced their way in, after recording Jean-Claude's ramblings as a further proof of his bad deeds. You can't stop me. I deserve justice for their laughing at me. For ruining my life. Jean-Claude yelled in answer, and grabbed what looked like being a giant bulky water gun. The girls muttered, confused by the strange weapon. You are lucky. I will let you taste my newest creation. Cream Elicide. Ha. He yelled, and with a new round of mad laughter, he squirted white cream from his gun that managed to melt everything it touched on impact. Gah. Scatter. Clover yelled, and the girls split just in time to get a massive shower of corrosive cream. Come on. Don't run. You can't say you don't like it until you do not taste it at least once. Jean-Claude yelled with a mocking tone, and at each press of his trigger, a new volley of corrosive cream went shot, creating a new hole in the walls or melting the equipment. There is too little space here. Sam shrieked. We need to take him outside. Sam answered. Stop running. I want to stuff you. Jaiha. Jean-Claude yelled. You'll have to catch you first. Clover answered. The girls were using both agility and clever tactics to drive their fight to the upper floor, until a stray splurt of corrosive cream landed on a wall separating the living room to the kitchen. And they saw a young man with green hair giving the finishing touches to what could only be described as a piece of culinary art made by God himself. Damn! What's the name of this dish? Nijair asked, amazed. Foie gras flambé au cognac. The recipe was incomplete, so it took me a bit to fill the blanks and perfect it. But I am pleased with the results. Izuku answered, plating the thing. Who are you? Sam asked. You completed my secret recipe. Jean-Claude instead asked with a shriek. HN. You must be the villain chef. Good evening. Yes, Iken was tasked with recovering and completing the recipe, and considering we saw you were about to get arrested for your crimes, I permitted to Izuku to just borrow your recipe as the actual pro-hero present on the scene. Nijair answered. Also, I freed the guys you captured and stored inside that freezing room of yours for your personal horror museum. Izuku added. You feed them? Jean-Claude asked, dumbfounded. Several voices cleared their throats from behind mad chefs and spies, and when they turned around, they saw every victim of Jean-Claude free from their chocolate hibernation and furious. Oh, who the heck are you? Jean-Claude asked. Besides a DMN cute guy. Clover quipped, making her friends groan at her bad timing. Nice to meet you, I am Izuku Midoriya, chef. Izuku answered, bowing. You dare think to come into my home, free my prisoners from the fate I bestowed on them, and believe you can just complete my magnus opus recipe. The recipe that will win me the love of the entire world. He shrieked. The system was right. He is completely insane. Nijair commented, surprised by how bad the man's mental health was. Dai. Jean-Claude yelled, emptying an entire canister of corrosive cream all at once to shoot Izuku. No. The spies yelled in horror. Swine. Under the disbelieving look of everybody present, Izuku's dragon knife and myriad manifestation mallet appeared in his hands, and once the mallet turned into a thin knife itself, the young chef twirled both blades so fast their blades disappeared in an invisible blur of distorted air. Izuku then caught the flying corrosive cream midair and used his spinning knives to mount that cream into a thick peak he then delicately deposited on a nearby table to melt a hole in the floor by itself without hurting anybody. All happening in barely a second. How did you do that? Jean-Claude demanded in shock, then he made the mistake of blinking. Vajra filleting. When Jean-Claude opened his eyes again, Izuku was already past him and the water gun in his hand had turned into thin stripes, cut by the young man's knife effortlessly no matter the superalloys the guy had used to build the cream gun. You devil! Spiral gun. Nijair frowned at the guy's attempt at strangling her boyfriend, and while pointing a single finger at Jean-Claude, she blasted him with a spiral of energy the six of his torso that slammed him heavily against the wall hard enough he left an imprint. No attacking my boyfriend, thank you, she asked with narrowed eyes. I will have my revenge. The madman stumbled forward, only for a big metallic hand to clamp on his shoulder to stop him. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example top others. Whitey declared with red eyes. Oh no, the villain whimpered. Stripped naked, beach-slapped several times and finally punched into a crater. That was the undignified end of Jean-Claude the Mad Chef villain. Well, I am glad we had some help at least, Sam said, sighing. Didn't plan to get in the way to be honest, Izuku admitted with a sheepish smile. Hey, it's totally okay, don't worry, Clover answered, winking. At least these people are safe. Now we need to tell Jerry to send somebody to help that last guy down there and these people here, Alex said. And to arrest Jean-Claude too, Sam added. That too. Do you need my testimony? Izuku asked. Or mine? Nijire added. Just a couple questions? Sure. Both answered. 2 long hours of interrogation later, Izuku and Nijire were permitted to leave by Jerry himself, only to find Sam, Alex, and Clover waiting for them. Sue, Alex said. We kind of tasted that thing you made, Clover added, twirling few hair around a finger. Oh. Both Izuku and Nijire's muscles tensed, ready to bolt. And it was heavenly. I never knew foie gras tasted that amazing or felt that smooth and tender. Alex exclaimed in awe. Glad you liked it, Izuku answered, tense like a violin chord. So we were wondering if you could come cooking something else at our place? As a form of celebration for arresting Jean-Claude. Sam said. Alone. Clover added. And maybe stay the night? All three asked. The 3 girls smiled wide. But Nijire wasn't smiling wide, she was actually growling. Spiral cannon. A giant explosion generated by both her hands lifted an immense cloud of dust, and when Alex dispersed the cloud with one of their gadgets, Nijire was already flying away with Izuku tightly and kind of possessively trapped in her hug. Wait. The 3 spies yelled, immediately giving chase. And the system fumed. But the system planned. They were getting closer. End of Omake. If we want to be calling it canon. The actor John Hurt played a character suffering an alien chestbuster in Alien and the spoof movie Spaceballs, making him technically a guy that got chest busted twice. He died in 2017, but I still wanted to remember the amazing guy that took part to 2 of my favorite movies. May he rest in peace. Small extra. Villain support. This is John. How can I help you? Unintelligible groaning. It's you. What happened? Pitiful groaning. Stripped naked and beaten green. Who the heck have you tried to hunt now? Sobbing and whining. Green hair and green eyes. I got nobody in the database matching that. Unsure mumbling. The female called one of them Izuku. Aren't you in a forest planet 30,000 light years away from planet Earth, in the year 8000? How the heck did you walk on Izuku Midoriya? Unsure grumbling. Accompanied by a robot and a tall dark-haired female. He is not a robot. Petulant hissing. Gimme a moment. Hey Levi. Can you check something for me? What do you want, John? Since when Izuku Midoriya has a robot? A robot? A white one with a round belly? And a furry strange animal around his neck. Strange stuff. Just check, I got a predator on the line and he is sobbing. Fine. Izuku Midoriya, plus white robot, plus furry? Drop the call. Drop the call. I am not dropping the call, Levi. He is a variant. One chosen by the system. I am dropping the call. Sorry man, you are on your own. We are not dealing with that. Good luck. Scared begging for help? Poor